outside will take care by itself. So he said, don't worry about the diet. Be a properitarian, he said. Don't become a food faddist. Don't allow this thought to come to your mind. Oh, I didn't have the coffee in the morning. That is why I'm feeling sleepy today. That has nothing to do with the coffee. And so diet is it's a vast subject, because I'm just touching some of these essences this morning. And then he said, sunshine. Sunshine, he said, can instantly revivify you. Just go out in the sun for just 10 minutes and allow consciously yourself to soak into the vibrations of the sun, because everything is conscious in this universe. Even sun is conscious. So if you will invite the sun rays to electrify you, you will see the magic. There can be a one-day retreat on this subject of heliotropic healing, but today we have a lot of time. Even after the class also, please feel free to come on the health table. We'll be happy to share with you some more teachings. And finally, he said, environment is stronger than willpower. This is a subject of study in psychiatry also, that people, when they are battling with depression, they go very down. And yes, drugs do help them, but they need help. Even when people are battling with addictions, sometimes mind goes so low that it is very difficult for that person to come up. So what did they find in the modern medicine or psychiatry? That apart from the drugs, environment also helps. Sometimes we start listening to sad songs when we are depressed, which is actually creating that vortex of depression more and more deeper. But if you will find someone who is more cheerful than you, who is having, let's say, who is more positive, then probably that will be an instantaneous way of uplifting yourself, and you can see the magic. And this scientists have discovered that if you sit and be among happy people, you will somehow get that joy. It will get rubbed into you. And that is why he said environment is stronger than willpower. So change your environment. That is one of the easiest ways of staying in good health. And finally, he said, keep smiling. That is, if I have to give you these 10 subjects, now this is not the least of them. He said, even when you're not feeling like smiling, there are 100 reasons for you not to smile. He said, stand in front of the mirror, pull your corners of the mouth. And he said, it's that important. It's that important, because laughter or humor or smiles can actually work magic for you. So let me just summarize this whole subject for you, starting from the highest level of understanding that you are not this body and mind, you're pure consciousness. And you are not the thoughts which are roaming in your mind. You are a witness. And just by staying in deep feeling of love, you can actually calm your mind almost instantaneously. If you still find difficulty, take the help of breath practices, take the help of posture, take the help of energization exercises to uplift you. And just to support this whole thing, you will see that your inclinations for diet will change automatically. Go out in the sun. If you feel even having more daylight into your living space, you will see it will work magic for you. And just keep smiling and share your joy with others, and you will naturally stay in good health. Thank you, dear friends.
Thank you, Dr. Amar. Indeed, a child doesn't need any certificate. And we all, children of God, as long as we remain closer to the source, we all can enjoy the bliss. Thank you, Dr. Amar, again, not only for the wisdom and teachings, but also for the experiential workshop session that we had. I now invite blissful chanting, which will go till 11 a.m.
So we'll do just a couple of chants. This is also a wonderful pranayama exercise. They're very simple. One will be Om Namo Narayan, which is very traditional, but with a melody that Swami Kriyananda wrote. So let's start with that. Feel free to sing along with us and experience the power of singing. Om Namo Narayana, 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 Om Namo Narayana. And we will sing one of Paramhansa Yogananda's chants called I am the bubble, make me the sea. Very simple words. I am the bubble, make me the sea. Wave of the sea, dissolve in the sea. So sea. Oh, make me the sea. Make me the sea. Oh, make me the sea. Wave on the sea, dissolve in the sea. Wave on the sea, dissolve in the sea. I am the bubble, make me 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 the sea. One more shot. Okay. Shri Krishna Chaitanya.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, chanters. I have a question for us all. Some of you might be able to guess it. Some will learn very soon. How feels everyone? Awake and ready. How is everyone? Awake and ready. Welcome to our online audience. I hope you are awake and ready too. And welcome to everybody over here. My name is Nayaswami Aditya, and it's my deep joy to welcome you all. You have come from 14 to 15 different cities, different parts of the world. Online, this link yesterday through Karthikeyanji's help went to more than 10,000 people. So I welcome you all on behalf of Ananda Sangha Pune and Ananda Sangha India. Now, why was it important to ask that question? How are you? Paramhans Yogananda ji, Swami Kriyananda, his disciple, used to tell us, would sometimes run on the stage in an entirely new city with a new audience, his hair and robes catching up, flying behind him. And he would ask his audience that question again and again till he got an enthusiastic response. We are awake and ready. And then Master, as we call Paramhans Yogananda ji, would say that is what it takes to absorb these teachings and to bring them into your daily application. And it's not just for this morning. I hope you can keep that attitude throughout this day and throughout the coming days. Now, friends, I'll just say a few words about the spiritual fair. Perhaps some of you have attended this in the past, and for many of you, this must be new. I hope it is new for many of you, because each year we make this attempt. Today, this event is that one day of the year when we as a Sangha go out, we reach out. We do that every day, but especially on this day, we come together, as Master said, to share with others what you have received. And this is our effort today through a spectrum of classes, speakers, teachers, workshops, stalls, movies, to give that experience of Paramhans Yogananda ji's teachings to you all. Swami Kriyananda ji for many years held events like this, and a few years ago we were inspired in different cities of India to hold this event too. I remember after the first event, we were comparing notes. When you do something for the first time, you want to know how it went, and so many teachers who gave classes and other members said that this person from, we had it in Pune, this was 2016, and people said somebody from Nasik came and asked me if we could come to their city. Somebody from Aurangabad, the neighboring city, came. Somebody from the state of Gujarat and even Karnataka, they were here. We were actually screening the first ever public screening of the movie Awake at that time across India. And so people had come from all those states to watch. And then they said, I wish we could do a program like this in my hometown. And of course, we responded. We went to many cities. And then this became an annual, has become an annual event that we put out. However, the pandemic put a pause to this. And I am very happy, I am very grateful to all of you who have served, come together, contributed, responded by attending this program, by making this the first event we are having after the pandemic started 2 years ago. I would like to formally begin this morning by inviting our dignitaries and our acharyas. I would like to start with our very special guest, our chief guest for today, our patron and a wonderful dear mentor, Padma Shri Karthikeyanji, to come on stage and to allow us to welcome him and greet him. Karthikeyanji, please join us. Karthikeyanji is the president of the Foundation for Peace, Harmony and Good Governance, president for Age Care India. Please come, sir. Formerly, sir has served as the director of the CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigation, Director General, National Human Rights Commission. Swami Kriyananda ji used to call Karthikeyanji his brother in India. And sir has been our advisor, as he is for many organizations. and a patron of our work. Karthikeyanji, I welcome you on behalf of Ananda Sangha Pune and India. I would like to invite Jyotish and Deviji, our worldwide leaders who are traveling from the US, to please join us on stage, and Karthikeyanji to please introduce them.
We will now invite Karthikeyanji to introduce Jyotishji and Deviji.
Namaskar, Namaste, Vanakkam, Namaskaramandi. Good morning to all of you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, because I expect thousands around the world watching us, listening to us. And many of them, first time. They must be hearing about Ananda, because the message has gone to several thousands, and out of curiosity, at least they must be listening to us. So normally, there is no need for a formal introduction to most of our respected spiritual masters, Nayaswami, Jyotishji and Nayaswami Deviji. But for those people, for the first time, who are listening to us, this move, so I want to make it a little more formal introduction. I don't want to leave out important points, so I'm going to, what is Ananda? I'm telling you for the first time, several thousands are listening to us. It's only last evening, Nayaswami Adityaji said, why not we send it? Immediately, we sent out flyers everywhere. It's gone to at least 15,000 people directly, I know very well, minimum. And normally what they do in my program, they in turn send it to so many. If we had done it about 3 days earlier, it would have reached 100,000 people. But so allow me to take a little longer, say what Ananda is, not for your benefit, because you know more than me, but for those wonderful audience who are linking with us for the first time. It's a global movement based on the teachings of Paramahamsa Yogananda, writer of the spiritual classic Autobiography of Yogi. Ananda was founded in California in 1969 by Yogananda's direct disciple Swami Kriyananda. Through its classes, retreats, centers, communities, and various outreach activities, Ananda serves as a spiritual oasis where truth seekers can quench their spiritual thirst with Paramahamsa Yogananda's self-realization teachings and have satsang, spiritual friendship, in the company of like-minded souls. Swami Kriyananda foresaw a big future for Ananda's work in India. Besides spreading the teachings of Kriya Yoga and meditation, among the many projects he envisioned were spiritual communities, a spiritual temple of all religions based on Paramahamsa Yogananda's ideals, how to leave schools for the all-round education of children, a yoga university, monasteries for men and women, a hospice for the elderly, and an orphanage for the young. Ananda is a global spiritual movement based on the teachings of Yogananda, as I said earlier, who showed how everyone can realize God in their daily lives as a tangible, loving reality. You can feel harmony and God's active presence in your life through ancient and effective techniques, including meditation, Kriya Yoga, spiritually oriented Hatha Yoga, community, and divine friendship. Kriya Yoga is a highly effective meditation technique that can be integrated into any meditation and prayer practice you may be. Ananda was founded in 1969 by Yogananda's direct disciple Swami Kriyananda, as he mentioned, who attained Samadhi in the year 2013. Swami Kriyananda's spiritual successor is Nayaswami Jyotish ji, who along with his lady wife Nayaswami Devi ji serve as Ananda's spiritual directors. Ananda helps people achieve self-realization, a state of consciousness that comes through shedding all outward self-definitions. Ananda's communities and centers welcome all sincere seekers, regardless of race, religion, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, age, or disability. They are committed to providing an inclusive, welcoming environment for everyone to pursue their search for God. Meet the spiritual masters of Ananda. You must be knowing Paramas Yogananda ji include even Jesus Christ, Babaji Krishna, Sri Yukteswar, Lahiri Mahasaya, and all that. We integrate spiritual principles into our daily lives. 50 years of living yoga, 8 communities, and over 164 teaching centers and meditation groups, Ananda provides places for learning, spiritual support, and fellowship. Yogananda ji called for World Brotherhood colonies to support people on the spiritual path from all walks of life. Swami Kriyananda said, if you want to know me, listen to my music. Those who are fortunate among us, who know very well what Swamiji wrote, 400 pieces of music, he script, he gave the tune, he sang so beautifully. Ananda music began in 1964 when Swami Kriyananda was inspired to introduce a new kind of music to the world. Music that expresses spiritual aspiration and a desire for a more meaningful way of life. This music is, as its purpose suggests, quite simple yet beautiful. Ananda music has been performed in many countries and has inspired many thousands of people with a new and more uplifted view of life itself. In some ways, it transcends even the best classical music of our culture, for it offers transcendental meaning instead of only describing a graceful way of life. It is generally understood that music can have a powerful effect on mood and energy. It's less well known that positive and uplifting music can affect consciousness itself in positive and uplifting ways, about which you will hear from the masters little later. The essence of Ananda music is its ability to lift us out of our self-preoccupation and open us up for higher realities. For over 30 years, people around the world have experienced the power of this music to transform states of restlessness or depression into calmness, hope, and positive energy. Every day, challenges become opportunities. As consciousness grows, so must our systems. The education for life system is based on the current needs of children, both inside and outside the classrooms. Ananda receives Global Ambassador Peace Award from the Institute of International Social Development, an international non-governmental organization in special consultative status with the Economic and Social Council and the UN. There are very few leaders like Jyotish ji and Devi ji. We are honored, that is the citation, we are honored to give them the Global Ambassador Peace Award for the inspiring ways Ananda brings Paramahansa Yogananda's spiritual wisdom to life today, every day. Yogananda's mission, expressed Nayaswami Jyotish ji at that time, was to spread the teachings of meditation and Kriya Yoga as tools for the evolution of personal and planetary consciousness. He came to show how everyone can use meditation to enhance their daily life. Reading Yoganandaji's prayer for a united world at the United Nations today was a great honor, said Nayaswami Deviji on that occasion. In response to the great uncertainty people are facing today, Ananda founded Be the Change. Already close to 2,300 people in 70 countries have pledged their meditation minutes to radiate a million hours of peace and harmony in the world. Be the Change gives people a positive action, meditation, to help them transcend fears and angers about the state of our world, explained Nayaswami Jyotish ji on that occasion. So we all need to take personal responsibility for the state of our world today. No use blaming all the time everybody else. Our challenges are precious spiritual opportunities, said Nayaswami Deviji. I quote, meditation raises our consciousness. Only with an uplifted consciousness will we achieve sustainable living and harmony on our planet. Meditation is how we can be the change we wish to see the world. In direct service, Ananda brings dignity and divinity to more than 5,000 widows abandoned in the holy city of Vrindavan, India, giving them safe housing, food, clothing, medical care, and personal care for each woman, thanks to the generosity of one single rare person of a lot of riches, that is our P.I. Singh ji, who is here in our audience now. I think she needs a applause. All out of compassion, Yogananda Trust, they are doing gratitude of thousands of people. You must go and see how those people are living in happiness and joy. It is not enough to just provide basic needs, says Nayaswami Jyotish ji. People need someone who cares for them and loves them. Our service to the widows restores their dignity and divinity. It is being done so beautifully in Vrindavan. Ananda's service to Vrindavan widows operates through Paramasa Yogananda Public Charitable Trust. Several NGOs are now seeking to replicate Ananda's modest model. Ananda has applied for consulting NGO status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council. I think we should pursue it more vigorously now. Now, it's a spiritual movement. It has grown several thousands around the world now. Now, I don't want to cut, there's quite a lot to say, but because in constraint of time, I want to skip quite a lot of them. Now, each April, over 7,000 people visit Ananda village to experience the color and joy of 19,000 tulips in bloom. I had the good fortune of going there a couple of years, thanks to Swami Kiryanandaji's compassion. He was so kind, invited me there, he was with me, and he also staged that unique play. That is, yes, peace retreat, peace treaty. How the drama of the world leaders are going on, talking about peace, but nothing really happening and all that now. Yes, that is where, how did you think of it about 50 years back, even today? That is true. How many conferences are taking place, even about environment? More they talk about peace, more violence is taking place. More they say we have to save humanity from self-destruction, we are doing destruction, unfortunately. So the way of Ananda Sanghis is the way of Ananda Sanghis. By Nayaswamiji says, may the divine light awaken and purify my heart and bring enlightenment to all beings. So, ladies and gentlemen, only such committed people like you and worldwide can bring about a transformation. The transformation, the world peace, it has to start with inner peace. Swamiji has shown the technique, and which we have seen that thousands and thousands of people getting transformed now. Now, coming back only to briefly, there is much more to say, but the global audience, now please go into the website, learn more about this, get awakened as Aditya was telling, and be ready to receive the blessings of Mahavatar Babaji, Paramahansa Yoganandaji, and also shown by Swami Kiryanandaji, and literally being carried around the world by these two great masters now with us. So Nayaswami Swami Jyotish ji is the Dharmacharya of Ananda worldwide. He 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 is the Dharmacharya appointed by Swami Kriyananda as his spiritual successor. Together with Nayaswami Jyotish and Nayaswami Deviji, they are co-spiritual directors of Ananda worldwide. Became a student of Swami Kriyananda in 1967 in San Francisco, California. Soon he began assisting Kriyanandaji in a variety of ways, including teaching meditation classes in San Francisco. Working closely with Swami Kriyananda, Jyotishji became one of the founding members of the Ananda village. It's a paradise on the planet. You must go and see. I have been to about 150 countries. We always say, I said, I have not seen a place like that. You must go to experience how the whole thing has been transformed. It is, you don't feel it's on the planet Earth now. Working closely with Swami Kriyananda, Jyotishji became one of the founding members of Ananda village, which officially started on July 4, 1969, and for 10 years served as the community general manager. In Swami Kriyanandaji's last will, testament, and legacy provides that the 9-stone astrological bangle, which Swami Kriyananda has worn in his capacity, I think he will show it to us when he is talking, a spiritual director of Ananda, should be worn by any spiritual successor and his successors. Swamiji said that. So during a simple ceremony at Ananda village on May 19, 2013, Jyotishji formally received the 9-stone astrological bangle reflective of his new position as Swami Kriyanandaji's spiritual successor. Nayaswami Deviji is one of the founding members of Ananda, having lived at Ananda village and several of its branch communities since 1969. She has served in various functions of community life, including being a community correspondent and a teacher at Ananda's expanding light retreat. Together, both these great masters are the spiritual directors of Ananda worldwide, which includes directing the spiritual activities of Ananda and Ananda community throughout the world. Long-time devotees of Yogananda, Jyotishji and Deviji worked closely with Swami Kriyananda from 1969 until his attaining Samadhi on April 21, 2013 at the age of 86. But we all feel he is thus spiritually, soul-wise, he is with us and continuing to spread the message through these great masters. They have been personally trained by Swamiji to guide Ananda's work worldwide and have taught and lectured around the United States, Europe, Russia, India, all over the world. They travel and lecture extensively throughout the world on the topics of yoga, meditation, family spirituality, and living the spiritual life. Jyotishji and Deviji are both also Kriyacharyas, designated by Swamiji to initiate people into Kriya Yoga. They are both also the published authors. Jyotishji is a well-known artist. The book they are going to release today, what is the title of the book?
The Touch of Peace.
Touch of Peace, yes, going to be there. I had a question to just glance through their, the articles from now, beautiful, with lot of photographs, and some of his beautiful paintings are also there now. I think, are they available today? Yes, any of you will talk about it when it will be formally released. Don't miss taking the copy home. Take more copies and distribute it to others also. It contains the essence of all that has been said by all the great masters. No, I have not read them, but it's very powerful. It's a collector's item. I can say this. So, published authors. The author of a series of books called 30 Day Essentials. The number of things I can go on talking about them, but ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to monopolize the time. My time given to me was only a few minutes, but taken much longer, because there is so much to talk about this great organization. I had a chance meeting with Swami Kriyanandaji about 30 years back. Since then, the divine brought us close to him. I enjoyed his love, affection, and blessings. Spent long, had a blessing, good fortune of spending days and hours with him. He gave me so much of love and blessings, both here in India, in many places, in Ananda, in Nevada, and also in Assisi. Unforgettable moments and all that. We are fortunate. But I said that the Moksha Mandir dedication is a beautiful place again. I said, when great masters leave their physical bodies. Everybody born has to leave the body at some stage. It happened throughout history. But what happened? They get released from the confines of the physical body. Their spirit, soul pervades all over the universe, spreading the message. They become much more powerful and influential. That's happening now in the world. With these words, I take this opportunity to greet all of you. You are fortunate to be on the path. Don't give it up. Spread it to the families. Spread it to as many as possible, because it is not enough if we are happy. The families have to be happy. And when the families are happy, the society becomes happy. And then only the nations can be happy. Then only you can create a world of peace, harmony, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karthikeyanji. Karthikeyanji, your words are like nectar. We could keep listening, keep listening. I would like to now invite you to please add your light to the masters, and we'll go into the lighting of the lamp ceremony. I invite Karthikeyanji to please initiate the ceremony. Let's all stand up and join, friends. I would like to invite Jayaji and Dhyanaji, spiritual directors of Ananda Sangha India, to please come and light the lamp. And I'd like to invite Nayaswami Devarshi, who heads our men's monastery in Chandigarh, to please come and light the lamp. Please be seated. Just one or two announcements before we begin formally with our choir singing. If you're seeing a seat, now don't take the seat of the choir members, but before they rose, if there was already a seat vacant, I would urge you to please move into that so new members can come in from the corridors. And secondly, let's take a moment to pull out our mobile phones and ensure that they are turned off or in silent mode. I would like to now invite our choir to please come and sing two songs by Swami Kriyananda ji. Our choir members and many Ananda Sangha members have come from Panchkula, Chandigarh, Gurgaon, Delhi, Noida, Jaipur, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Chennai, Jabalpur, Bangalore, and Coimbatore, and many other cities. I welcome you all for this Pan-India choir. Over to you, Bharatnatyam.
Dare to be different, dare to be free, dare to roam far like wind on the sea, fly like a gull, soar high on the the air. Be strong in your courage when others despair. Never in anger, never in haste. Go without pride, be never abased. Freedom is yours if freedom you give. To all give it freely, in freedom you live. Mountains that stand up tall to the sky tell us no dreaming is ever too high. Dare to climb boldly, brave that high peak. You'll never know failure if bravely you seek. Dare to be different, dare to be free. Dare to roam far like wind on the sea. Fly like a gull, soar high on the air. Be strong in your courage when others despair. Be strong in your courage when others despair.
This one is called I Live Without Fear.
Summer fade and winter draw near. My Lord, in your presence I live without fear. Through tempests, through snows, through turbulent tide, the touch of your hand is my strength and my guide. I ask for no riches that death can destroy. I crave only thee, your love and your joy. I ask for no riches that death can destroy. I crave only thee, your love and your joy. The dancers will pass, the singing must end. I welcome the darkness with you for my friend.
Thank you, choir.
I would like to now invite Jyotish and Devi ji to please share inspiration with us all.
Well, first, let me, on behalf of all of us, all of Ananda, welcome you. It's wonderful personally for Devi and me to see so many dear friends from around the world. This is our first time that we've been able to visit India since the beginning of the pandemic, and it's a true joy to be able to be together with you all again. So thank you, and thank you all to those who are watching online. And I think because of Sri Kartikeyanji, I have to prove my credentials here, that I'm not a fraud. Okay, so we have a very nice topic today, which is stand unshaken, how to deal with courage, deal with change with courage and good consciousness. First of all, let's begin by accepting that there is no possibility that we're going to avoid change, nor will we avoid problems and ills. That's just the nature of this world. It's the nature of the way God created this world. And so it would be a false expectation. And one of the problems in this world is this false expectation that everything should go just the way I want it to go. Everything should be just the way I want. And if it doesn't go that way, something's wrong with the world. Nothing's wrong with me, of course. Something's wrong with the world. And so that false expectation will get us into trouble again and again and again. Swami Kriyananda used to tell an amusing story about a man who had a demon visit him. And in order to ward off the demon, he had some mustard seeds, and he chanted a mantra and threw the seeds on the demon and expected the demon to just vanish. And the demon just laughed at him. And he said, before you could chant your mantra, I myself got into those mustard seeds. And so they had no effect on me. And so it is. Before we can do anything about it, the problems get into whatever life we're leading, except there is one thing that we can do that is a universal cure. Now, a good magician keeps his secret for the last, but I'm going to break that rule because this is the universal secret to all the troubles that might visit you. If not mustard powder, but if you can infuse God into your consciousness before that trouble has a chance to get a hold of you, and throw God in some form, throw light in some form on that darkness, it won't have the power to really affect you. But how do we do that? That's, it's one thing to talk about that. It's another to actually be able to accomplish it. The main thing that we must learn to do is that we must learn to expand our heart, because fear, anxiety, problems, they live in the heart. They're of the emotions. And the reason that they visit us is because we have a contractive consciousness. Somewhere, somehow, we're thinking of ourselves, we're thinking of self-protective modes of living, we're thinking, what can I do to ward off everything? I don't want it to affect me. As long as we're thinking of ourselves, our consciousness and our heart are going to be contractive. I read of a wonderful dream, a young boy, wonderful story about a dream, a series of nightmares a young boy had. Night after night, he woke up screaming in terror because he dreamt that a man, big man with a knife, was coming in and came to his bed and stabbed him in the heart. Probably some memory from a past life, but whatever it was, this young boy was troubled by that nightmare that occurred night after night. And finally, the parents, not knowing what to do, they called their family guru, and the family guru blessed him and said, you must expand the next time this demon, this danger visits you in the night. And so the next night, sure enough, the man with the knife came, and he was coming toward the bed, But this time, the boy saw himself grow bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until the man who had been so threatening was the size of a mouse. And he just laughed at him and kicked him away. And that dream never, ever troubled him again. You see, when we can expand our consciousness, when we can expand our hearts to be bigger than whatever is threatening us, then what's threatening us doesn't have any real power over us. But that has to be put into practice. Of course, all of us, every one of us, was threatened in the last 3 years by the COVID. We heard some extreme tales of people who suffered, and I don't want to diminish the suffering during that time. People suffered deaths of relatives. They suffered the difficulties of having a sick relative and not being able to find any facilities, and seeing that sometimes a father or an uncle pass away because of that. It was a very, very difficult time. But we also saw beautiful examples of light shining in that darkness. There was we had a satsang with our group in Delhi, and we were talking with some people from West Delhi. And one of them said that we were so busy helping others during that time that we never had time to think about ourselves. And because of that, that time turned into a great blessing for us. We had an example of one young man who had a teenage son, and that son had been battling cancer for quite some time. And toward the beginning of the time of COVID, not related, but the young boy passed away from the cancer that he had. And then 2 weeks later, this man's father died of COVID. Now that can hardly be worse circumstances coming to you. You know what his response was? He called our center leader, Nayaswami Dhyana, and he said, "Find me some way to serve. Find me some way to help." At that time, they had a 24-hour hotline so that people who were undergoing difficulty had some place to turn, some means of support. And he manned that hotline and talked to people who called day after day after day. You see, when we expand our consciousness, when we expand our heart, especially by thinking of others, then the challenges that we have, the fears that we have, the change that comes upon us does not have the power to hurt us. Expanding our heart, that's the way we throw God onto our problems. Think of God as the ultimate expansion. Anything that you can do to expand your mind or expand your heart is bringing God into the situation. You throw God on a situation and darkness turns to light. That's the power of it. And so that's the major thing, especially because difficult times attack us emotionally. The most important thing is to expand the love of our heart and the concern for others. We have a dear friend who's passed away now, but Debbie Mukherjee, and he from a young boy, he wanted to have his life shaped by saints. And so he traveled from one saint to another, and sometimes into very remote areas. There was one saint that he heard about, and he had to travel for several days. Finally, he found this saint in a little shack, little hut, in the middle of a forest. A saint knew he was coming, welcomed him in, and they were together for some days. But one night the saint said, don't, under any circumstances whatsoever, don't come out tonight. And Debbie Mukherjee, being the kind of person he was very curious. And so that night, he opened the shutters and he looked out in the little clearing, and there were 3 or 4 tigers around this saint. And they were just like little pussycats. One of them brought some animal, a rabbit or a small deer or something, and put it as an offering at the saint's feet. And he rapped him on the head and he said, "I told you not to bring me things like that." Tiger looked down, kind of embarrassed. But in the morning, Debbie Mukherjee said, "Can I come? Are they going to come again? Can I come out?" And the saint said, "No, you can't." He said, in order to be in this way, your love has to be 100%. Yours isn't expanded far enough yet. Keep working on it. But see, no matter what the dangers are, they tame down when our love is big enough to encompass them. And so that's the very first thing that we have to do. How do we expand our love? The best way is to serve others, to be kind to others. Every day, to this very day, you're going to find somebody who is in need of your love. Give it to them. If you do that, your heart will begin to expand and expand and expand. There's an absolute secret that whatever is troubling you, if you will put out the opposite positive quality to that, then that trouble will disappear. So if you're feeling lonely, give some help, give some love, give some friendship to another person. We heard Mother Teresa tell of a time she was in the U.S. at that time. She was traveling in Chicago, and it was toward winter. It was a cold day. She saw this old man sitting slumped down on a park bench, and she said, "Stop the car." And she went and she sat down next to him and took his hand. And he started crying. He said, "It's been so long since I felt the warmth of a human hand." Now, you probably today won't see somebody in quite that shape, but you will see somebody that needs your warmth. You will see somebody that needs your support, your kind words. And give it to them. Swami Kriyananda was such an example of this. One time we were with him walking down a street, and there was an old lady who was just kind of slumped over, carrying a couple of bags of groceries, but you could see that she was collapsed in on herself. And as we approached, Swami Kriyananda said, "Oh, what a beautiful scarf you're wearing." I don't know that it was particularly beautiful, but Swami, what a beautiful scarf you're wearing. You know, it's a blessing to people who are approaching you when you wear something like that. And the lady just began to perk up and began. Yogananda said, "Shoot people with the buckshot of your smiles." Isn't that a nice image? Shoot people with the buckshot of your smiles. Give light out, give happiness out, give love, give kindness, give support. If you can only do that, your troubles are going to shrink like that little boy's dream. They're going to get smaller and smaller and smaller, and the more you expand your heart, the smaller your difficulties will become. The less you think of yourself, the less your mind will even begin to think of something coming as a difficulty. Yogananda said there are no problems. There are only opportunities. So when you're contracted, everything seems threatening. When you're expanded, everything seems to be an opportunity. Swami Kriyananda, our lifelong teacher, as Sri Kartikeyanji said, he was, in a sense, looking forward to difficult times. Not because he wanted the difficulties, But he knew that the world, according to the consciousness that you have, you draw to yourself the vibration and the reality of that consciousness. He knew that mankind's consciousness was too much in conflict, too much in anger, too much in battling with each other. And he knew that they were going to draw difficulties, and he was waiting for that time so that he could be of help. Yogananda said at the time of the 1919, they called it the Spanish flu, Yogananda was alive in India at that time. And later on, he said, and millions of people died. More people died during that time because of the pandemic than died during the First World War in battle. But he said that that pandemic was drawn by the anger and violence and fear of everybody in the world during that war. All of that negative thought went out and drew the pandemic. Well, the negativity of mankind has drawn this latest pandemic. How do we fight that? We must become the channels of change. We must become the positive influences that we want to see in the world. If we don't, who else will? Are we going to depend on the politicians to be not seeking power? Gandhi had a beautiful quote, "When the power of love becomes stronger than the love of power, the world will see peace." So let the power of love grow in your heart. Leave it to the politicians to have the love of power. But change won't come by anything outward. Change will come by our consciousness changing, our minds changing, our hearts changing and expanding. Yogananda also said that we have to have a positive mind. So a positive mind is brought about by positive thinking. Sri Kartikeyanji talked about the power of music. Listen to uplifting music. Listen to uplifting anything. And avoid, like poison, because it is poison, avoid the media that is meant to awaken negative emotions in you. That is just like drinking in poison. Imagine, last night we had a wonderful opportunity to go to the museum of R.K. Lakshman, excuse me, and the man who did the cartoons of the common man. It was just for 70 years he did those. It was absolutely wonderful. But imagine the common man going to a doctor and saying, "I've been depressed and upset and downcast lately." And the doctor said, "Well, tell me, have you had some trauma? Have you had some difficulty in your life?" "No, nothing like that. I get up, I eat a good breakfast, and then I doom scroll for 9 hours a day. And I don't know why I could be depressed." Well, if you're wanting to feed poison into your mind and then wonder why you're troubled about change coming, then of course there's no cure for that. Just stop it. It's just as simple as that. Stop it. And you'll find automatically you'll become happier. Surround yourself with beautiful music, especially as you heard the music of Swami Kriyananda and other great masters, things that uplift the consciousness. Surround yourself with good thoughts, with good people, those people who are positive. Yogananda also said, do affirmations. He had a beautiful affirmation that is so pertinent to the changes that come. He said, "I go forth in perfect faith in the power of omnipresent good to bring me what I need at the time I need it." I go forth in perfect faith in the power of omnipresent good to bring me what I need at the time I need it. When you start worrying next time, or being anxious, or being upset that the world hasn't given you what you need, start repeating that affirmation. I go forth in perfect faith in the power of omnipresent good to bring me what I need at the time I need it. Because even those difficulties are part of what God is sending to you, not out of anger, not out of punishment, but out of love for you, in order to help you make the internal changes that you need. And then finally, the most important thing I would say is to learn to expand your consciousness through meditation. Meditation is the best tool. These great, great masters throughout history have incarnated and urged us to learn and practice meditation. Because it's through meditation when the mind begins to become calm, then the heart begins to relax. And as that happens, then we can begin to see within us those qualities of God that are already residing there. And when we can feel even a little bit, as Krishna said in the Gita, even a little practice of this inward religion will free you from dire fears and colossal sufferings. Even a little practice of meditation will free you from dire fears and colossal sufferings, from the very difficulties that you have in your life right now. So, as I said at the beginning, and we'll end also with this thought, the way out of any problem, understand that the problem is coming because your consciousness is contracted or is contracting. The way out is by expanding. Expand your heart through service, through kindness, through support, through love. Expand your mind with positive thinking, with affirmations, with good company, uplifting music, and expand your soul by the practice of meditation. God bless you.
Thank you, Aditya. Good morning, friends. I'll also share some thoughts with you all this morning. First of all, I want to welcome all of you who are coming to an Ananda event for the first time. Would you raise your hand if this is your first time coming? Very nice, very nice. I'm so glad. I hope this gives you some useful perspectives and tools to work with. And then I also want to thank the people from the Pune Sangha who have worked so hard for many weeks to create this event, and I know stayed up many, many nights, maybe without even any sleep, just to share Yogananda's teachings and blessings with all of us. So, as you have heard, our topic this morning is Stand Unshaken, How to Face Life Changes with Courage. And I'd like to take a slightly different approach. I would like to say how to face life's changes with wisdom. Because courage comes when we understand how to overcome the problems before us. And philosophers and religious leaders, great saints down through the ages have told us repeatedly that this world is not a place of stability or permanence. The great Greek philosopher Heraclitus said, all is flux, meaning that this world is constantly changing and being transformed. And he said the only way to find happiness is to, to accept this and to try to not cling to things as permanent. He lived and wrote about 500 BCE. His contemporary, surprisingly, was Lord Buddha, lived at the same time across the globe. And what did Buddha tell us? He said, this world is impermanent, and all of man's sufferings come about because we try to find permanence in an impermanent world. He said the only way out is inner detachment. And then in the magnificent, perhaps the greatest spiritual writing of all times, the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says to Arjuna, we have come into this world false and fleeting. This world is not what it seems. It seems to be real, it seems to be predictable and permanent, but it is not. Swami Kriyananda once said, the only thing in which Maya keeps his promise is that it breaks all its promises. And so this world is false and fleeting. And if we expect it to be true and permanent, we suffer. And then again in the Gita, Arjuna asked Krishna, what are the signs of a person of wisdom? And Krishna's answer is so beautiful. He said, even to he who understands and appreciates that even with the inconsistencies of this world, he is not elated by good things or depressed by evil, but he always finds a center of peace within himself. This is the mark of a person of wisdom. And so we come to see, and we've seen it in our own lives, that changes come, and some are good, aren't they? When the good changes come, we think, oh, I'm enjoying life. This is very nice. But when the bad changes come, we think, oh, this is terrible. Why is this happening? And so what Krishna is telling us is the person who remains in equanimity when good things happen, isn't elated, when evil happens, is not depressed, but finds that point of inner detachment that is able to weather life's storms. You know, some of you know this, but in 1975, Jyotish and I will be living, we've come to India often and yearly pre-pandemic, but we live most of the time at, or half the time I should say, at Ananda World Brotherhood community in California. And in 1976, California, if you follow American news, is prone to forest fires. And in 1976, our community was struck by a forest fire and burned to the ground. We lost everything that we'd been building for 8 years, including our home and everything we owned. And at that time, we had a newborn child, 11 days old. We had nothing. And a wonderful thing happened, though, and I have to say it was one of the greatest gifts in my life, because at first I was kind of stunned, but then I thought, you can't think about yourself. There's a new child here. You have to think about how to care for this child. And I began to realize I had no bed for him. I had no blanket. I had no clothes. I had no food, no roof, anything. And I thought, where does the sense of security come from? And nurturing. It comes from within. If we have to live under a tree, I will make a home for this child because I know that it resides within me. And that understanding has given me the power to live the rest of my life with the sense of freedom and not attachment, because I knew I didn't really need anything in order to be happy, and so it proved. But in Autobiography of a Yogi, the great, great spiritual classic by our Guruji, Paramahansa Yogananda, he also gives us practical examples. If you haven't read this book, it will be available for you to take, but it is the most magnificent combination of the most profound spiritual teachings combined with practical ways to implement them in your life, as well as delightful humor. There's an underlying joy in all of Master's stories. And sometimes I think we should I've read the book many times, and it's curious, every time I read it, I think, oh, this must be a new edition. I didn't read this the last time, but I just couldn't absorb it. And I'm sure if I read it every day for the rest of my life, I'll find things that I didn't see were there. But he gives us many, many practical examples of how to deal with good changes and difficulties. A good change, he gives an example. This is the very first chapter of the book, where his father was an executive in the Bengal-Nagpur Railway. And he worked very diligently. He was a saintly man. And at a certain point, an accountant came to look at the books, the financial records of this railway, and he discovered that Yogananda's father had never applied for overtime bonuses. And he presented him with a check and this was probably 1910, around in there, $41,000, a fortune. And Yogananda's father, Bhagavati Ghosh, didn't say anything to his family. He just wasn't reacting to it. And finally, one of his sons looked in the checkbook and said, "Papa, what is this? What is this?" And he said, "Why make a big deal about it?" He said, if you want to practice even-mindedness, which again is one of the main themes of the Gita, even-mindedness, you shouldn't be elated when good things happen or depressed when bad things happen. We come into this world penniless and we leave it penniless. And how much between the coming and the going, how much of our time is concerned about collecting the pennies, making sure there is enough. But if we just say, God will take care of us. And after that fire, when we lost everything, God took care of us. And before too long, we had more than we needed. So that was a practical story of how you deal with positive changes. But I want to read to you a passage because I cannot say it as well as Master wrote it, Yoganandaji wrote it. He talks about a time, 1918 in India, where he was watching a newsreel about the carnage in France during the First World War. I will read this to you and really the miracle that happened from that experience. And as I read it, think not France, 1918, think Ukraine, 2023, and hear what God is saying to us. Spectacles. One day I entered, Master is saying this, Yoganandaji is saying this. One day I entered a motion picture house to view a newsreel of the European battlefields. World War I was being waged in the West. The newsreel recorded the carnage with such realism that I left the theater with a troubled heart. Lord, I prayed, why dost thou permit such suffering? I don't know about you, but I've asked myself that question frequently at this time. To my intense surprise, Yogananda goes on to say, an instant answer came in the form of a vision of the actual European battlefields. The horror of the struggle, filled with the dead and dying, far surpassed in ferocity any representations of the newsreel. Look intently, A gentle voice spoke in my inner consciousness. You will see that these scenes now being enacted in France or Ukraine are nothing but a play of chiaroscuro, light and dark. They are the cosmic motion picture, as real and as unreal as the theater newsreel you have just seen, a play within a play. My heart was still not comforted. And this is the important passage. The divine voice went on to say, creation is light and shadow both, else no picture is possible. The good and evil of Maya must ever alternate in supremacy. If joy were ceaseless here in this world, would man ever seek another? Without suffering, he scarcely cares to recall that he has forsaken his eternal home. Pain is a prod to remembrance. The way of escape is through wisdom. The tragedy of death is unreal. Those who shudder at it are like an ignorant actor who dies of fright on the stage when nothing more is fired at him than a blank cartridge. My sons and daughters are the children of light. They will not sleep forever in delusion. And this is the voice of God saying to us, we are children of the light. We will not sleep forever in delusion. And whatever suffering is going around us in the world, if we can bring that light in, then it helps everyone. Now, Jyotish gave some things to do, practical, that you and I can do. I'll also share a few more. One, when difficult changes happen, when suffering happens in your life, don't ask, why me? Why is this happening to me? Remember what God said? The difficulties come to prod us to seek higher realities. The question you should ask, we should all ask when suffering comes, is what am I supposed to learn from this? What was I supposed to learn from the fire? What are we all supposed to learn when loved ones pass? And if we can ask that question, why did I draw this suffering? And what in myself can I change? Not change the world, but change me. That was another one of the great prayers of Yogananda. Lord, change no circumstance in my life, change me. And so when suffering comes, ask the question, why? And what can I do about it? Not self-pity, not saying, oh, this isn't fair. Karma is fair. It may not be pretty, but it's fair. It works like spiritual mathematics. Whatever you have put out, it will come back to you until you learn the lessons you need to learn. So number one, when suffering comes, ask, what am I supposed to learn from it? And if it's one time we did an exercise with some people in a workshop where we asked them first, what is a repeated pattern of problems that come to you? List one. And then we said, okay, write some solutions. What can I do about it? And then we had them meditate for 5 minutes. We said, now write solutions. They had totally different solutions because they went on an interior level and they said, these I have not yet tried. And I think they left them, but I hope they were able to make changes. So look, when difficult changes come, what can you do about it? The second, as Jyotish was saying, service to others. The more you can forget yourself in your suffering, and Swami Kriyananda was an amazing example of this. He had tremendous physical difficulties, karma. One time, and he was a humble man, but one time someone asked him, Swamiji, are you taking on the karma of others? And he was very quiet for a while, and then he said, we all have to do our part. And one time when he was in the hospital, he had had open heart surgery, and we were with him. And his room was filled with flowers from people sending them forever. You could hardly get to his bed. There were so much flowers. And then he paused and he said, you know, in this hospital, there are people probably who don't have friends or family to send them flowers or to visit them. And there were about 3 or 4 of us there. He said, I want you all to take a bouquet of flowers and go to a room where someone is alone. Don't just, and bring the flowers, but don't stop there. I want you to sit and talk with that person, give them energy, give them love. We did it all day long. And at the end of, I get shivers just talking about it. At the end of the day, the hospital administrator came to Swamiji and he said, you and your people have changed this hospital. He wasn't thinking, oh, poor me, I just had open heart surgery and this and that. He was thinking of other people. And that's what helped him to keep going and to keep going. So service to others. Then, as we've been talking, meditation. Why is meditation important? Jyotish gave some reasons. But also, when you meditate, and I must say, we teach part-time in the West, part-time in India, soon to be half and half, which we're delighted. The Indian consciousness has so much more receptivity to meditation. It's just in your DNA. You don't have to sell it. It's instinctive. In the West, it's a harder sell because they're not as interiorized and frankly not as subtle. And so learn to meditate if you don't. It helps you find that center. Remember Heraclitus, Buddha, and Krishna and the Gita, they all talked about non-attachment. You experience that in meditation. You transcend the ego. It isn't just about what do I want in life. You feel yourself a part of something so much bigger. And when bad things happen, gives you a perspective. This is a moment in time. Why get upset about it? One day it's bad, the next day it's good. Remember that. Meditation is the most important thing you can do for yourself and for others. There's a friend of ours who's sitting here. We were having a little satsang yesterday, and she said, she's just started going to Ananda and learning the teachings. And she said at first her husband and her children said, oh, why are you going to that place? But now when she starts to leave and they said, where are you going? And she said, I'm going to an Ananda class. Oh, good. Do you need a ride? Because they can see the changes in her. The peace, the harmony, the ability to stay even-minded. And then finally, the last thing is just to be able to, under all circumstances, love God, build devotion and faith in God. His plan for each of us is rooted in love. And even though it might not seem like it at times, it is true. There's a beautiful story from a Muslim woman saint, Rabia. And it was at the end of her life, and she was dying of a very painful disease. And one of her followers said, oh, Mother, he is no true lover of God who isn't willing to suffer with what is given to him. And even though she was on her deathbed, she was still teaching them. And she said, no, that smacks of ego. And then the next disciple came and said, Mother, he is no true lover of God who isn't happy to suffer with what God brings. And she said, no, that's more is needed. And finally they said, Mother, you tell us. And she said, he is no true lover of God who doesn't forget their suffering in contemplation of the beloved. And so if we develop that devotion and faith in God, that his whole drama, your life, my life, the script is written with love, unconditional, unlimited love for each one of us. And if anything that comes, if you can just say, God, I love you, I trust you. It's like what Jyotish was saying, we just throw light on whatever problem. And I'll just close. I want to read you a letter a letter from our guru, Paramahansa Yogananda, to one of his very advanced women disciples, Kamala Silva. I just copied this out, but the original of this letter we have at a very special museum at Ananda World Brotherhood Colony, where we have relics and treasures from all of our line of gurus that have been given to us by devotees in India. So this is a letter that Master wrote, and it must have been about before 1920, because he still signed it Swami Yogananda after, in the 20s or 30s. After 1935, he was given by his guru the name Paramahansa. So Master writes to his disciple, "No matter what dark territories you have to pass through, look steadily at the pole star of his presence. He knows you are trying to reach him. Only keep trying. Once you convince him, you will be there. The way is long. Let's hurry to his place." With unceasing blessings, Swami Yogananda. So the way is long, but let's hurry to his place. And no matter how long it is, if we are not attached and can transcend the changes in this world, the way goes much more quickly. So God bless you all.
Thank you, Devi ji. Thank you, Jyotish ji, for those inspiring words. Hello. Yes. I invite us all now to please join in the release of the book Touch of Peace. And if people are waiting outside, I invite you all to please also come in at this hour. So I invite Jyotish and Devi ji to please release the first copy of Touch of Peace. This is a collection of their blogs, which Jyotish and Devi ji write every week. And I would like to invite now Nayaswami Jayaji to receive a copy of the Touch of Peace from Jyotish and Devi ji. I would like to invite Dhyana ji to please come and also receive a copy. Shri Karthikeyan ji, please join us. And Pia Singh. Pia is the founder and the trustee of the work Paramhans Yogananda Public Charitable Trust in Vrindavan that Karthikeyan ji was talking about. It oversees the welfare of 5,000 widow mothers on a daily basis. And now I invite Jyotish and Devi ji to please unveil the art while we all stay on stage. Let us all stand up to welcome and inaugurate the art exhibition. This is meditation born art that Nayaswami Jyotish ji has offered as a gift to us all, to the world. And I would now like Sri Karthikeyan ji to receive a copy of The Light of Love, which is the name of this beautiful painting we are all seeing at the hands of Devi ji and Jyotish ji. Thank you so much, Jyotish ji, for your gift of your art. And please be seated, friends. Jyotish ji was mentioning about expanding our heart, surrounding ourselves with uplifted books, music, friends. You could add art to that. Swami Kriyananda ji used to say when he would see some piece of art, he would say, now would you invite the artist to your house? He would say, ask that question. If you're listening to some music, if you're reading a book, he would say, would you like that artist, that author to be with you in your house all the time? And of course, in this case, we would love to have Jyotish Devi ji with their books, Swamiji's master's books. So friends, as we step out now in a few minutes, we will have, as you may have seen, the art exhibition is in full display across the venue. It is also upstairs. There are parallel classes that will be happening in an hour from now, both over here and upstairs. The books are for sale. Swami Kiranandaji's 450 pieces of music and thousands of talks are all available in different stalls. So as you go, please take the time to interact with people who are manning those stalls and get more inspiration. I once again want to thank Piaji, Karthikeyanji, everyone please who has traveled here to support us, Jyotish and Devi ji, for your inspiring words. You make something doing so simple, expand the heart, increase your energy, meditate every day, support one another. I thank you for encouraging us all again and again, and for these beautiful words of inspiration, which we all need now that we're coming out of the pandemic, how to strengthen our lives and how to bring more light into the lives of one another. Thank you, friends. Let's come back over here in 5 to 7 minutes. I would like to invite Nayaswami Bhavani now to share with us the flow in the coming class.
Thank you, Nayaswami Adityaji. So dear friends, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. Remember, we have the whole day. There are stalls, beautiful art pieces you will want to take home, and stalls that showcase the spectrum of the teachings of Paramahansa Yogananda that can be applied in our daily life, whether it is education, business, relationships. So please take a moment to visit the stalls and see for yourself what these teachings may have to offer you for living a life of higher consciousness. The next keynote talk will be by Ananda India spiritual directors Nayaswami Jaya and Nayaswami Dhyanaji. So there's a lot of very good inspiration waiting for all of us. So do come back quickly. See you soon. Hello? Good. Okay. Okay, welcome back, friends. And let's also gather our friends from the stalls. I know it's fun to be out there. We have a wonderful day today, which will go on till 7 p.m. So, but also let's take the time to come in, be recharged with inspiration. Our next keynote is on the topic of dissolving the ego through selfless service. Yeah, please come in and take your seats. We have had an inspiring morning, and I think we've had a beautiful time out at the stalls, especially at the art exhibition. So now let's gather around back in the auditorium. We have Nayaswami Jaya and Nayaswami Dhyana with us, Ananda India spiritual directors, and they will be speaking with us on the topic of how to dissolve the ego through selfless service. You know, much of our life is consumed in outward activity, which we often dismiss as chores or burdens that we must carry. And we forget that in truth, they carry within them the seed of opportunity that will unravel the highest potential within us. So how can we see everything that we do instead of work? How can we see it as service? How can we find joy and inspiration through it? Nayaswami Jaya and Nayaswami Dhyana are a living testament of the fruits of a life of active service, selfless service. Founding members of Ananda India and many communities, teaching centers, meditation groups around the world. They are also authorized Kriyacharyas who are authorized to initiate people into Kriya Yoga. So I will now invite Nayaswami Jayaji to share some preliminary remarks on the topic of Seva, selfless service. We will be launching today Ananda Seva, and this is an inspiration that Nayaswami Jyotish ji received after his visit to our charitable arm Yogananda Trust that serves over 3,000 widows in Vrindavan. and he was given these principles of service as a way to enlightenment, as a way to liberation, to inner freedom. So how can we find the same through our actions? So Nayaswami Jayaji, please welcome and please share.
Thank you,
inspiration
Bhavani.
with us.
That was a beautiful introduction, and I'd like to begin by echoing something that Jyotish ji and David ji said, and they were in their welcome, their preliminary remarks, they were complimenting everybody here who has participated and worked very diligently, served very diligently to make this event possible. It reminded me of a story that we would keep in mind when we're thinking about seva. During the time of Paramahansa Yogananda's life, in the latter part of his life, he had a small retreat in the desert outside of Los Angeles. And he liked to go there on seclusion, get away from the busyness. And when he would go there, he'd like to bring the monks with him, because it kept the attunement with the monks, and they could learn and to be with him and in his presence. And he brought the monks with him when they would go out there. But when you have a group of young men like that, you need to keep them busy. It's a good thing to remember. keep them busy. And so what he did to accomplish that is he decided to make a small swimming pool out there, and they would create it by hand. They would work, put the monks to work, and they dug the swimming pool, took the earth out, and then eventually it came to the time to pour the concrete to be able to line the pool that they had or excavated. So they worked very hard. And of course, I'm guessing, because it was out in the desert, it was probably hot. And they worked and worked and worked all day pouring concrete. And hours would go by. But they were having a very joyous enthusiasm to make that happen, except for one. There was one monk who, it was hard work, it was hot work. And it came to a certain point during the day when he began to grumble. And he began to grumble to his fellow monks, I didn't come here, meaning to the ashram, I didn't come here to pour cement. And he quit, and he just stopped working and sat by the side, but everybody else continued. And there's a certain spirit when you're working together as a team, and I think all of you who participated in today's activities must have experienced that. You're working together as a team, you're building that energy, you're making something happen. And those of you who perhaps weren't here, you've been involved in things like that. And the energy was high, and they all had tremendous fun, and they worked late into the day. Perhaps even the sun was going down by the time they completed the work, because they couldn't stop. Once the concrete was beginning to be poured, they had to finish. And when it was completed, everybody who was working on that project was filled with energy. They were filled with joy. They were filled with enthusiasm, except for one. And the fellow who stood aside to conserve his energy, who didn't come there to pour cement, he was the exception. And I think you see from the experience that those of you who have participated in making this happen today, you've seen a demonstration of that, how much fun. And I think we talk about a quality or of such as seva or an activity such as seva. One of the qualities that makes work into seva is, does it have joy? Is there light, enthusiasm, happiness that goes with it? Because there's an old saying in the Western tradition, a saint who is sad is a sad saint. And you find that if you're engaged in seva, you find that inevitably there's also joy in that experience as well. Now, there's a story, of course, it's well told, often told, of a lady, monastic, a nun in Yogananda's ashram, she was an elderly lady, and Master kept giving her work to do. But at the same time, he was telling her, you work too hard. don't work so hard. And of course, she took that to heart and she thought, well, okay, well, I'll do a little bit less. At the same time, every day, Master would say that, don't work so hard, but in the evening, he would give her more work to do. And no matter how much and how efficiently and how energetically she accomplished those tasks, there was always more work to do, which she tried to do, and she worked harder and harder. And yet Master at the same time was saying, you work too hard, don't work so hard. And she was in a conundrum of, he's saying one thing and demonstrating another, what do I do? Until one day, when he said that again, he says, don't work so hard. She said to him, Master, what if we substitute the word seva or service for work? And when she said that, Master laughed. He says, oh, now you understand. What changes work into service? And I think one of those qualities, of course, is demonstrated by what I've seen here today, is the enthusiasm and the joy that in which all of you have gone forward to make and accomplish what we've done here today. There was another story I'd like to share. This was from Swami Kriyananda's life, and it illustrates one of the principles that are embodied in the teachings of Paramahansa Yogananda. And it was one of the messages that underlied his mission to the West and ultimately his mission to the world at large. Swami Kriyananda was in the northwest of the United States, in the city of Vancouver, and he gave a program there. And at the conclusion of the program, one of his hosts, or perhaps a person who had come to the event, invited him to his home. This man was a successful businessman, and Swamiji, being gracious, went to the man's home, and the man began to show him his home, take him on a tour. And as the tour progressed, he said, I want to show you my meditation room. And he opened the door and ushered Swami Kriyananda into the room. And he says, and the man to Swamiji said, at the end of the day, I come home from work, I take off my shoes, I come here to this meditation room, and that's when my real day begins. And of course, he was expecting some comment from Swamiji, which of course Swamiji accommodated him. And Swami's words to him, he says, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Why live a dual life? And in other words, I have my work life and I have my meditation life. You've wasted half your day in your work. And this is the approach that many people think when they approach the spiritual path. I have my work day, and I have my spiritual life, I have my work life, I have my worldly life, and they're living a dual existence between the two. But really, Master came to give the message that in everything we do, why not bring spirituality into that? There's no real difference. Everything we do is following Dharma, doing that which needs to be done, and in a spiritual way, if we bring God into everything we do. Why not? Why not do it that way? And so consequently, it's an illustration of when we bring God into what we're doing, in a sense, we are converting work into service. And this is what he was encouraging this businessman to do, to be able to bring a joyfulness, a sense of self-offering, a sense of, as it was mentioned by Jyotish and Deviji, a sense of self-forgetfulness into what we're doing. You might say, in a spirit of giving versus gaining. What do I gain out of this? Is a subtle thought in the back of our mind as we're doing our day-to-day service. When we have that thought, inevitably, we're thinking of ourselves. Can we truly do nishkam karma, action without an expectation for the fruits of the action? Can we possibly do that if we're trying to do also? So if we're doing it in that consciousness, we're really working, because there's a sense of gain, that what are we gaining out of that? But if we can transcend that and turn everything into giving and self-forgetfulness of our own self, we find that in a very special way, in a very miraculous way, we begin to draw that energy into ourselves, just as those monks did when they were digging that swimming pool. They find they're full of energy, and especially if it has that quality of joyfulness. I think this is one of the things that qualifies something, if it's serviceful or if it's joyful. If you find a grudging person, they're doing, because all of us in life, we act and we think we're serving, but I don't think we are really serving if we're not joyfully serving. And that's, you might say, the threshold level, because if you're not expanding, and ultimately we're not self-forgetful in that. We're thinking of ourselves. Otherwise, it would just naturally flow. Service is a natural quality to the spiritual path. I think for anybody who's a devotee, I think it does come naturally, and it's maybe a defining element, the self-forgetfulness, the transcendence of ego that goes with service. A story that comes to mind is, I was reminded of this story just recently, I have a friend, and he lives in Los Angeles now, but years ago, I was serving in the East Coast of America, and I came to know him because at that time in his life, he was living in New York City. And he lived across the river from New York City in New Jersey. It's another state across the river. And he'd ferry across to New York every day. And one day he went to work, and all of a sudden the news came over. He would work for Bloomberg Services, which is a large financial institution involving in banking and stocks. And all the employees there in the many floors in this large building had terminals, computer terminals there, and a message came across on the terminals. Newsflash, an airliner, a plane had accidentally run into the Twin Towers, one of the towers of the large building there in New York City, the tallest of the buildings in New York City. And they said, oh my gosh, how's that possible? And so they went, the employees, they went onto the roof of the building, because they were right there in the same district, and they looked, and sure enough, one of the towers was on fire. And they were watching that, and they were saying, how in the world? And they had heard that an airplane had crashed into it. And they said, what a terrible accident, that had happened here. And while they were watching, a second plane came and ran into the second tower. And they said, oh my God. And they knew immediately this was not an accident. And immediately, the news was transmitted throughout the building, evacuate the building immediately. And they said it was chaos ensued. People were immediately, panicked, and they were running out into the streets. And he himself, he said, oh, I guess I need to do something. So he went out and he tried to get home across the river to where he lived on the other side, but he couldn't, because all the transportation hubs had come to a stop. He couldn't find a way, but fortunately, he had a friend who lived in New York City, in the city side, and he went to that person's home and spent the night, and he did make it home the next day. Now, he was at home, and this momentous event had happened in his life, and he thought, well, I should go home, and I should, make sure I have everything, and who knows put his life in order. But by the end of the day, first day he was at home, he just couldn't do it. He couldn't start putting his own life in order, and he said he was impelled. It was like a force pulled him back across the river to go to the site where this had happened and volunteer. So he did. The next day he went across the river, went back to that site, and he volunteered. How can I help? How can I serve? And he began to serve, and he says his job was very simple. He was given the job of providing water, bringing water around and giving water to everybody who was there on the site. And he said he wasn't the only one, though. Others too. In a time of emergency, there's an impulse that goes through us. There's one impulse is if difficulties come, what is one impulse? Get away, run away, protect myself. And that, of course, was his first thought. Well, I've got to go home, But then he stopped to think about it, and another larger, stronger impulse came to him. I've got to go, I must go and help. And you find that, now this man is a devotee. And I think it's a quality of people who have a little bit of an uplifted consciousness. At the same time, perhaps you want to protect yourself, but then you realize, I need to help. There's a saying that there's two types of people. When a fire comes, there's two types. One that want to run away from the fire, and the other one runs towards the fire to put it out. And I think the person who has an expanded sense of self is that one, the devotee at heart, that instinct is to solve the problem. So you could say, following on what Jyotish and Devaji said, you have problems come. What is your reaction to when a problem comes, a difficulty comes? And those who you could say are leadership quality, people who are, you might say, responsible, that impulse to run toward the problem and fix it if necessary, or do what's necessary, appropriate at the right time, that impulse. And I think that's probably the impulse, certainly the impulse of all of you who are here serving this weekend, and I think the impulse of all of you who are coming here this weekend, because most people do not think that way. What is in it for me versus what is in it for everybody else? And Swami Kriyananda was once asked, how do you pick leaders in your organization? Because somebody was, I think they were doing an interview, and they wanted to know, what do you do, Swamiji? What's your approach? And he had expected Swamiji to answer, well, we give them this training, leadership training, and such and such and such and such. And he said none of that. Not to say that it wouldn't be helpful, but that certainly wasn't how he said, how do you choose leaders? And he said, we watch them. We watch people as time goes by. And as you watch people, you see, how do people respond? Who thinks when difficult times come, when challenges come, which, as Daviji was saying, we are in an age of change. We are in an age of challenges. But it doesn't matter what age we're in. That's the nature of this world. We're going to be always challenged. There is no time, as long as we're here on this plane, when there will not be challenges. But when they come, how do we respond? And do we run toward the fire to put it out? Or do we run away from the fire to get away and save ourselves? And I think this is the mark. And he says, I look for people who are willing, or who have the propensity to think of the welfare of others. And those are the ones that I feel that should be promoted and be developed, you might say, versus the very worldly and all too often what happens in times of challenge, just me and mine. Myself, I have to protect myself, or you might say my family. I have to watch my family. Now, when I first came to these teachings, I had heard when Swami Kriyananda was telling about Paramahansa Yogananda, he was mentioning that many of his most advanced disciples, perhaps most of them really, were householders and business people, successful business people, or successful in some avenue of their life. And many of them were married as well, family men, family women. And it struck me because I had this idea that, well, if one is going to be a yogi, one's going to be a spiritual person, one should renounce that. And you might say that's not something that would define a person's success. But I was quite taken aback by that. But Master said, it's not whether a person is spiritual, whether a person is doing seva, is not defined by their outward action. In other words, the state of the duty or the task that they take up. You can't define a person by their occupation in terms of a spiritual sense. And so consequently, he said, in this age, we have entered into an age of energy, and we have, in consequence, the defining quality of energy needs to be applied to one's spiritual life as well, because it takes great energy. And then, taking that energy, the spiritual person, usually what happens is a person uses that energy for self-effort, it's their self-effort to improve their own lot. He says, but the challenge, you might say, for society right now, in this age, is to expand our sense of sympathy, of empathy, of compassion away from ourselves, and not to abandon self-interest, because for society as a whole, only a few are going to be able to do that. But our message is to get people to think in terms of enlightened self-interest. And when we do that, particularly by thinking, I too am benefited when I serve other people, when I expand my sense of reality. And Swami Kriyananda would put this in the context of saying, imagine you live in a village of 1,000 people. If your self-interest is directed toward yourself, you have 999 competitors. But if your consciousness is outwardly focused to helping others, the welfare of others, their interests, what benefits them, you have 999 friends. And in that simple switch, we find that we have entered into the realm of seva, we've entered in the realm of spirituality, we've entered into the realm of expansion of our own consciousness, our own sense of who we are. And when you have expansion, it's inevitable. It's a law of the universe. Expansion equals joy. You feel joyful. You feel happy. And so this, you could say, is particularly for society at large, is to help society in this age to understand that seva, even if there's some self-interest in there, our task is to expand that so that it's enlightened self-interest of helping everybody, and they'll come to understand it. Sometimes if we put the goal so far ahead that, I can't be spiritual until I left my job, I can't be spiritual until I transcend my ego, it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. But we certainly can expand our sympathies to include others. And when we do that, we find that we have entered into the pathway that ultimately leads to freedom. Because what's happening when we do that? When we expand our sympathies, our little ego is expanded to include them in our world. And inevitably, that is the essence of what seva is finding outward ways, inward as well, to be able to do that and include others in our reality. And I think today, this fair that we're having is a demonstration of that. One, practically, by all of you coming here, helping to make this possible. But if you go outside and you look at the various avenues and ways that can be expressed outwardly and all the booths that are out there, I think all of us can find some way that we can participate in seva, bringing those qualities of expanding our sympathies to think of others. And just that act alone, you go to the market, think about the other people that are working in that store, send them joy, a smile, like I was saying, smile. And in a sense, you share your radiance with others, and in the process of that, your joy begins to grow. So you benefit, other people benefit. Our self-interest is not just aimed within ourselves. Master would use the term that in this age, we find that, like I said, many of Master's great disciples were married people. He said, this is age, that's the average state of most people. He says, it's a good state. It's helpful because marriage helps us expand our consciousness to include the welfare of others. He said, but unfortunately, people stop. They think of only their family. Take it a step further. To think of your co-workers. Think of the people of the cup. Think of your customers. Think of your larger family, of your whole society as a whole. If we can include those, they too are my family, you'll feel just in that effort alone, you're performing an act of seva. And I think by doing that, by expanding that, and trying to find practical ways to put that into action, you'll find that we become, again, as was mentioned already, we become instruments of these teachings of Paramahansa Yogananda, instruments of this message that is universally needed in the world today, being instruments of light to help this world heal and ultimately to bring about a better future for all of us. God bless all of you.
It's such a joy to greet you all, and so wonderful to hear these beautiful messages, these talks today about how we can put ourselves aside in these times that we're living. There's so much of a need. How can we be channels for light, for blessings, for grace, for help to others who are in need? How can we open ourselves to a flow of light, a flow from God, the flow of God in our lives to our families, our friends, our loved ones, but also those who aren't, those who are in need, who are around us. As we open ourselves as channels of light, we become more and more light. Our eyes change, our voices change, our auras change as we open ourselves to the flow of seva, the flow of service, the flow of help in this world that's so much in need. Paramahansa Yogananda ji said a very interesting statement. He said, I killed Yogananda long ago. Now only in this temple only God dwells. And I think ultimately we want to let go of everything that holds back the flow of grace and inspiration and ideas and solutions and everything that can come to us to help people around us and to help this world. And he also said another very interesting thing to some of the disciples, but I think he was looking out at many of us here too. He said, I see you all as light. You don't know how beautiful you are. Everything is filled with light. And that is the essence of the soul, the essence of who and what we really are. And that's what we have to share. It's not the darkness or my worries or my fears or whatever. And I remember I met in San Francisco many decades ago, and we were living there at Ananda, a monk, a wonderful fellow, and he had a beautiful name. You may remember him, Brother Shunyabai. And Shunyabai means zero, Brother Zero. That he was saying, I just give my whole life to seva and to service, and however I can help. And for each one of us, this is the goal of life, is to be able to open ourselves to others. I remember when I first came to Ananda some time back, I had no idea that life had to do with service. I thought it had to do with, and the path, that it had to do with meditation and my own meditation and how well am I meditating and on. And
And I found out as I went there, I saw people racing, serving other people, going here, helping that person, setting up a tent, cooking in the kitchen, and doing all kinds of things to help other people. It's the greatest thing I learned from Ananda, that it's not about you. It's not I, me, and mine. It's about how we can open ourselves to others. And it was such a wonderful learning. I remember sometimes I would go to Swami Kriyanandaji, our teacher, and I would say, well, Swamiji, I have this question about this particular thing, and he would give me something to do. And then I'd say, but he didn't really understand it. I go back, but Swamiji, here's something else. Please answer this question. He said, here's something else to do. And many times I went to him with a confused mind, and he knew I wouldn't understand it. I needed to serve. I needed to get out of myself. I needed to get an energy flow. And that helped me so much. And there's a wonderful statement of Paramahansa Yoganandaji where he says, I will reason, a principle. I will. I will act. But guide thou, meaning the divine, guide my reason, my will, and my activity to the right path in every action. So we have to do our part. We can't just say, oh, I'm a channel of light, and you're not. But you have to put out the energy. And Swami Kriyanandaji, he tried this once because Yoganandaji had told him, as he lectured, to feel that it was God who was lecturing through him. And we all try to do that. And so Swami Kriyanandaji, right in the middle of one of his lectures, he said, well, my guru told me to do this, so I'm just going to not talk and see if God will speak. And so he stood there and he waited, and in his mind he was saying, say something, please talk. Nothing happened. And he kept waiting and waiting. 2 minutes, the audience was perspiring. They thought he had forgotten his words. And nothing happened because he had to change himself. He had to put the energy. And also another wonderful principle of Yoganandaji is the greater the will. Isn't that wonderful? Will, the power of the will. The greater the will. Now, don't get me wrong. Will means willingness. The greater the willingness, the greater the flow of the energy, then the greater the inspiration, the greater the magnetism, the greater your life becomes, the greater the willingness to open yourself, to be receptive to the flow of the universal grace. And look what one man, Swami Kriyanandaji, was able to do. He wrote, as Kartikeyanji was saying, he wrote 150 books. Every time I saw him, he was writing a book. Here, read this, read that. 150 books, that's a lot. 400 pieces of music, communities around the world, centers everywhere, lectured to thousands of people who he counseled and helped. One person who said, I'm open to helping, to serving, to whatever I can do. And as Daviji was saying, often he wasn't well. He was still writing a book. He was still lecturing. He would come out onto the dais, could barely make it, and then he would stand up, or sometimes he would sit, boom, deliver the message. Because God was able to serve through him. And I think that's the point we have to remember. Don't put yourself, I can't do it, who am I? Nobody, that's who you are. Brother Shunyabai, but we all are. But we say, no, maybe I am that, but I'm open and I'm willing to be a channel for seva in this world where it's so much needed today. And finally, I'll speak of what the wonderful work you're going to hear from the Vrindavan group in a moment, but was doing such a beautiful work there. The other principle I wanted to bring out is the channel is blessed of Yoganandaji's principles. The channel is blessed by what flows through it. Your life will be blessed. Did you see this beautiful choir here? Was anybody moping? I don't want to sing. They were singing out with joy. They had joy on their faces. So if you're in a choir, if you're doing healing prayer, if praying for other people, if you're teaching people, if you're a yoga teacher, whatever you're doing, if you say, no, I'm not doing it for recognition, like Yogananda gave one example of a man who, he said he put $100 in the collection basket at his church. And he said, after that, now, what am I going to get? And Yogananda said, nothing. Because God, the divine, was already the $100. So if you think, I'm going to do it, so they see me, I did it, put my name up, it's just not that way. I do it out of love. I do it for the joy. I do it if nobody ever sees me. I do it because God is wanting to do it through me. And so this wonderful work that the Paramahansa Yogananda Public Charitable Trust, I've been there many times. I encourage all of you, and you'll be hearing from them just now, but the work is just so vibrant. And I've seen the people, the staff, they're completely changed because they're serving with the right spirit. That's the thing. They have no thought of themselves. They're just serving, giving joyfully. And the mothers, they receive not just a shawl or shoes or whatever, or food, housing, clothing. They receive the love of God. They receive caring, they receive joy. And the other wonderful thing about it, because it doesn't stop there. Okay, we're giving them so they're happy. No, they're giving back. Isn't that a wonderful thought? I met a lady who, one of the mothers who lived, I don't know now, but she lived in a box. I mean, I'd never seen anything like that. I saw people coming out of huts, blind, couldn't walk, and but they saw the Paramahansa Yogananda staff coming, and they just light up with a smile because the staff was bringing them God, love, joy, peace into their lives. And the other thing is the mothers, they're giving to the staff. They're giving back to the Vrindavan. They're giving back to the world. And that's the most wonderful thing. It's not enough to, here's a blanket. What is that going to do for anybody? It keeps them warm for a while. But if you give higher consciousness, you give them something to do. The mothers make every year, I think it's 12,000 diyas to give out at Diwali time, to everybody they can give them to. The mothers, they do healing prayers for others. Now you see somebody who's laid out on a bed, they're doing healing prayers for other people, then we say, I'm not going to do anything. It just doesn't work. The mothers are chanting, they do kirtan and scripture reading. They help in the food preparation. They help with someone's not as ill, doesn't have as much illness as another. That one helps the other one. The mothers are changing because they have seva. Wow. Now that's the way you do it. You don't just give. And the last thing I'll say about that is they have what they call a circle of love, where one of the devotees, or anyone, not just the devotee, calls the mother once a week for 15 minutes and just talks to them. Now, who doesn't have 15 minutes? You can sign up today. And the key thing is, who's getting helped? That's the question. Who's getting helped? Sure, the mother, but circle of love. The people who call, I've seen them. Many are in tears. Many feel like that's like my own mother who I'm calling. And so everyone is who's involved, the channel is being blessed by what flows through it. And you'll hear more about that work in just a moment. But I'd like to close now because there are many other speakers who'll be coming today. And I'd like to close by actually doing something that helps us to feel energy, light, and joy through Seva. So please sit up and inhale with a double breath. This will just be a couple of minutes. Inhale like this. Double breath and tense your body, vibrate. Now exhale, double breath through the mouth. Relax, relax. Get rid of the tensions. Again, inhale. Vibrate. Exhale. Now once more. Tense with willingness. Vibrate, feel prana. Exhale. This is a wonderful practice of Yogananda. Now rub your bare forearms. Run. We're bringing energy into our hands. We'll be doing a healing practice. Do the other arm. Rub your hands vigorously. Now hold your hands up, close your eyes, and just visualize anyone who you know who has a special need for healing. And visualize yourself as a channel, an instrument of seva, this seva of sending energy, healing vibrations from the whole universe, from the divine. Feel your hands, they're vibrating. The energy coming out, flow of prana. Rub the hands once more. In your mind, repeat these words as you feel energy and light coming out of your hands, going to the whole world or a particular person or situation or your work or your family. In your mind, repeat, I am submerged in eternal light. It permeates every particle of my being. I am living in that light. The divine presence fills me within and without. Once more, rub the hands and we'll chant Om now, sending out the eternal vibration of God into the ether. This is a practice of Paramahansa Yogananda ji for healing vibrations into the world or to your loved ones, those who are in need. Chant along with me, Om. 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 Once more. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. God bless you all.
Thank you, Jayaji and Dhyanaji, for a beautiful talk. You know, you can listen to these talks a number of times and still feel that inspiration anew. I joined Ananda in 2008, and since then have attended as many classes as I could. And each time, you know, you just tune into a new insight, a new facet of the teachings. So thank you so much. It is so uniquely expressed through each one. We'll take a gentle pause now to include Sri Karthikeyanji's request. He would like to felicitate Jyotishji and Deviji. So I invite Jyotishji and Deviji up on stage.
both of you together.
Okay. He's a great, great friend to Ananda and to so many thousands and thousands of people around the world.
One of the great humanitarians of the
May
world
you-
today.
May you live long with excellent health, for good of humanity. Thank you. Swamiji expects you to do that, and you are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the interruption.
We'll now continue with the theme of Ananda Seva. I would like to invite Mrs. Pia Singh and Jayita Chakravarti up on stage. And we will conclude this by launching the Ananda Seva chapter of Pune and Yogananda Trust. Mrs. Pia Singh is a chairperson of the DLF Foundation, is the trustee of Ananda Sangha India, and of the Yogananda Trust, which has been serving over 3,000 widows in Vrindavan. It is one of the largest widow welfare works in Asia. Jayita Chakravarti serves as the director of the Yogananda Trust and has been offering a stellar service in taking care of our widow mothers with so much love and joy. Please welcome Pia and Jayita. I would invite Pia to share with us. We will now hear the practical application of Ananda Seva. They have already launched it, it is operational in Vrindavan. And we will hear from Pia and Jayita. Maybe Pia might share with us a story about how she was inspired to start this. It's a beautiful story. And Jayita will share with us how they are actually practically applying these principles at Vrindavan.
Namaskar. Such a
By
joy
the
to be
way,
here.
Sorry, Pia, one more thing. So we are continuing this here. So the healing class upstairs for now is cancelled. So thank you.
Well, thank you. It's such an honor to be here and to be able to share with you. Taking forward from what Dhyanaji was saying, the point is that if you're not really sharing of yourself, and there can be so many different ways of sharing, you're not really serving. So me being here, sharing with you is really an extension of that principle. Maybe I should just, I'm also going to include the story which Blazy spoke about, how the trust started and my first experiences, which actually I wasn't planning to, but since you reminded me, maybe I should. First, I'd just like to begin by saying that the theme of service is such an integral part of not just our path, but how to live in this world and proceed towards freeing ourselves and becoming better human beings, if you're atheist, or finding God if you're not. Paramahansa Yogananda said the path is service and meditation. We have been hearing about all the various aspects about it from people who've lived it for so many years and provided deep inspiration for us how to be able to do it. Service at the deepest level is really about purifying ourselves and relinquishing our ego. We can either affirm our ego as we live in every activity we do, or we can get rid of the ego and relinquish the ego. And truly, the only way to do it is through service. The story Jayaji narrated about Master and the nun at Mount Washington really shows what an attitude of service means and how it's applied to everything we do. And service is work, not the other way around. And everything we do should be an act of service. The Gita says this really beautifully. It says that the Lord accepts any offering, however small it may be, a leaf, a flower, if it is made to him with devotion. And I think that sums up the spirit of service better than anything else. I'd also like to share that I think the deepest principles of service as taught by Paramahansa Yogananda and as taught by any other spiritual master in this world or who has ever been in this world is really, what does service mean? Service at the deepest level means to see the object of your service as God, to see and serve God in another person. Now this can be the widows at Vrindavan, this could be your co-workers, this could be your child, this could be your husband. It doesn't matter, it could be anyone who you are in contact with. But the spirit of service is really to serve God in another person. It is also to offer all your intentions to God. It is also to offer all the fruits of your service to God. And that is what you do. Then it comes to how do you do. That again we've been hearing about this morning in such a wonderful way. What we can do is be full of willingness, joy, energy, which then generates magnetism. God needs instruments who are willing to allow him to work through. So with our own enthusiasm, our willingness, energy and magnetism, we can attune ourselves to God. And again, the deepest level of service is to see him as the doer. The Gita talks extensively about it. To attune ourselves to God, to see him as the doer, to serve God in other people, to do our duty by serving God in other people, and therein grow is actually the deepest path. Life affords us an opportunity to do this in every second, in every way, in every look, smile. We've heard about the benefits of a smile, how we speak, in every glance. So I think there is nothing that we do in this world which doesn't call for an attitude of service. Sometimes what makes it easier to learn is when we get into a situation where we are serving in a way that perhaps we may have been conditioned to think from birth. Therein comes the widows of Vrindavan. And I'm going to keep this story short, but how it really started was, one day I was driving in my car in Delhi and my children were in the car with me. I think we were coming back from the hospital. And I saw this lady and her family on the side of the road. And this old lady actually, and they were there and they had some utensils with them. Clearly they were, abandoned people who were living on the side of the road. And something just made me stop my car. And I stopped and I went and spoke to them. And this old lady said, yes, they'd lost everything and they were poor people. They were now living on the road. And I then offered to them that, I will find them a place to stay, which I did. I, put them there, paid 1 month's rent. And I think in that moment, perhaps the touch, and I did it really with no selfish motive other than a feeling of seeing something in that person and just wanting to serve really. Then at a later point, Dhyanaji and I got together and collectively the inspiration came to both of us to start a work in Vrindavan which would serve the widows. That then took its own momentum. 1 month later, time came to pay the rent for those people actually. I'd put them in a room and, bought them some things and rent had to be paid on a monthly basis. So when the time came to pay their rent, the person went there actually to pay the rent and he found they had vanished. Now, I just think back and I think it was master, because how is it humanly possible and explained that people who were in that dire circumstance where everything was being taken care of would just vanish without a trace? And therein began the journey of Vrindavan. I also want to share one more story about Vrindavan, which I think really illustrates the truest essence of service, before I hand it over to Jaita, who has got some really interesting and experiential things planned for all of you. So you really get to see and experience what service is, not just hear it from all of us. just about the time that the work began, actually my first trip to Vrindavan, I went to Ramakrishna Mission actually, who had been doing widow welfare work for many years. And what they used to do, and I mean they still do, they give monthly ration to some of the most destitute and the oldest widows. So I went there. It was a freezing December. I remember it was the 15th of December, and they had all these old ladies, like in their 70s and 80s, had come to the Ramakrishna Mission to collect their monthly ration. I went there. I was part of this ration distribution, and I was just overcome with seeing what their circumstances were. And I was with some other devotees of Ananda, and we went to the market, we brought them shawls and blankets, and we came back. And then along with the ration, we gave them these shawls and blankets. And then I spoke to one of the ladies who took one of the shawls and blankets. And if you had seen what she looked like, I mean, she looked like what you see in the photos and the movies. She was really old. She could barely walk. She had no warm clothes. I mean, she looked really ill, and I just asked her where she was from, and she told me, and I gave her the blanket, and then she tells me, "Thank you, but no thank you. You are here, very nice of you to give me this blanket, but you're doing this for yourself. You are doing this so you will gain some good karma by helping me. I clearly have done something in my past lives, and I've gained some bad karma, and I'm here and I have to deal with this life. So it's very nice of you to do this for me, but I'm not going to thank you because you're doing this for yourself." And I think it was a transformative moment for me, and it just shows you that truly, the way we are conditioned to think, the way we are all brought up to think, the way there are divides in society, which is what leads to problems like what the world is facing today, Ukraine, so many other things the world has always faced, is because we think there are superficial differences make differences between people. Master famously once said that, if you black, white, if you just remove the skin, everyone is red underneath. And I think in Vrindavan it really illustrates that principle, that at some level, it's God is serving God. Dhyanaji spoke about it, but really that's the work that's being done, and to see the empowerment of the widows there who are already empowered, but the exchange of joy that goes between the staff, the devotees who come to serve, and the widow mothers, and as Dhyanaji elucidated, an equal and fair exchange is really what living this life through spiritual principles is about. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jaita, who is going to take you on an amazingly experiential journey right now. So thank you.
So much for being short. Namaste everybody, my name is Jaita and I serve in Vrindavan. Dhyanaji, Jayaji, Pia, before that Jyotishji, Deviji, everybody have spoken of upliftment today. And today we are talking about seva and how to uplift our consciousness as well as the consciousness of those whom we are serving. So, Circle of Love has been now spoken about, which is a 15-minute phone call once a week to the mothers of Vrindavan. So the volunteer calls only once a week for a 15-minute call. And that is the experiential part that we wanted to talk about. However, there are some attitudes that we need to keep in mind when we are serving. And the attitude which we picked up today is that the attitude is more important than what we do. So before we are embarking on a journey of seva, of a journey of service, I would invite all of you just to close your eyes for a moment. Please sit up straight and close your eyes for a moment. focus at the point between your eyebrows and think of the senior most member in your family. Could be of any age, could be of any health, could be of any nature, it does not matter. The senior most member. And watch how the face starts smiling at you. Watch how a beautiful light emanates from the eyes. Feel the love, the joy that is trying to reach out to you. And when you serve in any way, whether it is going to be speaking to that person, whether it is going to be sitting with that person, reading to that person, you will only speak, read, talk to that highest nature in that person. While keeping your eyes closed, we will do an affirmation and a prayer which relates to this attitude that we are focusing on right now. We will affirm, I will read out, you repeat after me, first loudly, then softly, then in a whisper, and then mentally. So first I will read out and you follow loudly. The whole world is my home.
The whole world is my home.
And the human race my family.
And the human race my family.
With God's kindness,
With God's kindness,
I embrace all men.
I embrace all men.
The whole world is my home.
The whole world is my home.
And the human race my family.
And the human race my family.
With God's kindness,
With God's kindness,
I embrace all men.
I embrace all men.
Softly, the whole world is my home. The human race my family. With God's kindness, I embrace all men. Now in a whisper, the whole world is my home. And the human race my family. With God's kindness, I embrace all men. Now focus at the point between your eyebrows and look at that smiling face full of joy. And mentally affirm with me, only mentally, the whole world is my home and the human race my family. With God's kindness, I embrace all men. Let us pray together. Divine Mother, I will give thanks for your wonderful gift of light and love. I will be sincere in thought, word, and deed. I will seek personal happiness through making others happy. I will merge my little self into the self of all. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. You may open your eyes now. So today, as Pia said, we were going to make calls. However, I think those phone calls would be better done outdoors because of network issues. So we have a counter of the Paramahansa Yogananda Public Charitable Trust outside, and there are mothers waiting to talk to you, okay? So we have already set up these phone calls of Circle of Love that we were talking about, wherein you can interact with the mothers in Vrindavan, all right? So there is Radhama, and there's Artima, and there is Bhaktima, and many of the mothers who are waiting for your phone calls. So once we are done over here with the various talks, I will invite you outside. And there is my colleague Divisha, myself, there's Anirudh outside, there is Priya outside. So we all will help facilitate these phone calls. In the meantime, there is just one little thing I wanted to tell you all with regards to the seva that is happening in Vrindavan. The Yogananda Trust is looking after 3,100 elderly abandoned widows. That is called the Matri Seva program. This is the widow welfare program. But apart from that, the Yogananda Trust also on an annual basis looks after lakhs and lakhs of destitute people through free medical care. That is called the Arogya Vardhan program. So we have two very, very strong seva programs going on where it is not just providing the facility. We are there as, their family members. We are there as their children. We look after them, we take care of them, we don't leave their hands. We are there every step of the way. That is how all the staff at the Yogananda Trust is serving, and I invite all of you to come there and serve, and as well as see what the work is all about. Thank you so much. Oh yes, we have a very robust Pashu Seva program that is going on. It started from the COVID times, and that time, because of the lockdown, people were not allowed to go out and feed, and nobody was coming to Vrindavan. So a lot of these animals, they were just dying out of starvation. And many people who have gone to Vrindavan or who know about Vrindavan know that there are hordes and hordes of monkeys over there. And the poor monkeys, they need food, they never had food. So Yogananda Trust, in collaboration with the local administration and with Akshay Patra, went and started providing lunch as well as dinner to all these animals. When the lockdown finished, yeah, so what happened was, that was during the lockdown. Lockdown finished, then I asked the staff, do you all want to stop now? Because now people have started coming, people have started feeding the animals. So they said, no, we just feel so grateful that they come to us. They never snatch anything from us. So I would see pictures of these. Usually your specs are not safe, your cap is not safe, your bag is not safe, nothing is safe from the monkeys. Okay, you literally have to monkey-proof yourself before you go there, right? But over here, they would all wait for the e-rickshaw to come or the ambulance to come. They know the sound of the wheels. If the e-rickshaw is by any chance, that's not the time to give food, it's just passing by. They'll come out and they'll go, oh, oh, like that, okay? That's the sound that the monkeys make, all right? And the rickshaw driver would turn around and say, abhi nahi. Baad mein aunga. And the monkeys, as though they understand, they'll look for a moment and then they'll turn around and go back. And when the e-rickshaw comes back, and then everybody comes one by one, they'll come, they'll take the food, and then they'll go back. Next person comes, takes the food, and goes back in a queue. And I saw one amazing picture. I wish I had it on my phone right now to show you, but I don't right now. So the food that day was hot because it was khichdi, okay? And Lokesh, who was the server that day, he went with this big drum and he was serving. And each monkey with their child was sitting in front of their plate and waiting for the food to get cooler so that they could eat. So yes, Pashu Seva is a very, very gratifying seva that is there. And we just feel so loved by them. I mean, never will they snatch from any of the servers. So I know, I think they also feel that we are family, at some way. Thank you so much.
I will give the testimony. I have pictures of the monkeys behaving, and if you connect with me, I'll share it later with you. It's in my phone. I had gone there during the pandemic, and I was with the Pashu Seva team. And at a particular junction, there were about 20-25 monkeys that came. And for a moment, I thought this is going to go out of hand because all the food was behind me. I was between the food and the monkeys. And they actually waited, so much so that when I was distributing on one side, and I thought somebody's actually pulling my kurta on the other side. And I looked down, and there was this monkey. And he was like, I've been waiting and I'm asking you, can you, and there's a picture somebody captured of that, and I'm giving it to him, and he sweetly then scampered off. So what a testimony. Yogananda ji used to say, if you change consciousness, as Jyotish and Devi ji, everybody has been suggesting, Master said, from consciousness, thoughts come, your energy flows, your actions then express that consciousness. That story of the tigers, why they were able to be so domesticated in one presence, I want to share a little bit about Ananda Seva. I'm very happy we're launching it in Pune today. And I want to pick it up from one of the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita, also something Jyotish ji has mentioned in the Ananda Seva principles, that we should ultimately, above all, see God as the doer. And I think this is one of those highest teachings that when you read it, you say, okay, I am feeding, let's say, the monkeys, but I'm doing it. Or I have to do my job. I have to do meditation, let us say. Master used to say, you won't be able to go very deep in meditation till you give up this thought that I am meditating or this is for myself. He says that's a barrier also. And I want to share a story where I had a little glimpse of that many years ago. And this was a very important time in my life. I'm from the medical background. After MBBS, most doctors look for a post-graduation. And for me, it was a subject of preventive medicine, or the newly launched, the first pilot project of the country called rural surgery. So I went to this hospital in Delhi. Only 5 hospitals had been chosen in India. And I said, I'd like to join it. And they said, that's very nice, but you're a month late. We have 1 seat vacant, but you're late. We can't change the rules. Please come next year. I said, I'm happy to work without wages. I'm happy to be in what we call the odd batch. I don't mind, doing this few more months, extra months. I said, please don't waste the seat, and I want to learn. They said, no, rules are rules. And 3 times from one place, 3 times from the director's office, I was totally asked to leave finally. They said, come on, you should understand, these are rules. And when I had just given up hope, I said, okay, I'll come next year. I was having a meal with the other doctor. There were 2 seats, and he said, it's okay, just be around, come next year. I said, yeah, what else is the option now? And just at that time, I saw a wonderful, majestic, beautiful soul walk into the room. It was a dining hall. And I told my friend, I said, who is this man? He said, I'll tell you who he is, but you have to promise me you won't take your troubles to him. I said, I promise. He said, he is the senior most surgeon we have over here. He was the senior of the director of the hospital. Well, I got up. I broke my promise. I went up to this very remarkable, charming man, and I said, and he was, I would later know, one of the leading professors of the country, and I went up to him, and he just had such an aura, he was so approachable. I said, sir, I'm so-and-so, there is a seat in your department. I would like to learn. I want to serve. Could I please get that? And he said, it's the weekend now. Why don't you come on Monday and let me interview you? I said, okay. He said, come at 9 a.m. So I was getting ready, and I would stay in South Delhi at that time. The hospital was in North Delhi, so I was trying to go before time, and everything was fine, except, and actually let me go back, the previous night I was reading Paramahansa Yogananda ji's Bhagavad Gita, the essence of the Bhagavad Gita, and I read a line before sleeping, and it said, "O Arjuna," which Arjuna, Master said, symbolizes you and me, the devotee. "O Arjuna, as long as you think you can run your life, I will observe. But the day you invite me I will come in and take complete charge of your life. And I was, as you can see at that point of my life, I said, Master, Guruji, I want you to take complete charge of my life. Whatever you will, may that happen. And saying, but I prayed, I said, I don't know how to give you the charge. I want to, please take the charge. And so next morning when I was going for my interview, very early in the morning, at the first metro station, nobody was there. Actually, it turned out to be Ram Navami, and the last day of Ram Navami, and I heard a voice come from a little wall, from behind the wall, is there somebody? And it was a very deep call for help. And I thought, who is there? And I looked behind the wall, there was a blind beggar with rashes all over his body. His mouth was very thirsty, dry. Immediately I lifted him. I said, what happened? And here's some water, and what can I do for you? He said, oh, bete, just help me meet the president, Mr. APJ Abdul Kalam. I have come from Kanpur to meet the president of India. I said, sir, it's very hard to meet the president of India. I have not met him. I said, I don't think we can meet him. He said, no, we can. And he pulled out a photograph from his pocket and he said, see, he met me in my hometown. And Mr. Kalam was giving him a shawl. And he said, he told me, if you have any trouble, let me know. And he said, so I said, what's the trouble? He said, I don't have money. I need 4,500 rupees. And I want to go and meet him. That was going to be my first job. I didn't have that much money, honestly. So in that moment, I had to choose between two things. And by God's grace, this verse came back in my mind. As long as you think you can run your life, I will observe. But if you invite me, I will take complete charge. And I smiled. I said, Lord Krishna, you're taking my test. I'm going with this blind man. You take care of my interview. And I went with him, and we were near North and South Block. That was the metro station. And it turned out it was Ram Navami. Offices were closed. Mr. Kalam was not in office. His secretary was not there. Then we went to the public grievance cell. That was closed. Then I went to a philanthropist friend I knew. He was in London. Then I took the gentleman to the National Association of Blind. Now we were in South Delhi by this time. They said, we can help if he stays in Delhi. Long story short, it was evening time, and I looked at my friend. I said, he said, I have to go back home. And I said, let me drop you to the station. I give him some little money I have. I said, let's stay in touch and let's see what we can do. And I put him back at the train, and I thought it's evening time. I should at least go and apologize for my complete absence. And when I went back, for a moment I was thinking, what am I going to say? I'm 7.5 hours late. With somebody who was the NDTV surgeon of the year many times. And I just said, what am I going to say? And I saw the professor come, and so I didn't have time to think, and I got up. And he came, I said, good evening, sir. He said, good evening. I said, sir, I'm Dr. Aditya, and I'm so, you had asked me to come this morning for the interview. Before I could say anything, he said, oh, I'm so sorry, bete. I forgot all about your interview. I was on the other side of town doing a long surgery, and I just came to the hospital. And I said, it's okay. Then I told sir the story later. I said, it's okay. He said, my phone battery has died. And he said, can I borrow your phone? I said, yes. And he said, here's my cabin, let's go inside. He offered me tea, and he looked down his directory, and he called the two people who had told me nothing can be done, the director of the hospital, the director who oversees this course across India. And he called them, and this is what he said. He said, I have just interviewed this young man for the one seat we have, and I think he's the right person for this seat. Can I ask him to join? And my ears were plugged. And I heard both of them say, whatever you think, sir. And he asked me, he gave my phone, he said, why don't you join tomorrow? I touched his feet. I said, sir, what about my joining letter? He said, don't worry about it. And when I came out of that cabin, I was looking around. I took my metro back to my room in South Delhi, and I looked around at people, at the sky, at the grounds, and I said, God is there. I said, Shri Krishna is there, gurus are there. We have to give them the charge of our life, that much, the egoic part, because while we have the ego, we have to act, and as Swamiji used to say, act in the highest way. Like one of our acharyas was saying, keep expanding that. And there comes a point where you realize, I didn't do anything. God did it. God made it happen. Or in the beginning, we realized God does the major part. And so, as we are launching, as Jayaji was saying, unless we feel that overcoming of our fears, limitation, all of those things, the doubts we may have on God and gurus, will they come, will they not, what do I do, what do they do? It's not an intellectual process. We have to keep doing our part, and then at the right time they step in. So as we launch Ananda Seva, I invite you, whether you join it through Ananda, take those principles, they are available at the stall. They are deep, as I said. I took only one of the many Jyotish ji has elaborated, and see how you can apply it in small ways and more and more. And as we pray, as I prayed that night, I said, God, I don't know how to give you the charge, but I want to. And then he arranges the circumstances. I'm of firm belief. He arranges the circumstances and he says, okay, do your part, and then I'm walking next to you. I will do my part. So I'd like to now invite Xenia over here. I hope she's in the auditorium. Maybe she's serving in one of the stalls. So Xenia was chosen to lead Ananda Seva in Pune, and she's doing what she does. She's serving outside in the stall. But through Ananda Seva, what we'll be doing in just a couple minutes, we will be taking these principles which the Paramhans Yogananda Public Charitable Trust is demonstrating, applying every day in Vrindavan. We will try to now apply them in our service over here. Whether it's in our meditation, whether it is in cleaning, whether it is making prasad, cooking, doing accounting work. I often tell people we have the best accountants. They're always smiling. The bank account doesn't reflect that. So somebody said to me, yeah, you hardly give them any work. But I said, no, it works just like Jayaji was saying, when you have that joy, when you have that quality about you, there's no difference between accounting and any other work. Anandamayi Ma once said something many saints have said. She said, only the very wise know there is no difference between seva and sadhana. She said they are all approaches. It's like a toolkit. At different times, we take different approaches so that we all can reach the summit of God, summit of joy. So I invite you to go to the Ananda Seva stall outside. I invite you to go to the Paramhans Yogananda stall and see how these high teachings can be brought into every aspect of our life. I think that is what we are here to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya, Priya, and Jayita. And can it be any other way? God has given it. Now I was saying, can it be any other way? God has taken charge of this program. We are no longer in charge of it, so I hope you will excuse us in erring on the side of God, and if we have disappointed you in your expectations about timeliness. So our next class, we're going to keep continuing the classes, but do take the time out to check out the stalls. Please especially stop by the Yogananda Trust stall and take a look at the services and how each one of us can help further the light in this world. Very beautiful talks. Thank you once again to each one who has spoken this far. Our next class here is The Inner Astrology of the Spine by Nayaswami Shankara and Amit Purohit. And on the first floor, classroom 4, we have Tyagis, Daya, and Keshava with Change Your Habits, Change Your Life. So please feel free to choose your room and enjoy the inspiration, enjoy the fun, have a wonderful time. I will now request Harsh Sharma to set the stage in this room for the next class. Thank you.
Help. Help. Help.
So we can tell him that we're ready? How does this all work? I don't know.
Hello all. Welcome back. Am I audible? Okay. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a good break, and as we saw, the stars were aligned well in the earlier session, and this session is all about astrology. In fact, the inner astrology of the spine, one of the most fascinating subjects being discussed, being learned, all about the chakras. So the session would be led by Brahmachari Nayaswami Shankara. He has been with Ananda since 2003 when he met Swami Kriyananda. Has stayed since then. Worked in varying capacity, has been instrumental in setting up our monks, right? He has been in charge, he is in charge of Ananda's Kriya home study course, which expanded a lot during the pandemic times, reaching out to thousands of students. Even offline, he has been teaching a lot of students and helping them in receiving Kriya Yoga. Accompanying him is Amit Purohit, who has been with Ananda since 2010. He is a certified meditation teacher. He also has been conducting a lot of workshops with students, with corporates, and in fact doing whatever is needed to help people out. He comes with a master's in computer science from Stony Brook, New York University. And with this, I'll invite both of them to lead us into this fascinating subject of inner astrology. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for staying here. We have some audience here as well. I will not dare to ask how is everybody, as Dr. Aditya asked, and then hoping the response will be awake and ready when we have kept you here hostage and almost starving. But we will try to give you some kind of an idea for the next half an hour about this topic, which is actually a very, very fundamental topic to our path. So a quick show of hands or a answer. You see a lot of faces, altar, we have masters and then some people. Can you see like a few faces here which have smiles on there? Not the inner smile, just let's stick to the physical. How many you see? Don't count Shankara here, but just the pictures. Do you see any smiling pictures? Yes, no? How many? 1, 2, 3, 5. Oh, but you see something. Nobody's. What is happening here? What is the number? Anybody? Do you see some smiling faces here? Yes, yes, all of them. Yeah, see, you're getting too spiritual now. As I said, just remain on to the physical realm. But we can agree to that both of them are smiling. Yes, there's a sort of Swami's hidden picture here. Now, see, both of them are American. They were here just now. Again, the soul could be Indian, but and even Swamiji spent most of his life also in America. So, if we replace their picture with an Indian picture, and will there be difference between how Indians smile and the Americans smile? No, but the very different cultures, isn't it true? It is still the same. If let's say we go to some very remote part, we just talked about Ukraine and then Russia, if we see those people, they must be very different, isn't it? If we have pictures of them smiling, can we still recognize it? It is very interesting, isn't it? It is. We went through the cultural barriers, we went through the geographical barriers, and yet the smile remains the smile. Do we teach our children in the schools? And you see that there is a educationalist here. Do we teach our children how to smile? Like you sort of make your face one way or the other. Do we teach it like that? Some of you, probably most of you have some children. Do we teach them? No. Or how to be sad? How do you behave when you are a sad person? No, it just comes naturally, isn't it? We all have been happy and sad in our lives. Is that true? Or am I the only one who goes through these phases? No. Yet we feel that, and you actually can give yourself a try. When you are really sad, try and force a smile. And vice versa. When you are very, very, very happy, try to act as if you are sad. Both are very equally difficult exercises to do. There's something within us, do not respond to that. And that is actually the crux of what we are going to say today, which is basically there is something moving within this form, which forces that smile. Or on the other hand, when you're not feeling very uplifted, there is something which is going through this body form in a different way. So it forces our facial expressions and many of the other body postures also in a very different way. That's why we don't ever confuse a sad person with a happy person and vice versa. We can feel it out by looking at the physical posture. And that is what is happening within this form. In the yogic term, we call it the astral spine. And what is that? Another quick trivia question. Which direction is heaven? Up. Thank you, Bindu. And which direction is hell? Down.
Again, it is universal, isn't it? We have not taught it, or we haven't actually gone up and then see it. However tall building is, it is still up. And then no matter how much you dig, the patal somehow still remains unreachable. Good for us, actually. But we also talk about that. Even in English language, we talk about when you're feeling good. You say, I'm feeling high. And today, if you're not having a good day, hopefully today is not one of those. But we say, I'm feeling down. And what is that up and down is all about? Again, the same thing which basically forces us to smile when we are happy, and then the same thing which forces us to frown when we are not happy, it is what is moving up and moving down. We call it very simply energy. And where is that energy moving up and down? That is the astral spine. Astral spine. And you might have heard of chakras and other things. They are actually located along that astral spine, somewhere within this form itself. And then the key or the crux why we put all these masters here and then share this teaching is, think about that, that if you are able to have any control over how the direction of that energy in your spine is, that is a good siddhi to have. That is something, then you can have some control. You're not only bound by circumstances or situations or visit to friends or some fancy things, good things happening to you, but without them, you will be able to control your reactive process, your mood, everything like that. So this is what the whole spiritual path is all about. Even the practices in our discussion is all about. And I'll just tie it quickly to one part. Yogis understood that. Circumstances kuch nahi kar sakte. Like talking like this kind of a gathering, just Dr. Aditya said, was not possible for 2 years. Who would have thought such a situation will also happen, that socialization becomes a problem, isn't it? Meeting to our beloved is forbidden, not by law, but by something that we can't see, a virus. But what that teaches us as us yogis, like we don't need to wait for the circumstances to become better, because there is no guarantee. But then they realize that we can directly start working on our inner astrology. Why not? Because that is what we are after. So they started looking at what is it that influences those. We just talked about outer circumstances. Good things ho gaya, I'm happy. Not good things, I'm not happy. Ye to chakkar chalta hi rahega. We realize that. But then say what is it more than that? And that's where they looked at the planets. If you see that many spiritual things happen on Purnima, again, this is something I invite you to experiment in your own experience as well. Especially on the day of Purnima or just a few days before, you will start feeling like a heightened sense, like a more aware, heightened sense of awareness. Again, depends on whatever you are feeling. If you are agitated, it will be difficult, because that will also aggravate that feeling within yourself also, isn't it? It is not only my experience. I think many of you probably are nodding. And what that means is something is actually having effect on us also, not just the Purnima. And that's the whole astrology is based on that. Now the astrology, I used to frown quite a bit to that subject, because just some guy tells whatever is supposed to happen in my life and then gives me some suggestions and recommendations how to fix it. Sorry, I'll take care. But that is not. Yogi says in a book Swamiji has written, Raja Yoga, he talks about that is not the way to look at astrology. And actually astrology is an excellent aid to anyone who wants to have some kind of a control over this reactive process. And he says that's why the study of astrology from a point of view, not to ye kab khatam hoga bataiye. मेरी 7:30 खत्म कब होगी? 7:30 को थोड़ा कम कर सकते हैं? Not like that. Like Deviji was talked this morning about how to face change with courage, and she replaced the word courage with wisdom. And that is what the crux of a yogic approach to life is. We understand कि अपना life control नहीं हो पाएगा. Situations won't be controlled. We are out of pandemic. hopefully in our lifetime nothing else will come. It's a good hope to have, but the wise says you hope for the best but you get prepared for the worst. Meaning what? We can't count on that not to happen. And that is the right approach to looking at astrology also. What astrology says is what you see outside. There are lots of planets and constellations. They have a direct impact on how we are feeling within ourselves. And it changes. You also have experience in your own life. Sometimes you have something within you. It keeps changing in our inner environment. It keeps changing. Isn't it true? And rather than sometimes, okay, oh, I like how I was yesterday as opposed to how I am today. But again, that's the same thing. What we were trying to control outwardly, now we are trying to control inside. But when we realize that those effects we cannot nullify, then we start trying to be more creative about it. For जैसे ही ये खत्म होगा, the doors will open. You go outside and you all of a sudden see कि the weather has changed. It started raining big time. What will you do? Oh my goodness, I did not bring an umbrella. Oh my goodness. And all of a sudden, all of you will stay here till the rain goes off. Is it true? No. What will you do? You'll find a way out, isn't it? You'll borrow an umbrella, or you'll call a cab, or call someone who has an umbrella, isn't it? You go on the street and all of a sudden the street is closed. There's a lot of construction happening. यहाँ से तो my home is right across the street. You don't just wait there till the government or whoever is doing the thing will complete. No, it will take 3 years for you to reach home. You find alternate route, isn't it? And that's the precise way we want to look at astrology. Ki who are the inner citizens of this kingdom, which actually we can rule. But these are the only citizens which we can actually continue our journey or rule our kingdom. So how we can do that? For that we want to look at more carefully what is their characteristics, how we can work with them. And for that I'm going to invite Nayaswami Shankara.
Thank you, Amit, and thank you all for staying here. So this is actually a little bit of a difficult topic to demystify the chakras here, and I hope to only speak for 15 minutes. Not yet. I'll let you know when that will happen. We'll have a slide in a moment, but not yet. So I'm going to start by doing my best to demystify the chakras, and then I will speak about this inner astrology and how it all comes together. First of all, usually many people are interested in chakras, that there's just something within us that it sounds yes, that you feel I know something about these, yet they're also mysterious, that it's something made of energy, it's not tangible, yet somehow we feel drawn to it. And the reason is because all of us have chakras, and that every night we fall asleep and we go into the astral world and we work with these more subtle energies. But then we come back here during the day and there's a part of us that has forgotten about it. And so we need to learn how to become more subtle beings, become more aware of what is going on with our own energy. And in this way, we will be able to realize that we actually do have chakras, and we will begin to feel the chakras, and in time we will begin to feel the correlation between the chakras and the planets, and I'll get more into that later. I have such short time that I'm not going to give you too much of an intellectual understanding of the chakras. I'll touch on it a little bit today. Once I was lecturing in Bangalore and I did 2 hours on chakras, and I thought I had just done the best class. I just told everybody every little thing about chakras. And at the end, people were coming up and thanking. But one person came up and he said, "Are the chakras real?" And I just, what did I just stand up here for 2 hours for and tell you all about? And I realized that each one of us, we need to make our own reality, that we have to have our own understanding. And if I can do nothing else today, it is to convince you to take up a meditation practice, take up some type of practice where you can learn to feel inner energies, more subtle feelings within your own self. You know, feelings are nothing more than our astral body. That as we become more aware of our astral body, we become more aware of our feelings. And in fact, we're all trying to raise our level of consciousness and become more conscious. And the thing that is closest to consciousness is feeling. And part of the spiritual path is not taking our feelings and just suppressing them or deadening them so that we say, yes, no matter whether it's raining or not outside, I'm a yogi, doesn't matter. We need to not let it matter if it's raining or not. But more than that, we need to gain control of our feelings and learn actually how to feel on a more and more subtle level all of the time. And this I cannot give you. I can give you the techniques, and I hope that you will come to all of the classes that are offered and learn the techniques, but you have to do the work. You have to decide that you want to go within your own self and learn that there is an entire universe within yourself. When I first came to Ananda, people were talking about having an inner life. And what's an inner life? I thought, I know the outer life that we wake up in the morning, we go out and we do and we do and we have fun and we fall asleep and we wake up again. But inner life, what is that? But I slowly came to realize after practicing meditation that there is an inner life that we all can have. And as we become more and more sensitive, we learn to feel even the pull of the planets out there, and I'm going to get into that more. Anyways, you do have chakras. The chakras are real, and they are within you, and it is as if a wheel is turning inside of you all of the time. And there's an outer wheel out there as well. When we look up, we see the sun go overhead, we see the moon go, we see the planets, and it's as if this wheel is turning. And so there's an outer wheel and there's an inner wheel. And one of the important things of taking up a practice of meditation is learning how this inner wheel and the outer wheel, how they come together, so that we can live in harmony with the universe. Most of us, we don't live in harmony. I'm going to do my own thing, and we run off in this direction and that, and we've forgotten how to listen subtly to what the universe is trying to tell us. And then, as Amit was saying, and this is very hard to believe, but it's true, that this inner wheel that turns, it can in time become more powerful than that outer wheel that is turning. And you, by your practice of yoga, by your practice of learning to control life force and your energy inside, can learn to control what's going on the outside. In the book Autobiography of a Yogi, Paramahansa Yogananda wrote that he sometimes would ask astrologers to tell him his absolute worst periods of time, and then he would set his will to accomplish whatever he wanted to do in that. Why? Because he had learned how to control the outer environment by first learning how to control his inner environment. Another important thing as I bring up this lineage of masters and these great ones, part of life and being on the spiritual path is learning to understand how much attention did Paramahansa Yogananda give to astrology. In his book, I'm not sure, there may be 52 chapters in there, I'm not sure. But one chapter he gave to astrology. So it certainly has its place to understand, to study, but he didn't dwell on it over and over again. And in my opinion, it's more important to go inside and learn about the inner chakras and learn how to control this inner wheel that is always turning, it's always spinning. I'm going to give you a little very actually important hint here. One of the things that's happening which makes this wheel turn on the inside is our physical breath. And our breath, for most of us, it's always moving. You could say it's always turning, the incoming breath and the outgoing breath. And the way that that moves dictates the way that we feel. And it dictates how we are connected to those outer planets. I'm going to ask for that to be brought up now. I knew that if I brought this up too early, you wouldn't listen to me and you'd just stare at this thing. So this is a picture from the book, The Art and Science of Raja Yoga. This is a very, very, very important diagram. And on it, it might be too small for you to see, so you can go buy an Art and Science of Raja Yoga book out there. But it has the Irda and the Pingala, which represent Ketu and Rahu. And who would think that you could gain control of Ketu and Rahu? And we all know, I think I can, I'll buy some gemstones and I'll go to an astrologer and he'll tell me to do this and that. But what I'm telling you to do, more than any of that, learn to watch your breath. Learn to watch it very subtly. That if you can learn to watch it, you will see that when you inhale, and he was talking about this, that a subtle energy rises in the spine. And when you exhale, subtle energy, and if you can learn, at first we have to learn to feel these currents. But then we can learn through the practice of Kriya Yoga to gain control of these. And don't doubt what I'm saying. You might think, that guy, I don't know. Gain control of Ketu and Rahu? That sounds kind of big there. I don't know. I'm telling you the truth. You are gods. You might be a little bit of sleeping God right now. That's okay. We all are. And we're learning how to wake up, and we're learning how to feel that we have an inner power inside of us that can control the universe. And so we also have other techniques where we teach you to feel this energy in the spine. Another one, some of you here know it, Hong Saw in the spine. If you go very deep into Hong Saw in the spine, you can see the different chakras there. Well, our energy is always moving at different chakras. But here's something for those of you who know this technique deeply. Where is your energy centered? That your energy could be centered about the heart chakra. Or your energy could be, which, by the way, is Venus. And you could learn to take control of that particular planet if you can learn to feel these energies and learn to take control of these energies. And of course, we have at the spiritual eye the sun. We have Krishna who lives here. I could go on and tell you all about the chakras, the different chakras. This is Krishna is at this chakra. The first two chakras that we have Nakula and Sahadev, who were twins. And the energy in the first two chakras, the energy of earth and water, that we have to learn how to have those work together cooperatively, like twins would work together. That if we have too much of the water chakra, that we're wishy-washy and we just are going this way and that way and we don't know what's going on. If we have too much of the first chakra of the earth, that we can become too strict and too rigid. And we have to learn how to have these flow together. I'm smiling because very often I think of making rotis, that if you add too much water, then you're adding more of the atta, you add more atta and you're adding more water, and there's a flow that comes together where you get it just right. And this is what we do things on the outward level to learn how to get things just right, but that's all just practice for us to learn how to get things just right. And if we can learn to be here, I enjoyed Aditya's story so much today about Krishna. If we can learn to be here with Krishna, we can learn to be in the inner sun. And you think that that ball of fire that goes across the sky, that, well, certainly this is just a symbol for that. That's the powerful thing. Oh no. The powerful thing is within you. That is the symbol for your spiritual eye here, for your inner sun. And as you can bring your energy up here more and more, you can learn to control all of the different planets on the inside. And this is very, very, very possible. So don't feel that it's not possible. Of course, we also have all of the different constellations on that chart. And I thought that this was just a well-known thing. I don't know actually that much about outer astrology. It's funny that Divine Mother made me give this talk today. I know much more about the inner astrology. Maybe I'll talk a little bit more about that. But On there you can see all of the different constellations. Those also all relate to the different chakras. I thought that this was just always known in Indian astrology, but actually Swami Kriyananda, he has maybe revived this, that this is one of his gifts to the world. And when an astrologer told me that, oh no, Swami Kriyananda has given us this. Because if you go to an astrologer, he's going to draw up one of these charts for you. I'm sure many people here know that chart. But did you know that that chart also, that it's right there, that it's within you, and that you can learn to control it? And so please, we don't have the time today to study this, but study this and see where your energy is. And I'll end with this, that go back into your own self and learn to feel your own energy. Learn to feel when your energy is heavy and it's down in the lower 3 chakras. Or learn to feel when your energy is up in the higher 3 chakras. And we can learn to live in the upper chakras all of the time. One of the most beautiful things about Ananda is that I met people when I first came, they were smiling all the time. And I thought, there's either something really right with these people or really wrong with these people. I've never met anyone who smiles all of the time. And I really started to study these people. And when I moved into the ashram at first, what's he doing? Does he go home at night and really throw things against the wall and get angry, and then he comes on during the day and he's just all smiling? And I watched and I watched and I realized there were some people and they were smiling all the time. And I said, what's he doing? I want to do what he's doing. And I realized that he was practicing Kriya Yoga, and that he knew he had the control over the energy. And it just wasn't one person. There's many, many people. Get to know all of the great souls at Ananda. There's so many of them. And you'll see that it's what they're doing. So they're practicing Kriya Yoga. They're practicing the energization exercises. They know what it feels like to live in the upper 3 chakras all the time. They know what to do when they feel their energy drop down into the lower 3 chakras, and how to raise that energy back up again. And this is God's gift to all of us, that God comes again and again to show us techniques, to show us how to live on every level of life. And again, I want to emphasize, Dhyanaji was standing here, our path is not just about meditation, that it's about learning to live every single aspect of life in just a wonderful and uplifted way, where we can have so much joy, so much happiness, and we can just know that absolutely everything is coming from God. It's another point that I wish to make as we look at that chart, that most human beings, they're just going through life, and their planets are circling around, that wheel in the sky is turning, and they don't know why they're doing this or they're doing that. That it's simply their karma that is forcing them to do X, Y, Z. But Sri Yukteswarji told us in the Autobiography of a Yogi that the more spiritual that a man becomes, that he then can influence the entire universe, the entire cosmos. And so as we make this inner wheel, and we learn how to make it spin properly with Kriya Yoga, as we learn how to do that, we can influence the outer world more and more and more, until it doesn't influence us whatsoever, until we are no longer bound by our karma. Once Swami Kriyananda ji said to someone, oh, I was saving that karma, and I chose to utilize it at this particular point. How many of us can say that we will decide, okay, we know what our karma is now, and we'll decide which one we'll utilize at which point. But Swamiji had figured out through the use of Kriya Yoga how to harmonize himself with the will of God, and how to completely take control of all of the different planets and the chakras. So I'm going to hand this over now to Amit Purohit, and he's going to give us some instructional things that we can do here. So I hand it back over to you.
Well, I don't know how much time we have, but we will just do a quick exercise. I will have to bring it all the way.
Do you want to sit here?
Yes, thank you, thank you. So this is an exercise we're going to do. It's fine. Yeah. So one of the things that Swamiji gave to work with chakras directly is he gave a particular note which sort of vibrates at a very close frequency to the chakras that we have. So as an experience, what we're going to do is I'll play the note on harmonium. You listen to that note. I will tell which chakra it is, and also tell you the position of that chakra. So just mentally try to tune into that position in your physical body and then chant, sing this note along with me. We're going to start from the lowermost chakra, go up, down, maybe a couple of times. So this is Muladhara. This is the base of the spine, close to the anus muscles. If you want, you can tense and relax the muscles around that area. Listen to this note and you can chant Om with me loudly. Inch and a half above Swadhisthana center. This is where the sexual organs are. Manipur, stomach center. You can tense and relax that area. Heart center, Anahat. Chant this note with me. Vishuddhi, throat center. Medulla oblongata, negative side of the seventh. And finally the spiritual eye. Quickly, one more time, we'll go down and up. Spiritual eye again. Vishuddhi. Anahat, heart. Stomach center. Swadhisthana. Muladhara. Close your eyes just for a moment. And just feel how this exercise, or just putting a little awareness onto our chakras, makes you feel. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Well, thank you all for joining this half an hour with us. There's more to talk, as Shankara was talking about, and then this is just a test. All the practices that we teach here, Kriya Yoga, as he was talking about, is actually just working along the same line. Again, just making us more aware of the energies which is there central to the chakra system, and also through that awareness having more control over it. So we will be around to have more discussions, and then there are booths, and then the books which he mentioned will be at the bookstall also. Thank you again. Om.
Thank you, Jamal, Nayaswami Shankara, and Amit. Hopefully you won't get the same question now. Are chakras for real? I think it was a very well experiential workshop that we have done now. There are a couple of books at least that are out there on the stall. Your Sun Sign as a Spiritual Guide, Chakras for Starters, and of course Amit and Shankara are there for any questions. Thank you again. We'll be having two sessions now, one in this hall, another one in the another hall. In this room we'll be having topic transitioning in grace, how to prepare for life's final exam, which will be done by Brahmachari Gaurav and Ashish, while in the other room we'll be having balancing material success with a spiritual life, which will be conducted by Pia Singh. So now I invite Ashish and Brahmachari Gaurav to lead the session. So I'll say a few words before we start. Ashish Chakravarti, he started with Ananda in 2009, has been very active on Kriya Home Study course, teaching to a lot of students. He frequently conducts sessions on stress management, right, healing. I've been traveling around a lot between Bangalore, Gurgaon, Pune, now in Chandigarh, and is also helping out a lot on the Ananda publication side. Along with him we have Brahmachari Gaurav, who is graduate in business administration from Symbiosis, Pune, and even before that he started his teachings very early in his life. Stayed with Swami Kriyananda, right, from 2004. In fact, he spent around a decade with him, so a lot of inspiration coming from him. He has also been part of management of the Ananda Sangha India Trust, and now he offers program on various subjects including meditation, holistic well-being, also takes groups on pilgrimages. Right? So that is what very fascinating part. I've also been part of that. Is also reaching out to students and business leaders not only in India but also internationally in Singapore and China. So over to you.
Thank you.
Both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing? How do you feel, I should ask? I can't hear you.
Awake and ready is the right answer.
Some people are saying awake and ready. You don't seem awake and ready. So let's repeat that. How is everyone feeling? How do you feel? How do you feel? Good, very good. Thank you. So, we have this very interesting topic now in this session that Ashish and I will be doing. And the topic is transitioning in grace,
how to prepare for life's final exam. And I think that's a nice way of putting it, transitioning in grace. I was thinking to put it more bluntly, how to die in grace. But really, that's the name of one of the books that one of our members wrote in Ananda, and I think that book, you can find it outside. And that book is really about that when you live a life filled with all these principles, all these things that we've talking since morning, what is the fruit of such a life? And really, more importantly for our discussion today, how do you transition out of this world? So it's a very nice word, transitioning in grace. How do you, let's say, pass away gracefully? And I was thinking about this topic today, and I thought the very simple answer is, if you want to die with grace, in grace, you have to first live in grace. Isn't it true? That we sometimes think, as I have to admit, this was how I was in school, when exam time would come, I was one of those students who would not study for the whole year. And just at the very last moment, last few days, I would try to cover everything that was taught in the year. And we know all how that goes. It's not a very fun experience. But we don't want to be like that when the final exam comes. When the time comes for us to leave this planet, as somebody was saying this morning, all of us have to one day. That at least is inevitable. We want to go in a nice way. We want to go in an uplifting way. So I thought I would share a few things, and then Ashish will share a few things, and maybe we'll have time for some questions and answers at the end. And the questions I'm about to ask are very simple. The first question is, how many of you have ever gone on a journey on a train or an airplane? So raise your hands if you have. Very good. This is partly to make sure you're awake and ready. Otherwise, I could have asked you just to nod your heads. But if you're already sleeping and you're nodding, then it doesn't help. Okay, second question. When you've gone on that journey, maybe it's a vacation you took to some place, you booked your train ticket, you booked your flight ticket, and now you're on that journey. Now, the day before, the night before, what do we all do often? We pack our bags, isn't it? You pack your suitcases, maybe there's check-in luggage, maybe there's carry-on luggage. How many of you, and you have to answer truthfully, have, going on one of those journeys, overpacked your suitcases? Raise your hands if you have. Okay, everyone be truthful. Go back in your life. That time when you really, you were going for 2 days, you just needed 2 shirts, 4 shirts, and you packed 10 of them. You needed 1 sweater and you packed 4 jackets. So how many of you have overpacked your luggage? Okay, I see more hands, very good. And how is that feeling? You pack your suitcases, you needed just 1, but you said, chalo, ek aur le chalte hain, So you have 2, then a carry-on, there's a sweet bag, there's a water bottle, and you reach the train station, you reach the airport, and suddenly what do you have to do? You have to take that stuff in. And how is that journey? I want some of you to share. It's a very simple question. Unhappy, okay. You have all this luggage, yes. Exactly, who's going to carry this? Main le to aaya, but who's going to carry all this luggage, Anyone else? It's difficult, it's heavy. You start asking, I should have packed less. Sometimes you realize that on the way back, when the vacation is over and you realize you haven't used half the stuff, and then you're coming back again with that heavy luggage, then these things go in your mind. Unnecessary many things. I have done this myself. And we learn. I think sometimes we learn from that experience that good not to carry so much with you when you're on that journey. Okay, the other question, and maybe this is the other half of the audience who didn't raise your hands, that how many of you pack very light when you go on a journey? Yeah, you're like, I have learnt my lessons, or maybe I was born this way, I had wisdom. Born this way. I'm like, I want to enjoy my journey and I will just take the essentials, just 1 backpack, 1 small carry-on. So how many of you have experienced that? I see people pointing fingers at each other, husbands and wives, maybe, or friends. And how is that feeling? When you have that one little suitcase, backpack, you reach the train station or start that long journey, how does that feel? Enjoyable. Less stressful. Nirvana, okay. We don't need these teachings. We are already in nirvana. What else? You feel light, isn't it? You're like, this is manageable, this is doable. And you actually enjoy the journey, isn't it? And I was thinking, that's really, life can teach us so much about death, which is our subject. And really, it's really about baggage at the end of the day. Because when time comes to leave this world, all that's going to make the difference is how much baggage do you have that you think you need to carry, or if you have made a habit of saying, I keep it simple. I've realized you don't need much to go on a journey, because death is a journey. It's going to be a journey all of us have to take one day, someday, very soon, because you never know. And really, we want to reach the point that when that day comes, we have very little baggage. Because like I said, like you all said, if when that time comes, when that time is approaching, you are light, you don't have many things, the journey is going to be enjoyable, all the things that you said. But if there is a lot of baggage that you have, and we are going to talk about what that baggage is on that journey, then like you all said, it's going to be heavy, it's going to be stress, you're going to be like, why did I accumulate so much of stuff that I know I'm not going to need? And the other thing is, I want to ask you now, because this is just, we are wiser than we know, we have all the answers ourselves. When you go on that journey, this is the next question. You pack your one bag, one suitcase. Let's say we've reached that stage. We know, okay, one or maybe two suitcases you need to go on that vacation. Now you're off to Goa or you're off to the Himalayas for that vacation. You have one suitcase worth of stuff with you. But all of us have maybe 50 suitcases worth of stuff back at home, isn't it? All our possessions, all our furniture, all the rest of our clothes. Everything else is still there. We don't carry it with us, do we? No. So when we go on that vacation, we are now on that journey. Do any of us worry about all that stuff that's on back home? No, we know we don't, right? Somehow we are like, that's going to be fine. It's not with me. I'm not surrounded by it, but it's going to be fine, right? You go on a vacation with some people, let's say a few friends, a few family members. But if you have 50 friends, you have 50 family members, you leave them all behind for that week, 10 days. Do you worry about them on that journey? No, they're going to be fine, right? All your responsibilities, everything that takes up so much of our time every day. I'm responsible for this, everything. Don't you just drop that, right? When you go on that vacation, it's a baggage on one level, but all of us, nobody has to tell us, we know how to do it on that 1 week break. We know how to do it on that vacation, to let everything be, and we still are happy, isn't it? Right? And so that's the second point. That when that journey of death comes again, it's just a journey. It's just like this journey. And when it comes, why is there that fear, sorrow? Because we won't take any of that with us. But then that should be fine, right? Because we are used to it. Doing it for shorter periods of time, we're always happy. And then the final thing I wanted to ask or mention was that, again, when you go on that journey, let's say it's to a foreign country. When I remember the first time I went abroad, it was very nice. You go, you hear, I think for me it was Singapore, and you see all the things you are supposed to do, all the tourist attractions, all the parks and the things you want to do. And how do you feel? Just think back to your first journey. on a train or a plane, you're going to a new city. How do you feel? Excited. Sorry? Amazed. More. Everyone's awake? Thrilled. Remember back to that time. How do you feel? How did you feel? When you're going to a new place, you've not been there before, but you've been making plans, waiting. How are you? Say that louder. Thrilled. Yeah, you're joyful. Maybe you're planning with your friends. You're looking forward to it, isn't it? You've never been there. You don't know what to expect. But there's, like someone was saying, there's an excitement in the air. You're planning, there's anticipation. And so it is finally again. When we talk about death, Yogananda said it's the most silly thing to fear it. Because it's a journey to some place unknown perhaps. But we know when we go on these trips to these places which are unknown, we are always joyful. It's not, we are anticipating, we are looking forward to it. And so what's off here then? Why do we need this session? How to prepare for life's final exam? We just have to, these are very simple things on one level, and we all kind of realize it in our soul level. And it's just about every single day. Life is just saying, what you do when you go on those journeys to those cities, do that every single day. Get up in the morning and ask yourself in this day that I'm going to go through, what do I not need in this day? And just drop that baggage. Just take a moment. You get up on the bed, just take a few moments. If you pray, if you meditate, whatever, sit on your bed and say, today, what do I not need on this journey? And just mentally go through your mind and say, okay, I can drop that. I can live without that one. I've been away from that one in the past and I've still be happy. And drop that baggage mentally. Often when I go for a walk near my home in Delhi, it might be a long walk to the park. It might be even on a drive sometimes. I just go for a drive. And I consciously leave my phone at home. I leave my wallet at home. Maybe I'll take my driving license, maybe 100 rupee note, just for an emergency. But I just go. I don't take anything else. Because these are the small ways we have to practice this. Our independence from the things that we feel, I can't live without. So you say, I can drop that baggage. That's unnecessary on this half an hour journey that I'm about to take in the park or on the road. I can do without it. And then you build and you start remembering. I was thinking, when we were all children, small children, young children, maybe babies, maybe 6 months, 1 year old, are small children often happy? Yes or no? Yes. Why do you think they are happy? A small baby, 6 months, 1 year old. Of course, they also cry, I know. But why are they often so joyful? Why do they smile? Why are they so happy? They have no baggage. Excellent. And I'm going to talk about that. What is that kind of baggage that they don't have? What else? Why are they so joyful? Why are they so happy? They're innocent. They live in the moment. They are in touch with God. Yeah, all right answers. Do they have any possessions to their name that they're aware of? Nobody has told them ki ye pram aapka hai, aapka naam likha hai ispe, and that cupboard is yours. They have nothing. We had nothing when we were that stage. Yet we were the most joyful. That was the time in our lives when we maybe even didn't have clothes over our body, but we were the most joyful. And like someone said, because we did not have baggage. And the yogis say, Yogananda said, Swami Kriyananda would say, that this baggage which we want to drop, now it's not a physical baggage like we pack our suitcases. He said, these are our self-definitions that we accumulate through our life as we grow up. That I am this, I am that. I have this, I have that. I am rich, I am poor. I am a banker. I am a dentist.
I am Indian, I am American, I have many talents, I don't have anything. And these self-definitions, Yogananda said, really are the only baggage of the soul. Because they are the ones who bind us down and prevent us from feeling free. That's why that child feels so happy, so joyful, because that self-identification, self-definition is almost nil. He has no reference that this is mine, that is mine, I have this quality, talent, that is mine. None of that is there. There is, like someone says, there's a lot of joy because you're very close to your soul nature. And that's where we want to head when we want to prepare for life's final exam. And so every day we want to prepare and we want to shed our self-definitions. And how do you do that? How do we do that? Is it easy? It is easy on one level, on another it isn't, but it is on one level very easy. And it begins just every single day not identifying with these passing self-definitions. When you were a baby, maybe today you are 30 and you're a banker, right? And you've convinced yourself I'm a banker. I'm a banker. I work in the bank. I go every day. I have been a banker. I'm a good banker. People tell me I'm a great banker. But really, is that who you are? Are you bankers? No. What were you when you were 5? It's something that has changed. And by that very fact that you are that identity for a brief moment of time before, after you're not that tells you that's not real. And so Yogananda said, don't identify yourself with anything that is not true ultimately. Because when the time comes to transition and you have a lot of identifications like that, that's what makes it hard. That we suddenly don't know, but what will happen in the unknown? Because whatever I know I am, is suddenly not going to be there. And that's why the yogis say, practice it now. Practice it every day. And just affirm, like the great master says, that I am a child of God. I am made in God's image. I am made in the image of the divine. I am perfect. I am free. I am joyful. And everything else is, it's not important. It's really not important. So it takes practice, of course. But I tell you, we practice it. And I can tell you from my own experience, it's not hard when you begin practicing these things that, don't feel that you are this body and personality. When I used to, in the very beginning, many years ago, somebody comes up to you and says something mean. Or you have a talent, you are, let's say, a good cook. And somebody comes and says, I tasted your food, it was horrible. How do you feel? We feel bad, naturally, right? They're like, tasteless. It was, the worst food I've ever had. You feel bad. Why do you feel bad? Because Yogananda said you're identifying yourself with something, that I am a good cook. And then what happens? Somebody comes along and says you're not. The ego wants to defend that position, maintain it. Everyone's been telling me I am, so how come you're telling me I'm not? And then this tug of war begins and leads to many, many other complications. But if you can just by practice, discipline yourself and just catch that thought at that moment, you can really, I tell you, you can turn that emotion into joy. If you release that self-identification. So what I mean is somebody comes and tells you, you're a terrible cook. And rather than, justifying and defending yourself, just smile. Don't say anything. And inwardly, you can say, that's true. I am not a cook after all. Are we cooks? We are not cooks. Were we bankers? We are not. So we do everything in this world. We have to, all of us have to fulfill our dharmas, our duties. But the key is not to take it so seriously that it becomes our identity. Right? And so that's the kind of baggage the yogis say, every day drop it. Whatever you feel, not this, not that, I'm not this, I'm not that.
So that's, and it's, I tell you, it becomes more easier the more you practice it. And I was telling some friends in Delhi recently, now, after some years of practicing this, you know, when people, I've done something which, let's say I deserve credit, you know, somebody should come and acknowledge and give you flowers, and people totally ignore you. It's as if in their mind that never happened. I feel so good about it, because you start those self identities, you start seeing yourself in that true perspective, you know, like that child. So you say, I'm not important, so why am I fretting if someone didn't come and, you know, whatever, give me credit, you know, or someone comes and says something mean to you, you know, and you don't respond, you don't react in the same way, and you start enjoying really your own nothingness. You know, you start enjoying, oh good, I'm glad they didn't invite me to that party or that conference or that meeting where I, because of my position, should have been there. You're like, good, one less conversation to have. You know, one less thing to worry about, you know. Because this I is really, this I is the source of all of these things, you know. Like Jyotish was saying this morning, if we can expand that while living, then when death comes, it's just blissful. Like Yogananda said, death is then just walking from this room into the next. Is that terrible, walking from this room into the next? It's no effort, it takes 5 steps. It's like, oh, new room. And that's then what death will be like, transitioning in grace. So we have to live in grace, we have to live every day with that attitude, and then really every day becomes joyful. You start feeling lighter, you know, just like that journey. And then, you know, when death comes, it's just a simple transition. And so many of our friends, and again, I encourage you maybe to go through that book. There is one more book by Yogananda ji, Karma and Reincarnation. And that's also very, very nice book on this subject. And that so many of our friends who have practiced these teachings, you hear of their stories when they pass away from this earth, and just mind-blowing. There is so much grace, you know, there is so much light, there is so much freedom when they go, and you look at the kind of freedom they go in, and you know, just it's beautiful. I'll close with this, a dear friend of ours in Delhi many years ago, he passed away, and he was practicing these things, not for a very long time even, for some years, but when he passed away, he knew, as would often happen back in the day, when his time of departure was coming. And Mr. Beej, he called his family, you know, they were all in Delhi, and he said, come to the hospital, I'll be going tomorrow. And some of us from the ashram also went. And he was lying on the hospital bed, and he sat up when people came, and he looked around to his family, and he said, I'm going. You know, with complete freedom, with that calmness, because he had no baggage. You know, he had become very childlike, which is what I'm talking about. You start seeing yourself back as you were. And he said, I'm going. And he said, now the prana is leaving my legs. Now it is leaving my calves. Now it is leaving my thighs. Prana, energy, which we've been talking about today. And he said, now it has left my stomach. And one by one, he was taking them through his death, basically. And he finally said, Om, and he was gone. So I think that's something to aspire towards. And it's not difficult. It's not difficult. It's our nature. We can all do it. We just have to drop our baggage, pack light for the journey, practice it every day. So thank you. And I'll invite Ashish to share some things now.
Let me just check on the time. How much time did we have? Okay, good. So, thank you, Gaurav. And you know, sometimes when we talk about this subject of death, it seems a little morbid, a little scary. It's something we don't want to sort of talk about. Each one of us know, yeah, that's right, but you don't have to tell me I'm going to die. But for those of us who are here since morning or even for half a day, you would have noticed something today, wouldn't you? That most of the people who were here on stage, sitting in front, the choir here, the volunteers outside, all seem to live differently. Did you feel that? And Nayaswami Shankar was talking about when he first came to Ananda and he saw the people happy all the time. I think most of us have the same reaction. We're like, who are these people? What are they doing? How can it be that one person can be happy all the time? We have all been happy, but then we're not happy after a while. Then we have been energetic and enthusiastic, and then we'll be like, oh, I don't want to do this. But yet you see these people, everybody here in this place called Ananda, that they are doing something. And the ability to live differently is coming from only one thing, this path of Kriya Yoga. This is what is preparing all of us here for the final exam. Remember in school, colleges, there was these surprise tests, all those teachers, they'd come in and say, bright Wednesday morning, you're waiting for the lunch break and you go and play some cricket, and he says, there'll be a test. And you're like, that's ruined our day. But that comes to people of time to time when they don't know that they're going to pass and something happens. And yet they are the final exams that they come. And all of us, even Gaurav here, had to prepare for it, right? In college, he was at some point. But why not start now? Why not start now when we know the exam? We don't know the date exactly, thank God for that. But we do know that that exam is coming. So let me just talk a few things in practical ways how we can prepare. Of course, if you base your life on meditation, that becomes easier. We had the session before that on the chakras, and as Gaurav explained about Mr. Vij, that you know how the energy will one by one go up and hopefully exit from here as you transition, as you pass this, as you leave this body behind. But mentioning this, that we do have to leave some of the things behind us. And Gaurav very nicely talked about the self-definitions that we have to leave behind. We have to leave behind our attachments. We have to leave behind things that we care for on a human level. But that doesn't mean we stop doing that now, please. Yeah? Look after yourselves. Do everything that you're doing with energy, with enthusiasm, and with as much joy as you can. But really, at one point, the point will come, as it came so nicely with Mr. Vij, and we've seen that with many people. Please do get that book, Transitioning in Grace. You will see many, many true stories of people who have left the body literally in grace. But they have to leave the body. And in preparation for that, one of the things that we can do really, and Swami Kriyananda would talk about it, that our attachment to this body, we can start losing it now, without losing the ability to take care of it as required. So when he would have a shower, he would be rubbing his arms and he would say, this will become dust one day. And in that process, slowly realized that, yes, he was keeping the body clean, but not necessarily being attached to it. Swamiji also would say that if you are hungry, try not to say, I am hungry. Say it's just mentally. Otherwise, if you say it aloud too much, people might think you're crazy. But just say it's time to feed the body. Know that you're made of energy. You can never be tired. But if you need to, say it's time to rest the body. Step by step, convince yourself that you are so much more than the body that you are currently living in. So as you do that practice, and over time, you'll realize, as we have seen, when it comes, you can drop it, because like that new city we were going to, it is exciting out there. There is something to look forward to.
and you needn't worry about what's left behind. Welcome back, Aditya ji, Jyotish ji, Karthikeyan ji, wonderful to see you. Right, and I think we are also out of time here. And I'll just wrap up with this one thought, that what we see when we first come to Ananda, this level of enthusiasm, this level of joy, the attitude of seva, which everybody has alluded to so beautifully throughout, that if you start to practice, and your ability to practice that will increase, yes, with the company we keep, with following the teachings, reading the books, but your own sadhana, your practice and your meditation. And in that preparation, you will see that you can live in joy and you can exit in bliss. And this transition, it's not something to worry about. Don't look forward to it too much. It will come. But while you're doing your living, live in joy, and then we will see. The rest is easy. Thank you, everyone. God bless you.
Thank you, Brahmachari Gaurav and Ashish, for this wonderful session and insights deep into the most important phase of our life, the final transition. Now I invite Soumya to introduce us to the next topic of the EFL.
Good evening. Jai Guru, Namaskar to everyone. Welcome. I'm here to introduce Nitaiji and Aryavan. Nitaiji is going to talk about the Education for Life principles, which is based on Paramahansa Yogananda's principles of education. Nitaiji is co-founder of Education for Life with Swami Kriyananda, who is the author of Swami Kriyananda wrote this book, Education for Life, based on which we have the schools and we are also practicing principles in other areas of Education for Life. Nitai Deranja is a co-founder with Swami Kriyananda of Education for Life, and he started the first EFL elementary school in 1972. And in 1997, he co-founded the first EFL high school. In this current role as President of Education for Life International, he currently oversees a network of schools in the United States, Europe, and now in India. Nitai has two wonderful adult children who attended Education for Life schools. He is the author and co-author of 4 books. For Goodness Sake, Supporting Children and Teens in Discovering Life's Highest Values. The second book is The Art of Joyful Education, Journey to the Heart of Nature, and most recently, The Road to Maturity, which is the culmination of all the tools and practices we have been using for 50 years in Education for Life schools in US and Europe. I would also like to introduce Aryavan, who is going to be the keynote speaker here. Aryavan Maxwini, he is an ambassador of Education for Life here in India. He is a triple gift to us. Aryavan's parents, his father he is a teacher in Education for Life school. He himself went to the Education for Life school, and now he is also a trainer. He's training teachers for practicing Education for Life. Aryavan Maxwini was born and raised in Ananda spiritual community in California and has been a disciple of the spiritual master Paramahansa Yogananda for over a decade. After meeting Yogananda's direct disciple Swami Kriyananda at the age of 22, Aryavan spent the next 3.5 years traveling with and learning from him. At Swamiji's request, Aryavan became a teacher in an Education for Life school, which uses a system of education based on Yogananda's teachings. He now lives in India, working on different projects to bring the practical universal principles of yoga into mainstream education, including the creation of an Education for Life-based K-8 curriculum and the founding of an EFL Institute for a broader dissemination of this approach to teachers and parents in Europe, India, and around the world. So now I welcome Nitaiji and Aryavan to come and share some light over the further experience of Education for Life. Thank you. Welcome, Aryavan.
Is this working? Okay, great. So my name is Nayaswami Nitai, and I get to share with you the beginning of a presentation of Education of Our Life. Most of you have read Autobiography of a Yogi, but some of you haven't. So what in that book, it shows Paramahansa Yogananda his evolution as spiritually, at least as a model for us. When he was about 22 years old, he had his first experience of cosmic consciousness, which is described in the Autobiography of a Yogi. And shortly after that, his guru, Sri Yukteswar, came up to him and he says, well, are you going to keep all the honey for yourself? And the idea that all the spiritual realization that he had, was he going to be content just to have it and keep it inside? And of course he didn't. And he responded by starting a school. It was in Dihika in 1916. So that would mean that Yogananda was 23 years old at that point. Started very humbly, kind of like a little shack. It had a bare floor. And he started working with about 7 boys at that point. And then for the next 3 years, that school continued to expand very rapidly. Was moved to Ranchi, had the backing of the Maharaja of Kazim and applications skyrocketed. They had many more applications they could have. I think they had room for about 200, and they had about 2,000 students. That came to an end quite abruptly, extremely abruptly. One morning, Yogananda was meditating in a quiet place that he'd found, a little storage shed on the campus, which has now been turned into a big shrine. If you go to Ranchi, it's quite a transformation. But he had the vision of the West, the Westerners, all these Westerners looking at him and calling to him. And he felt that was this important turning point in his life. He actually had Sri Yukteswar verify that, and then he actually prayed for Babaji to come and also collaborate, because it was such a, from a human point of view, it was a mind-boggling change. I mean, especially in 1920 in India, to think about going to the West. First of all, you couldn't even go there because of World War I, and he ended up being on the first ship to make that passage. So it's just this enormous shifting of priorities. Plus, he was the headmaster in this school and the founder, which he must have been kind of well, I can't say that he was attached to it, but he felt responsible in some way. But to be moved out of that in such a quick way was a powerful experience. When he came to the United States, even for the next, I think Piaji showed me some his highlights, or he was publishing a list of ideas or things that he wanted to implement. And even up to 1929, which is this particular one, at the top of the list was to establish how to live schools in the West. Well, what he found out was that it wasn't time. The parents weren't ready. Parents who don't appreciate
yoga and Vedanta and all these things are not going to enroll their children in a school, parents being quite conservative usually that way. So that got put on the back burner, and it wasn't until Swami Kriyananda founded Ananda Village, which was a magnet to draw in parents who did want this kind of education, that we could start the schools in 1972. So they've grown. Today we get to hear two wonderful expressions of that. We're going to have a short talk by Dr. Amita Wattal, who is supervising the bringing of these principles into the public education sector in Gurgaon. And then Soumya will come back, Tyagi Soumya will come back, and she'll share about the efforts right here in Pune of founding a EFL school. But I wanted to just shortly talk about what can we bring, because Yogananda is obviously the inspiration for Education for Life. He didn't leave that much in written form about what Education for Life would look like or how it would operate. So he did a couple of things. There's a couple of articles one called The Balanced Life, one called The Psychological Chart, which are available. If you're interested, there's a edforlife.org website that has them. You can read them on there. But I wanted to share a story. It's the only story I know of that happened while he was a teacher in a school at Ranchi. And it just shows Yogananda in a very typical situation. Two boys are upset with each other and they start fighting with each other. How many teachers have had to deal with that? We were looking at Soumya's school on yesterday or the day before, and all of a sudden two boys are and so it's a very common situation. So, but this little story was shared by one of the students of his later on in life, and he wrote a little story about those days. He said, so the boys were having a hard time, so Yogananda, it was a residential school. So he didn't tell them, he didn't say, don't fight, stop fighting. Because that's the approach adults usually use, right? You tell the kids what you want them to do and then almost never do it. They always find another way to respond. So what he did, though, is he arranged that they would have to share the same bed. And so he put them in the bed, and here's all of a sudden you're having to sleep with your enemy. And so they were, restless and stuff, but eventually they calmed down and they kind of went to sleep. Well, at that point, the teacher, Yogananda, comes up behind the bed, and very surreptitiously, he reaches over and he flicks the ear of one of the boy with his fingers, pop, and then he steps back. And the boy that got the finger in the ear wakes up, and he really looks at his enemy, and he's definitely sure that he'd done it. So he starts pounding on him, and then finally they calm down again. They go back to sleep. Yogananda comes up another time. He flicks the other boy's ear. And so now they have to repeat it. And but this time he stands close by. And so when they finish that round of fighting, they both look at him and they go, oh. And the message was delivered, but it was delivered in a very uncommon way. It was a very creative way. It was a way that only probably worked in that particular incident with those particular two boys, because Yogananda knew those boys and he knew how they would respond. And so he was able to come in and provide an avenue for them to grow. Well, that's the job of a teacher, any teacher, but especially in Education for Life. The challenge is, how can you work with the students in front of you to help them to grow? To help them to grow how? Help them to grow towards higher consciousness. Swami Kriyananda defines it in Education for Light as the goal is maturity, the maturity being the ability to relate to realities other than your own. It's very easy to say, very hard to do. So the challenge of a teacher is, in any situation, whether you're teaching math, whether you're teaching French, or anything else, for an Education for Life teacher, the outward curriculum is secondary, because it's a tool to help them grow. And to look at the curriculum that way changes the whole dynamics of what you're doing. And just to give one example in math, I've taught a lot of math. Well, it's nice to learn quadratic equations and all these different things, but very few people use quadratic equations later in life. What they do use is the ability to concentrate, the ability to problem solve, those kinds of qualities. So for an Education for Life teacher, those go to the fore. I'm teaching math because everybody's going to use concentration later in life. Everybody's going to learn problem solving during life. We can learn it right now. We can practice it in math class. And then, of course, everything makes sense. Also makes sense to the students when you explain it that way, because inevitably, if you teach high school math, somebody's going to come up to you and say, why do we have to study this? And so this is a good way to answer that question. So as we work with these principles, it's a joy. It's a challenge. It's a challenge because, in a way, we're reoriented education. Education has gotten very externalized in terms of what the goals are. A friend of mine said, we define ourselves, he says, I do math, therefore I am. So we get our definitions by the test scores we get, or by the teacher's approval, or by what our friends think about us. Education for Life, the goal is different. The goal is to continue to cultivate that awareness of self and take it through all the different stages and layers of development till we get to what Yogananda called his work, self-realization. But you can work on that with children, but it has to become in a very different way than you work with adults. It's no accident that all the children are outside playing games, doing artwork, running around. Nobody's in here, right? So what works for adults doesn't work for kids. Unfortunately, a lot of education kind of assumes that's supposed to be the case, that children are supposed to sit there and act like adults, but it doesn't work very well. So I want to give you two examples before I'm going to call Dr. Amita up because she has to leave. Uh-oh, you need to come up right now. Yes, okay, I'm going to come back later and I'll finish it off, but come up. Yeah, she has to catch a plane back to Gurgaon, so I want to give her a chance to talk. It's been a great joy for me and a blessing and an inspiration to get to work with her these past 7 months or so. She's the supervisor for the whole education program there. I won't take too long, you can. And I won't even try to list all the credentials that she has. She's very well known in educational circles in India, has served on many, many boards, and is a delight. The most important thing is she's a delight to work with. So.
Jyotish ji, Devi ji, Dhyana ji, Piya ji, Jaya ji, to all the distinguished guests who are present here this afternoon, to two people who have been absolutely amazing to work with, Nitai and Aryavan. I think I should give them a very big hand. Well, this is my first with the Ananda Foundation. But what I do want to say from the very start is that Piyaji gave me this opportunity to initiate and think about education for life in her schools. And I think it's the most exceptional way of life because it is where the registers of life meet: action, thought, service. And what better place than in schools? I was feeling a bit left out that we weren't an EFL school. We were constantly told there's an EFL school and there's a school. So we thought, and I particularly with Piyaji discussed this, why do we need EFL in our schools? And when we talk about schools, I talk about schools, which so many of us have graduated from the CBSE board, the IB board, the government aided, the aided. And it's been quite a trauma for many of us to have come out of these schools. I know I was expelled from 2. And here I am, a principal an educator for so many years. What I do want to say is that I think education for life in schools like government schools, private schools, is extremely necessary today, because the families are dysfunctional. There's crime and violence. There's complete media overload. There's so much of competition amongst teachers and parents and students. Children have become trophy kids. Unless you're in the newspaper and you won an award which you've actually paid for, you're nobody. Now, what is this that we're growing up with? I have worked with innumerable organizations like the Ramakrishna Mission or the Dayanand Mission or Sisters of Charity or the various convents. Everyone has tried. Some have been very structured, some have been very flexible, some have become moral science classes. But I think, and I believe, that the Education for Life program of way of life or approach to life is something that, if it's brought in, will be here to stay and will affect the lives of millions, because it has within it so many aspects which actually are connected to 21st century skills that we consistently talk about. And I think what is essential is that how do we position this in our schools? Because our teachers will say, oh, this is another SUPW, as UK, another period wasted. But that's not what it is about. It's about positioning this and making it an integral part of learning and life. We do not have to go to sacred places. The grounds of our school is holy land. This is where our pilgrimage starts and ends. This is where we find our universe with its loops and bends. If that is what school is, then certainly EFL is the pilgrimage that we are on, and we have to make it happen. And with Nitai and Aryavan, bringing that flame in, and with people like Soumya, her help, and my observations and listenings, we've been trying a lot in these 4 to 6 months, and it's been affecting lives. We've been trying to affect the teaching pedagogies by teacher training, because you can't leave it like a workshop. It has to have a certain sense of a curriculum which is not prescriptive, but descriptive. A descriptive curriculum, which lets the teacher teach the how of learning, not the what, and let her be free. So whether it is physics or chemistry or biology or English, Education for Life has to run like a thread through the fabric of these subjects. So if a child, and that is the kind of curriculum that we plan, that when Soumya comes over to Gurgaon to be with us soon in December with some of her teachers, and with the help of Nitai and Aryavan, we're going to weave out this curriculum. And I promise you, Jyotish ji and Devi ji, that we will make it happen. We will make it happen. There's a lot of material that she has. There's a lot of work that I have done over the decades in development. And I think what we have to essentially look at is that how do we look at a holistic child? Who is a holistic child? A child, and at 4 levels, as an individual, compassion and love and care and understanding and dignity and perseverance, as a community of mutual respect and understanding of diversity, reconciliation, as a national, at a national level with the children, where they talk of citizens' rights, human rights, where they talk of the rights of the rivers and the trees and the mountains and the environment, and that becomes integral, and we give a voice to them, a voice to the birds and the bees. And of course, global issues. The whole understanding of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. There is the whole connection of East meets West, as the Master said. The whole idea of the world is a family. And that what has to be deeply integrated into our curriculum. Because there is a saying in Sanskrit which says, Charitam udar vikara vasudhaiva kutumbakam. Create your character so large. And as was said this morning, what wonderful words when you talked about the expansion of the consciousness and to envelop. And so the whole understanding of the community, which will be brought in into every classroom, because I have worked in areas where there are no examinations in the school. Why do we need to have exams? Create assessment models. Today, India is ready for a new board. Let's have the National Curriculum Education for Life framework. I'm not saying it will happen tomorrow, but it will happen because the ground is ready. It is fertile. We are waiting for it. And all of us will make it happen together. So if there can be an IB board and a CBSE board and a government board, why can't there be an EFL board? And we have to look at that. And we have to ensure it happens. And all of you sitting here, I think we should start talking about it. Because as Piaji said in her talk, magnetize it into our lives. Magnetize it into the world of education and learning. It's been far too long. And you said something so wonderful yesterday in one of the meetings, when you said that let's do it before somebody else takes it on. And why should anybody else take it on? We are the people, you are the people who've created this fabulous idea, understanding. The master has come back to his land as far as schooling is concerned. He went from Ranchi to America, and now India is ready. It's ready to move forward. And so I'm really excited about the way we're going to look at teacher training, to look at pedagogy, to look at the way how we integrate, because it cannot just be a meditative practice and an activity. Otherwise, how will we give it to the parent? Because every child is doing these days a lot of yoga, a lot of activities. We have to ensure that if a child is doing physics and doing heat, light, and electricity, they put off the lights, otherwise they remember that there's a farmer in Dhanbad who's going down in the mines, his lungs are filled with coal, and he will be dead. And his wife will not be looked after by the coal barons. The interdependence of life. That's integral to living. That's integral to what every child has to understand, that people are people because of other people. And so that's what we have to bring in. That if a child is talking in geography about rice production, they don't waste that idli or that rice or that poha on their tiffin, because they remember that there's a farmer in Tirai who's standing in leeches, where food distribution is so bad in this country, it doesn't reach people. And he would have committed suicide, and we will be responsible for that suicide, because there is no I, there is a we. The we is what we will bring into Education for Life, which is there. Education for Life talks about the we. It talks about the individual and it talks about the we in so many wonderful ways. I'm deeply blessed that you have given me this opportunity. I don't know what more to say. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, so we're going to just, oops, the next speaker is running around in the room here. I wanted to just let you see the scope. So with the school, with Dr. Wattel, that's 400 students, about 40 teachers, grades nursery school through 7th grade. There are 3 other schools in Gurgaon that we'll be branching out to eventually, starting with the high school in January. But that's one application of Education for Life. The other application is much more local, and I wanted to ask Soumya to come up and talk about what's happening here in Pune. Okay.
So, I have so big dignitaries in front of me, I don't know what, but I'll share how that's what, I think that is what I need to do here. How the school started in Pune, with lots of blessing. What we all are talking about is responding to change and challenge with courage. And that was the seed that it was pandemic, and we kept hearing that children are going through, because suddenly the schools are closed, kids cannot go down to play with their friends, there is no company, no physical activity, no creative other alternatives, they could not go for sports. So we kept hearing from the parents that, what do we do? Because still the schools did not learn to go online because our teachers are not used to it. They are not, see, most schools, they don't have this kind of a technological facility where you can immediately switch to the online school. And so schools could not start at that time. So we came up, Prisha and me and Xenia, we came up with this idea, how can we help these children? How can we help them to feel happy and not feel sad all the day because they don't have anything to do, they can't meet people, they can't interact with their age group. So see, the idea came from what we all are talking about, thinking about others. And the idea came from the fact, when we were talking, this thing kept coming back to us, that we have to tell them that, of course this is a challenge, but how do we face it with joy and cheerfulness? So we started with 1 hour every day, and we called it Camp Mukunda. And we started with Mukunda's story. How did he face challenges? How did he convince his friends? How did he felt God in his life? How he was convincing his friends that God is there, and how, in what different forms and energy God can help us and guide us. So that was the starting point. And children just loved it. They loved it, and so their parents, because kids were sitting at home, parents saw that their kids are just happy after the Camp Mukunda, the 1 session, 1 hour everyday session. So then the request started that, do you have any such school? What after this? And then slowly, of course, we went on for 1.5, 2 months, Niyati? Yeah. And then by the time, it was also a time when we could have started saying that, okay, let's think about it. So then, thanks to, I was living in a community nearby, so Aditya ji and Bhavani, and we sat together and we started thinking, what do we do now? This request is coming. How do we kind of expand and keep expanding our help and reach out to more families? And that's how we said, "Theek hai, chalo." We respond to that. And so whoever asked for school, we said, yes, we can do it. Fortunately, we had teachers, thanks to Prisha. Prisha is not here. She has been doing education for life for so many, 10 years in Pune and India. So we had a lot of people who were kind of introduced to education for life. And then Nitai, many of them had taken further course with Nitai, like I'm one of them. So we said, okay, we have EFL trained teachers, we have willing parents, we have willing children, let's just support. So we didn't even think about what will be the fees, how many days. Everything just kept kind of expanding as it came, because it has to grow organically. This is something which was God's plan, is how we were responding to it. And so we started with this 5 little ones, 2.5, 3-year-olds. We started meeting their parents first. And we started telling them what is education for life, how does it work, how we are going to work with your children, what kind of commitment do we want from you, what will be your involvement. And so working with parents started happening, and the support started coming in. And willing teachers, who gets in this age and time, it's 3 years. Most of our teachers are volunteering. Most of our teachers. And they are all now EFL trained. This can happen only with their grace. The way Swamiji has shown us what is Seva, through his own example, he has lived as a disciple, what is true disciple, what is Seva. And I think it's beautiful to have teachers as Guru Bhais, as Guru sisters, And so everything happens in such a way as if God has planned it. Now one would imagine that, oh, you have so much, everything is all settled. This school would have flourished. How many children do you have? 300, 400? No. Master wants all of us to learn. This is all of our spiritual growth, how we are practicing what we have learned. That is the opportunity given to all of us. And fortunately, all of us take it that way. We all keep reminding each other in meetings. So there is no one person who is kind of saying that you do this and it happens. If there is a program, everybody shares what are their thoughts. If there is an assessment, we all come together and we say that how should we do it? What should be the design of the assessment paper? What kind of questions we should ask so that children can apply their real experience to respond to it. And they don't have to mug up and say that, okay, this is what so-and-so ma'am taught me in this formula, and so I'm going to write it down and calculate this problem sum. So the problem solving became real in their life. Experience becomes real in their life. Yesterday, what Nitai was quoting about these two boys getting into this little fight, I was observing this one boy, he did not hit back. Thrice the other boy was hitting him, this boy did not hit him back. That isn't that courage? Willpower, that you're not going to respond in the same manner. Now this boy is one of the brightest child in our school. In terms of his energy, and I'm not talking when I say bright, it's not about intellectual only. It's about his energy. I was taking his grade 3 student, and so one day I was working with him, and we were working about food. How does food help us? What do you eat? Because he comes from a very different background. He says, and then we started, why do we need to eat food? And then we started thinking about that when we are not well, what kind of food we should eat? And after listing down everything, this boy says, but one very important thing is you have to be positive. I haven't taught this. This was not my curriculum. But that is what happens in EFL school. And so we are blessed. And every year, it's 3 years now, we are all learning. So we learned a little bit about accounts, we learned a little bit about administration, we learned a little bit about legal formalities, and we are still learning. And each day becomes like, my colleagues were telling me that it's like one petal added into that flower which is blossoming as an EFL school. And I just feel that it's such a blessing. So if we have to say what is EFL school, it is a combination of everyone's positive attitude towards it. And what is a positive attitude is, you have the readiness to face whatever comes. Be ready for all the challenges. Remain problem solver. Don't look at the problem as a problem. The moment, I keep saying that in many other places also, when somebody asks me a question, I said, become a solution oriented. Don't become a problem person, but I don't have to say that in school. My kids are already like that. They are solution oriented. So when we have to face certain challenges in life, when we meet certain challenges in life, if we have learned this quality, it will keep us going, it will keep us uplifted. We will always have kind of bright way to look at the situation. And that is what I think so far we are enjoying, that all of us are learning with children. All the teachers are learning, we are all growing. And yeah, especially me, I was sharing the other day, I said, when I came on to this school, I came from a very typical power person, that if I say it has to be kind of followed, nobody questions me. I came from that background and I did that for 15 years. Imagine how difficult it is to get rid of it. And every time I received a no with these fearless teachers who are far more spiritually progressive, than me. And they would fearlessly say no to me for certain things. And I'm like, how? I mean, in my mind, I used to say that, and I used to feel bad about it. And today, I'm so happy that I don't feel that way. I don't feel it that way. I feel it as a, wait a minute, there's a lesson to be learned from here. Somebody's saying something, I need to think about it. May not be always, it may not be the case. People may not be doing it for me to learn. Sometimes it's my role to make them learn something. But I don't react immediately the way I used to react. And I take it as a very, very deep spiritual growth, because ego is my challenge. All my classes I have been discussing, how do I get rid of this? How do I get rid of my ego? I have been on the education for almost 25 years, never been on the stage this comfortably. Today I'm able to speak because I said, Master, I remember Swamiji saying this. I was just practicing, repeating in my head. Swamiji said, I'm not talking, God is talking, so if I'm wrong, I'm not wrong. Something like that. I'm not exactly saying that, but that's what I understood. That Swamiji said, he was talking about ego, and he was giving this example that when I give public talk, this is what I think in my head. And I was reminding myself constantly that I'm not going to talk. I'm not talking for myself. I'm not here to say that I did something. I'm here to share so that we all get inspired and take whatever steps we can take to expand this work. And there are many different ways to do this. This is one way, the way the EFL school in Pune is coming up, but there are different ways to know and practice education for life for parents and for schools and for teachers, and even in your own personal life. There are life skills and a lot of other things. Thank you so much. Aryan?
So I imagine some of you have been sitting for quite some time. So we're going to do something a little experiential. But first I want you to take a moment, and on a scale of 1 to 10, I want you to assess the level of your energy. Where is your energy? So let's say a 10 is the most energetic, joyful, dynamic you've ever been. 1 is whatever the opposite of that is. We don't need to go into detail or give examples. And then 5 is, somewhere in the middle, your average baseline. So take a second, think to yourself, 5, 7, 4, 11, whatever it is. This is just you being honest with you. We're going to, for just one moment, we're all going to stand up where you are. You don't need a lot of space for this one, but you will need to be mindful of your neighbor. So as with everything in education for life, I'm going to give an instruction, but you have to make it real for you. So if you are up, if I say put your arm out like this and somebody's lovely face is here, I trust you to adapt to the realities of your life. And what we're going to do is one of the what's called the super conscious living exercises. It may even come up in one of your sessions today. We're just going to do one. We're going to do the one that doesn't require a lot of movement. But these exercises are combining physical movement with an affirmation. So the affirmation for this one is, I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic.
I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic.
And we're going to move our arms. So again, watch your neighbor, but we're going to go, I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. Jumping is optional. I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. Believe it, I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. Now take a moment before you sit down. Oh, you can put your arms down. But I appreciate the obedience. Take a second and check, where is your number right now? 10. Boom! That's what I'm talking about. You may be seated or you may remain standing if you'd like. So, I'm going to assume that's the answer for all of you. But at the very least, one truth I can see, even if you aren't able to perceive an increase in your energy, even from here, I can see many, many times more smiles, even in the far back than I did before. And I know you're in the back because it's convenient. I'm not going to say that you're backbenchers or anything. You entered, there was an empty seat, you sat. But even from here, I can feel the increase in your energy, the increase in your joy level. At the Education for Life school that I attended in Palo Alto, California, we had rules. Every school has rules. Thou must do this. You have to walk when you're in the halls. You have to, eat your lunch without spilling it all over your neighbor. You have to sit in your chair when class is happening. These types of rules. But ours are a little bit different. And I think they reveal something about Education for Life that makes it special. Maybe not completely unique. I believe there are lots of individuals spread across the world who are doing just this. But what Education for Life says is that there is a purpose to life. There's a purpose to education. And it's not always what we think. So these rules are, I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, but they are things like, these are the things you absolutely have to do as a student of this school. Choose happiness. Laugh often. Be a loving friend. Use your will to create good energy. Find the joy within. When we think, this is something I usually ask people to think about at the top of one of these things, is why educate in the first place? Why have school? Why do all of this? We put so much energy into the education of our children. We create big institutions, beautiful buildings, all the way down to, huts and villages. But it's a centerpiece of every civilization. Now, what it has become is preparation for career, by and large. It is, I want my child to be able to provide for themselves, to have security. And that is an important thing. That is not something to be ignored. But I'll tell you a story of a friend of mine, because this is the challenge, is we're trained as a society, this is just pervasive, it's everywhere, to seek material satisfaction, to seek material wealth, to gather as much as we possibly can, because that'll be how we measure success. And then we can handle anything. If something comes up, we can handle it. The last 2 years, of course, were a little bit different than the previous 60 or more, or 100 if you go back to the Spanish flu. And things changed for everybody. This was kind of the great equalizer. So I had a friend, a very wonderful gentleman, and he's a very well connected man. He's very, he's built quite a nice life. He wouldn't describe himself as wealthy, but he has, he's made it in the world. He's very successful. He's very well known. He made it very high, actually ran a whole series of hospitals within India. And during the second wave, he caught COVID. And it was a pretty severe case. And this was right around the time, we all remember, of when everyone was catching COVID. And we weren't ready medically for that. We didn't have enough supplies. We didn't have the infrastructure that we needed in order to respond to it. And this was not limited to India. We saw it even in countries like the United States, which would have said we can handle anything. But even there, they were having shortages of things and challenges in getting care. But this gentleman, who was extremely well connected, knew politicians, knew probably heads of state, knew all of these people, was connected to them, and had been running hospitals. Even he could not get medical care during that time. With all of the worldly connections he had made, with all of the wealth he had accumulated, he was stuck. And thankfully, by God's grace, he recovered. But we see that there is a limit to the effectiveness of material wealth, of possession, that even the richest amongst us will one day leave this realm. And all of the money that they accumulate and all of the wealth and all of the power will not stop that day. So then, what should we try to accumulate? what should we do? Should we just give up? Should we say nothing matters if it's all going to end in death anyway? Well, I'd like to circle back to that last school rule. Find the joy within. Now, I would argue, and I think if you're in this room, whether you're already with Ananda, whether this is your first time hearing any of this, whether you just got the link last night and you're tuning in to something you know nothing about, if we trace all of the things that we do in our life, all of the outward things, all the inward things, all of the feelings, the actions, the activities, the goals, at the end of the day, we're seeking some kind of fulfillment. Everyone who came here, either now or at a previous time, felt something that was missing in their life. You may even have a happy life. You might have a nice life where you have a nice job and you have family, and maybe you don't even feel you're defining yourself based on those outward things. But many people do. And children especially are very responsive to their environment. And right now, children are growing up in an environment where people don't know where joy comes from. There is a pervasive belief that joy comes from outside. That if I can get the best job, if I can have the best partner, if I can get the right car, then I'll feel joy. But the problem is that joy was inside all along. Swamiji used to tell a story of the musk deer. And for those of you who don't know, they have that scent, that musk, that is created naturally by their bodies. And he would say that the musk deer, when it comes to its full scent, will almost go mad looking for this scent. Where's the source of this scent? And sometimes even throw themselves off of cliffs looking for this scent. Now, all of us, most of us, came to this realization as adults. And that's wonderful. It's better late than never. But we don't have to wait. We don't have to wait for our children. Because the truth is, and for those of you who have children, those of you who have worked with children, you know that they know it already. Children already know that joy is in the playing, that joy is in the breeze, that joy is in seeing an animal do something silly. That joy is in everything because joy comes naturally to them. It's only when we get older that we start to forget. Where is that joy coming from? So all education for life is saying, what if we built our education around the idea that joy is the goal of life and that everything else is a result of that? That the way that I understand other people, the way that I develop myself, the way that I understand that I'm a part of our earth, our entire universe, that all of these things are actually the things that will help us to understand that joy. And then, ironically, material success is effortless. Because we're always trying to find that joy, but when we go into the material, we find it's empty. But when you go for the joy first, the material comes. There was an interesting study, because we work with a lot of life skills. We've talked a lot today about courage and about service and about all of these different kind of enduring skills, the inside skills. So Google wanted to optimize their hiring process. They're, I think the second or third most valuable company in the world right now. Many thousands of employees around the world. And their CEOs are classically, scientifically trained, and they had, of course, already built a really successful algorithm. So they wanted to create an algorithm for hiring new people. How can we get the best people? We'll figure out the key things to look for. So again, being PhD in various sciences, they assumed that what they would find is that highly educated, highly intellectual people would be their best employees. But they were wrong. They made a list of the 10 skills most associated with the people who are most successful with their company, the people who helped Google's bottom line. This is a purely dollars and cents equation. This isn't a feel good, let's have a nice workplace, let's hold hands and, make a search engine. and kind of dominate the world. No, this was, what will help us do that even better? And they found that the top 6 or 7, the top 6 qualities that were needed, none of them were academic skills. They were, can you be a good leader? Can you be a good teammate? Are you emotionally intelligent? Are you able to deal with your own emotional state? All the way down at number 7, we finally get, do you know how to engineer? Or whatever it is. So it's very ironic to me because it's actually, some people feel, and this is I feel like one of the big challenges of sharing EFL is people feel we have to choose. That okay, I would like my child to be courageous, I would like them to be kind and compassionate, but I need them to be successful outwardly, I need them to be able to provide for themselves. But the irony is that is not even true. By following that path, what we set them up for is either potentially an outwardly successful life, but very likely a midlife crisis at 40, and they don't know where to go from there. Whereas, if you train someone to be able to respond to life's challenges appropriately, to be able to enjoy the world around them, to be able to enjoy everything, you've created somebody, you've helped someone to grow into, more accurately, someone who will succeed in every avenue of their life. They will not be able to help themselves from success. Now, it may not look like how you're expecting, because every soul is born onto this planet to learn different lessons and to add something different to the world. But every soul is here to add something special. What would the world be like if we didn't have artists? What would the world be like if we didn't have people who decided to dedicate themselves to serving others through nonprofits and NGOs? What would the world be like without music or sports? So we have to expand. Once we can expand our vision of what true success looks like, then we can say, okay, now we can get started. Now we can help children to see and realistically just to hold on to that idea that if they can seek joy in their life, if they can use that as the compass point to which everything in their life flows, then they'll find total success. They'll find true success. And there's a saying, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And I've been thinking about that a lot because some people say it, if you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. But I was thinking, somehow it seems more appropriate if you love what you do. One thing I've noticed about students from EFL, there's nothing they can't love. Life throws all sorts of stuff on us. We're not always able to choose our circumstances. Even if we do very, very well in the exams, even if we get number 1, that doesn't necessarily mean we'll even get the job we want. We may have to do something that was not our first choice. And if you see that as a failure, if you see that as something that is happening to you and it's not fair, you won't be happy. But if you see that as just another thing that we can transcend, another thing to overcome, another challenge to figure out, another thing to experience joy in, you'll never work a day in your life. Joy to you.
Thank you, Netaji, Aryavan, Soumyaji, for not only sharing the passion that they have brought to AFL, but also giving us live examples, Aryavan being one. We'll also be having another student from EFL which will be performing Bharatnatyam after this. But again, thank you very much for bringing something which is very fundamental, not only to Ananda, but to the entire nation. Thank you once again. We'll be having Bharatnatyam, which is Indian classical dance. In few minutes, we'll set up the stage and then the performance will be held. So please hold on.
just wanted to share the books I was talking about, which is written by the EFL practitioners for 50 years. This is Calm and Compassionate Children, which is done by Suzanne Usha. There's this book, Head and Heart, which is talking about all the experiences parents and teachers have shared, and also children. This is the book which is written by Nitai, For Goodness Sake. This book holds a lot of activities which parents can use for with their children, with the families. And this is another book which is I Came From Joy. I'm feeling so happy. Hardly, I don't know how many such approaches we'll have. This is a library for an institute, once you have this bunch of books. I mean, you have all the answers you want for your school or children. Thank you.
Are they available in the stall?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, these are all the books are available in the stall at Education for Life. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Okay, so stage is all set. Thank you for being here. We are trying to get more people who are outside. So we'll have the Bharatnatyam performance by Miss Varsha Kini. She has been very fortunate to find Ananda at the age of 2. And as Ananda does to everyone, she got interested in varied art forms, and when she got inspired by her elder sister to go and venture into dance, she went out for it and got trained under a world-renowned teacher called Srimati Priyanka Venkatraman. Okay? And she got trained under her for 5 years intensively. Also after that she did what many of the Ananda teachers also learn, pursuing her bachelor's in psychology. So varied talents, she has brought that all. She also has been fortunate to study EFL, as I mentioned before, at the Ananda village. So here's another multi-talented personality coming out from EFL. Now I invite Varsha Kini. Come on stage, please.
Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. The performance today starts with a traditional Pushpanjali. Pushpanjali is a traditional offering of flowers where the dancer pays her obeisance to the Lord and the Guru. Pushpanjali will be followed by Mushika Vahana, which is in praise of Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles. Composed by Shri K. Hari Prasad in Simhendra Madhyamam, set to Adi Talam. Pushpanjali.
Takidajam, takidakidam, tam, di, tom, tom, takidajam, takidakidam, tam, di, tom, tom, takidajam, takidakidam, tam, di, tom, tom. Tam, tam, deep, deep, tom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidam, tam, deep, deep, tom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidam, tam, deep, deep, tom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidam, tam, tadidip, tatom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidam, tam, tadidip, tatom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidam, tajam, jam, takidajam, tadidip, takidakidam, tatom, tom, takidajam, jam, takidajam, jam, tadidip, takidadip, tatom, tom, takidajam, takidadip, kita tato kita tajam kanam kadi kadi kita tom tajam kanam kadi kadi kita tom tajam kanam kadi kadi kita tom tam kadi bib tatom tom kita jam kita jam kita kita tam tam kadi bib tatom tom kita jam kita jam kita 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 jam kita jam kita 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 jam kita jam kita kita Moshikavahana Modaka Hasta Chamara Karna Vilambita Sutra Vamanaropa Maheshwara Putra Vigna Vinayaka Pada Namaste Pada Namaste Pada Namaste Vinayaka Pada Namaste Tam tam tadi kita kita tam tam tadi tom tom kita jam kita jam kita 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 jam kita jam kita 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 jam kita jam kita kita tam
Please give me a moment to fix my ghungroos. In this next song, the magical playing of Krishna's flute is described. No one can find him. Neither the mother, the father, nor the gopis know where he is. His hair is dark and curly, and his lips are like coral stone. His face is radiant like the flames. Krishna's music reaches those who open their hearts to him. Nobody sees him, and yet they are all enchanted by Krishna's flute. In Raga Malika, set to Mishra Chapu, Shabdam.
தெரிந்திடாமலும் மேயர் கோபியர் நெஞ்சம் கவர்ந்திட மாயவள் குழலூதரான் ஆயசேரியர் அறிந்திடாமலும் அன்னை தல்கையர் தெரிந்திடாமலும் மேயர் கோபியர் நெஞ்சம் கவர்ந்திட மாயவள் குழலூதரான் மாயவள் குழல் முதுரான் ஆயர் சேரியர் அறிந்திடாமலும் அன்னை தல்கையர் தெரிந்திடாமலும் மேயர் கோபியர் நெஞ்சம் கவரிட மயவள் குழல் ஊதுரான் ஆயர் சேரியர் அறிந்திடாமலும் அன்னை தல்கையர் தெரிந்திடாமலும் மேயர் கோபியர் நெஞ்சம் கவர்ந்திட மாயவள் குழல் முதுரான் மாயவள் குழல் முதுரான் ஆயசேரியர் அறிந்திடாமலும் தன்னை ததையர் தெரிந்திடாமலும் மேயர் கோபியர் நெஞ்சம் கவர்ந்திட மாயவள் குழல் முதுரான் எங்கள் யாதவள் குழல் முதுரான் எங்கள் யாதவள் குழல் முதுரான் எங்கள் யாதவள் குழல் முதுரான் தாதனது தன தஜுடு ஜோடு ஜோடோத தோதன கிடம் ததிவிதி கிடம் சுருண்டிருண்ட குழல்கள் அசைதிட சுந்தர முகம் துலங்கிட சுருண்டிருண்ட குழல்கள் அசைதிட சுந்தர முகம் துலங்கிட மருண்ட மானினம் மேகை மறந்திட மாயவள் குழலூது மருண்டமானினம் மேகை மறந்திட மாயவள் குழல் உதுரான் மாயவள் குழல் உதுரான் சோருண்டிருண்ட குழல்கள் அசைதிட சுந்தர முகம் தூலங்கிட சுருளிருண்ட குழல்கள் அசைதிட சுந்தர முகம் தூலங்கிட மருண்ட மாதினம் மெய்கை மறந்திட மாயவள் குழலூதுரான் மேகை மறந்திட மாயவள் குழல் உதுரான் பவள வயல் குழல் உதுரான் பவள வயல் குழல் உதுரான் பவள வயல் குழல் உதுரான் தணத ஜொண்ணு ஜொண்ணு நிமித தோம் தணகேள திமிதிமிகிட சிறு விரல்கள் குழலை தழுவிட செங்கமலகள் சாய்ந்திட குருவியவை புருவம் நெருங்கிட கோபால குழல் உதுரான் சிறு விரல்கள் குழலை தழுவிட செங்கமலகள் சாய்ந்திட குருவியவை புருவம் நெருங்கிட கோபால குழல் உதுரான் கோபால குழல் உதுரான் சிறு விரல்கள் குழலை தழுவிட செங்கமலக்கள் சாய்ந்திட உருவியரை உருவம் நெருங்கிட கோபால குழல் உதுரான் சிறு விரல்கள் குழலை தழுவிட செங்கமலக்கள் சாய்ந்திட குருவியர்வை புருவம் நெருங்கிட கோபால குழல் உதுரான் எங்கள் பாலல் குழல் உதுரான் எங்கள் பாலல் குழல் உதுரான் எங்கள் பாலல் குழல் உதுரான் தஜுடு ஜுடு திமி தத்தோ தடகிட ததிமிகிட கோவில்த குழல் எய்தனாதமும் கோபிய செவிஷாய்த்திட கோவில்த குழல் கீதனாதமும் கோபிய செவிஷாய்த்திட மோகம் பொழுதோடி வேகமாய் வர கண்ணனை தியானம் செய்கிறாள் மோகம் பொழுதோடி வேகமாய் வர கண்ணனை தியானம் செய்கிறாள் கண்ணனை தியானம் செய்கிறாள் கோவிந்த குழல் கீதநாதமும் கோபிய செவிஷாய்த்திட கோவிந்த குழல் கீதநாதமும் கோபிய செவிஷாய்த்திட மோகம் கொள்ளோடி வேகமார கண்ணனை தியானம் செய்கிறாள் கமல 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 கண்ணனை தியானம் செய்கிறாள் தளங்குதோம் ததிகிணதோம் தத்திண்ணம் தகுண்டரிகிட தக தகதிண்ணம் தகுண்டரிகிட தக ஜெய்திண்ணம் Nam Nam Terigida Tagatananguto Tagatadeginato Tataya Da da
Today's third and final piece is an obeisance to the Devi Rajarajeshwari, who is the wife of Lord Shankara. She is a river of kindness and the one who bestows unsurpassed happiness. She is the one who destroyed the demons Bhanda, Chanda, Munda, and Mahisha. She is the one who defeats her enemies and grants boons. In Janaranjani, set to Adi Talam, Pahi Mam Shri Rajarajeshwari. Mam Shri Rajarajeshwari Kripa Kari Shalkari Pahi 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 Mam Shri Rajarajeshwari
sukham degi degi sukham degi simavagini daya pravagini mogini degi sukham degi simavagini daya pravagini mogini degi sukham degi simavagini daya pravagini mogini pamari sa pa pamari sa re gama pa sa re gama pa pamari sa pa pamari sa re gama pa sa re gama pa pamari sa pa pamari sa re gama pa sa re gama pa da pa ma pa da pa ni sa pa ni da ri sa re gama ti sa da da pa ma re gama pa gi mam shri Radharashwari कृपा करी शंकरी पाहि मां श्री राजराजेश्वरी खंड चंड मुंड खंडनी महेश जनी जनरंजनी निरंजनी खंड चंड मुंड खंडनी महेश जनी जनरंजनी निरंजनी खंड चंड मुंड खंडनी महेश जनी जन रंजनी निरंजनी खंड चंड मुंड खंडनी महेश भजनी जनरंजनी निरंजनी खंड चंड मुंड खंडनी महेश भजनी जनरंजनी निरंजनी चंड मुंड खंडनी महेश बंदनी दन रंजनी निरंजनी खंड चंड मुंड खंडनी महेश बंदनी दन रंजनी निरंजनी पंडित श्री भुगदास पोषिणी सुभाषिणी रिपु भीषणी वरभूषणी पंडित श्री गुगदास पोषिणी सुभाषिणी रिपु भीषणी वरभूषणी पंडित श्री गुगदास पोषिणी सुभाषिणी रिपु भीषणी वरभूषणी अमरे स प प म म रे रे स रे स रे ग म प गा रे ग म प प म रे स प प म म रे रे स रे स रे ग म प गा रे ग म प प म रे स प प म म रे रे स रे स रे ग म प गा रे ग म प र प म र ब ni pani da di sa ni ga ma di sa da ga pa ma de sa ni ga ma pa Himam Shri Raja Rajeshwari Kripa Kari Shakti 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 Himam Shri Raja Rajeshwari Shri Raja Rajeshwari Shri Raja Rajeshwari Rajeshwari
When we dance and get really tired by the end of it, our teacher would say, the more it hurts, the more you should bend and the more you should smile. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Varsha. I'd like Nayaswami Bhavani to please express our deep love, gratitude, our joy. Varsha has traveled from Gurgaon to come, and she and her sister Megha, who I'm sure is watching, were going to perform together. Megha fell ill, but thank you so much, Varsha, for making this journey, and we hope to see you again. Megha and her connection with Ananda goes many, many years ago. She used to be one of my pediatric patients in 2008, 9 and 10, and it's very nice to see you grow so beautifully, gracefully. Then she went through our schooling system of Living Wisdom schools, and Swamiji must be so proud of you. Now you can sit. So friends, as it happens, all good things must come to an end. And this is not the end, this is the beginning of two of our movies. Parallelly, we'll be showing the movie Finding Happiness and The Answer. Many of you have seen it. I have seen them more than 10 times, each of them. They are beautiful ones. If you haven't, I highly encourage you to stay at least for a short while. They are award-winning movies. One is on the life of Swami Kriyanandaji with his guru Paramhans Yogananda. This is based on the award-winning book, The New Path, Kriyanandaji's autobiography. So many stories from that book, which have a universal appeal, have been presented in this movie form. Kriyanandaji used to say when this movie was being formed, he said, I am not important in and of myself. But he said, the questions I've had and the journey that I had to go through, he said, I think will be cherished for many, many generations to come. So we are all here because of Master's teachings, Swamiji's teachings, and I encourage you to stay for that movie. Finding Happiness is how life has been led in Ananda communities worldwide. Paramhans Yoganandaji was so passionate about communities. Kriyanandaji said he came towards the end of Master's life, but long-term members told him that for over 30 years they heard Master speak, and they said no matter what the topic of his talk, he would bring the topic of communities over there. He would inspire people like Jyotish and Deviji and others who were saying that if you want to increase your magnetism, increase your progress on the spiritual path, mix with those, stay with those who are practicing the same teachings, who are like-minded spiritually. Well, the question then comes, how is there a place like that? So Finding Happiness is a docudrama and showing you, taking you through the communities in the US and in Europe, and inspires us. We are meeting real people. Only 2 actors, rest everybody is an actual person, and there's beautiful footage of Swami Kriyanandaji in that movie also. And before we start the movies, we'll just take a 15-minute break, because then it'll be night time by the time you come out of the movies. They're about 95 to 105 minutes long, and we want to give you one final chance to visit the stalls, and the members are waiting outside. So just to repeat, yes, those stall owners are allowed to go, rest others please stay. That we've been sharing since morning the recordings of all these talks in one long YouTube recording will be available on Ananda India YouTube channel in a few days, and Ananda Seva Pune. And I inspire you, encourage you, if you felt inspired, to please go to our stalls and see the books, interact with people once again. As a follow-up, we'll be sharing those recordings, and how to meditate classes will be happening on the coming 2 Sundays. All details will be shared to you, just as these details came by email and WhatsApp and SMS communication, because I hope you have left your data with us. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thank everybody, Jyotish and Devi ji, Jaya ji, Dhana ji, Kartikeyan ji. I'm not doing anything. I want to thank everybody for coming and making this event so special, like I said in the morning, especially because our intention was to meet one another and put out the same energy we used to do every year after the pandemic. So I thank you all once again for coming. I thank everybody who has joined online, and we hope to see you again in future classes. God bless you, and please join me in this closing prayer of sharing the light. Let's all stand. And as Master used to say, the instrument is blessed by what flows through it. Just as we have received today, over the years, perhaps decades, these blessings of the Masters through their teachings, their scriptures, the power of satsang, let us serve as instruments to freely channel these blessings out into the world. Let us visualize the city of Pune glowing with divine light. Let us see the strength and healing effect of this light spreading across the country. Let us see the light getting stronger as it unites with light from other centers, meditation groups, other like-minded truth seekers. Let us now expand that light across Asia, Europe, all over the globe. Many communities, spiritual organizations, all seeking joy, happiness, freedom. And let us see the overarching presence of the saints and sages of our path, of all paths, blessing our planet and using each one of us every day as instruments. May their thoughts be our thoughts. May our actions reflect their actions and their divine will. This is our prayer for everyone. Let us rub our hands now and share these blessings by chanting Om 3 times, sending them out into the world. With this prayer. Heavenly Father, Divine Mother, Friend, Beloved God, great masters of self-realization, Jesus Christ, Babaji Krishna, Lahiri Mahashai, Swami Sri Yukteswar Ji, beloved Guru, Paramhans Yogananda Ji, beloved Swami Kriyananda Ji, saints and sages of all religions, we humbly bow to touch your feet. Beloved God, great Gurus, we thank you for your teachings. We thank you for your presence in our lives. The divine friendship you have brought into our lives. Through your presence and through all our Guru Bhais. Use us as instruments. Help us feel your presence. Help us channel that presence to everyone. Om Shanti Shanti. Thank you again, friends, and we look forward to seeing you in our follow-up classes. God bless you. We will take a 10-minute break to visit the stalls and then reconvene over here and upstairs for the movie screening.
Where will they be?
Which movie is here? Finding Happiness will be screened here. The Answer will be screened upstairs. The answer is here. There are no questions, but Finding Happiness is up there. All your questions will be answered in both places. Choose where you have to go.
जया तू पॅकिंग करायला त्याची बॅग आहे बघ त्याचे खोके 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 विचारायला लागेल कसं ठेवायचं
ते हार काढावं लागेल ना
तिकडे घ्या
दिव्यामध्ये लागेल ना
नीट पकडा जरा घ्या तिकडे जया 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 ते पकडा ना
मी लॅम्प्स काढून घेते आधी काढू ना हे एक मिनिट थांबा त्याचे तिकडून हार काढा फक्त ठीक आहे हे काढायचे हळूच काढा ते हे कशात कशात अडकलंय बघा जरा ए इथे पाठीमागे विटा आहेत का जया पाठीमागे विटा आहेत
दोरा दोरा पण बांधलाय त्याला दोरा पण बांधलाय
काढून टाक काढ हे उचल आणि ते हे विटा खाली ठेव उचल हे ओरिजिनल पेंटिंग आहे
ओरिजिनल पेंटिंग
हो ते पोडियम वगैरे काढायचं आहे ना पोडियम राहू दे पोडियम राहू दे हा पण खाली घ्यायचा आहे ना ठीक आहे हा पण खाली हे सगळे तुझे हे घे हे घे चल लवकर बाहेर घ्या हे हार वगैरे नंतर इकडे इकडे
फुलं कुठे ठेवली फुलं
बाहेर न्या जाऊ दे फुलं नको आहे
नको ना
सी प्लीज टेक एव्हरीथिंग आउटसाइड तिकडे आवरू शकू आपण हे जाग घेऊन बाहेर तिकडे घड्या घालत जापाचा बारीक म्हणजे दार बंद करता येईल आपल्याला येस टेक इंटरेस्ट
really isn't a Santa Claus, is there? I mean, think of all the chimneys in the world. And besides that, think how many homes don't even have chimneys. How could Santa Claus cover all those homes in just one night?
Well, son, a lot of people do believe in Santa.
But you don't believe in him, right, Daddy? I understand. But, well, it's more fun to believe in him, so I think I'll believe in him anyway. There are two kinds of truths. The ones we know are true, and the ones we wish were true because we like them. And then I wonder if there isn't a third kind of truth. Something I can't put my finger on.
Well, son, I'm a scientist. I guess maybe I'm a little caught up in the reality I see in front of my eyes.
But people should be happy too, Daddy. Somehow, I think truth should also help us to be happy. I feel strange.
You're all burning up. I'll call your mother at once, okay?
Donnie, come on.
Oh, honey. Oh. I must call the doctor.
Your son has colitis. He must abstain completely from all dairy products. Milk, cheese, butter, no dairy products at all, and only bland, soft-cooked food. I also strongly recommend to send him away to school in some place like Switzerland. The climate there will be healing.
I wonder if I'll ever learn to think as others do. I keep asking why, but nobody seems to care. I keep trying to get things clear in my mind, but people don't seem to think it matters. Mother, sometimes I feel so alone.
We're all of us alone, dear, before God.
Look who it is. Not that kid again. Oh my god. Get him. Oh. Ow! Oh god. Got him.
Why'd you do that?
What do you mean? He's English. I'm Italian. Is that not a reason enough?
He's small and you're big. No, that's not reason enough.
Lascia stare.
I don't like what's happening in the world. So many people. with one another? And for what reason? Hello, boys. Mother, this is Gogu.
Hello, Gogu.
Do you like it? You can keep it. I'll help. He lives in a slum across Boulevard Bustani. Just imagine, his family have to cover their windows with newspapers. They can't even afford glass. I'd like him to play with my toys, and if he likes them, I'll give him a few.
Vinay Vinit, Gogu. It's very nice, dear.
Thank you. Pass it to me. I got it. Oh. Oh, give it back. Over here.
Here you go. All right, got it. All right, go.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Oh, got this.
Oh, man.
Don't let him get it. All right, okay. He's not gonna get past. All right. He's got this.
Gogu? You want to come join us?
Unde crezi că te duci?
So is that why you brought me here? Let's go home.
Donnie?
Oh, Mother. My heart is broken. I thought those boys were my friends. Gogo especially. How could they possibly treat me in that way?
Oh, dearest. I feel your pain. Come. You must keep in mind that there is much unrest in Europe and in Romania. To them, we are foreigners. It isn't you who've drawn their anger, it's the fact that you're American.
From the loneliness of my childhood, I began to realize that I couldn't rely on others, but needed to find my strength within myself. My search led me to Charleston, South Carolina, where I studied stagecraft. One evening, I took a long walk out into the fading night. I was 21 then. I had a new belief in God, but now I ask myself urgently, if there's a God, what must he be like? He just can't be some man-like judge waiting for us to stumble so he can clap us into hell. He must be something great and inspiring to have produced this vast universe, to have produced us. The thought that came next was, what is making me ask this question? Surely I'm asking because I'm conscious. God himself, therefore, must be consciousness.
I've roamed the far hills and learned many skills. I've wandered on many a shore. Though often I've thought I'd gained what I sought, a voice always said, there's more. Go sing with the sun and dance with the moon. Go ride on the highest star. The reaches of space lack one special place. It's there that my heart did soar.
What are your plans for the summer?
I'm not sure yet.
Well, I'm being sent over to Cairo, Egypt.
And I'm going to join him as soon as I get this house packed up.
Bob and Dick will be in college, but I'm not sure where I'll be. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Maybe I'll find it in nature. I plan on taking my bike, upstate New York.
Some exercise will do you good.
I have a book I borrowed from Mother. A short word Bible. Maybe there I'll find the answer I'm seeking. Here are the excerpts from the Hindu religion. Whatever that is. For perfect bliss grows only in the bosom tranquilized, the spirit passionless purged from offense, vowed to the infinite. He who thus vows his soul to the supreme soul, quitting sin, passes unhindered to the endless bliss of unity with Brahma. What marvelous teachings. This is what I've been looking for.
Don.
Mother.
Where have you been?
Bike riding.
I'm so worried about you, Don. What are you? You've left college, you've left the theater. Have you any plans?
Let's see what God wants.
At last, I hear you use that word, God. Will you live just a little for him now? I have no choice but to go to Egypt. But I promise I will pray to him every day that he guides your footsteps.
know I need help, Mother. And I have no idea where to get it. Perhaps your prayers will help.
Make sure you write every week.
Yeah, for sure.
I will.
Oh, I hate that sound. I have to go.
I'll walk you. I'd like to see your books on Hindu philosophy.
You'll find them over there.
Okay, thank you. Let's make a high. An attractive face. The author lives in California. How strange. I've always known I was destined to go there. And he seems somehow familiar to me. I know he can help me find God. Oh, it's just too fantastic. Dedicated to the memory of Luther Burbank, an American saint. But how preposterous. How could anyone become a saint in this land of the almighty dollar? This materialistic desert? This isn't what I'm looking for. An American saint indeed. Is there something in this book that I'm meant to read? How can you know what the book is really like if you won't even read it?
Don, it's been years since Scarsdale High School. It's great to see you again. How have you been? Say, I've got this fantastic new job in advertising right here in New York City. I'll be working in radio. Oh, I have a great future ahead of me. I got this girl now, and we're gonna get married and have a big family and get a big house somewhere nice, like Scarsdale. Maybe you can come and visit me sometime. Us.
What desolation. I'd rather die than live that way. This book has already become precious to me.
Don, are you okay?
Doug, it was good to see you again. I'm not sure where I'll be, but I wish you all the best. The family was now living in Calcutta, where father had been permanently transferred. Following the patriarchal Indian custom, Ananda had brought his bride to live in her home, now at 4 Gurpa Road. There, in a small attic room, I engaged in daily meditations and prepared my mind for the divine search.
Sun rays on the snow of a winter long, in darkness without song. Oh, my heart's a fire, burning all desire. Only you remain.
Find Yogananda as a monk. I'll be a monk. I left from New York the next day, traveling by bus to Encinitas. What joy I'll know when I find God. What love. I was prepared to leave everything for just a little peace of mind. And now I know that God is the perfection of everything I've ever longed for. I'll be able to help others in the best way possible. Yes, God is the answer, but also having a true guru will take me to that answer. And I found the fastest way to reach him. Oh, thank you, God. Thank you.
So, how about you? How was your weekend? Did you have a good time with your daughter? I went to Louisville with my family, had a good time. How about you? What's your favorite thing here? I love the coffee. It's the best. And the eggs, they're rich.
Very special on sourdough. What'll it be? Ham and eggs? We got some great ham here today.
Thanks, but not the ham. You see, I'm a vegetarian.
Oh, what? My God, how long have you been whatever this is?
3 days.
So when did the lightning hit you?
You see, what changed me was this book I'm carrying. The author's a vegetarian, and I've made my mind up to become like him.
That book made such a great impact on you?
Yeah.
Wow. Must have been some read. Well, so what'll it be?
Have you any fruit?
Yuck. Monkey food. These won't put any hair on your chest. Say, you're a cute kid. How come you're alone? Why isn't there a girl with you?
I've decided to become a monk.
What? So you're cheating deserving womankind of a good man. What's wrong with you anyway? Why are you so selfish?
Don't you think you better get back to your other customers?
Excuse me?
Is it selfish to seek a way out of my little self? There's a whole universe out there, and people think only I, me, mine. It's appalling. Yogananda offers a way of bringing bliss to everyone through the technique of Kriya Yoga. Is that going to be a problem for me? I'm a normal human being, but I want God.
Too long I did stray, flung lifetimes away. Imagine you did not care. I know now your smile was was mine all the while. I listened and love was there.
Excuse me. Hi. Would you have change for $1?
Call your wife?
Oh, no, my grandparents. They live in town.
Oh.
Thank you.
Departure time.
I'll never forget this summer. It's the best summer I've ever had.
We've loved having you here, Timmy, but it's time for you to go home.
Oh, Grandma, I'll miss you so.
Oh. You're not the only one. We've become very fond of you.
Now, you write it, see here. Maybe you come back next summer.
Okay, well.
Okay. All right. Let's go. All right.
Let us know how things are going. Maybe next summer.
Families. They mean so much to us. Yet, if a child were to die and be reborn next door, would his former mother even recognize him? There's true kinship only in God. I love my grandparents, but I won't call them now. I'm on a sacred pilgrimage. I must avoid every possible distraction. I must.
May I help you?
Is Paramahansa Yogananda in?
Oh, you must be here to check the water.
Oh, no. Paramahansa Yogananda, is he in?
No, I'm afraid he's away for the weekend. Is there something I can do for you?
I want to see him.
He's lecturing today at the Hollywood Church.
You have a church there? I want to join his work. I want to live here.
Have you studied his printed lessons?
Lessons? I didn't know there were lessons to be studied.
There's a full course of them. I'm afraid you couldn't join until you'd completed the lot.
And, how long does that take?
4 years.
4 years. How may I get to the Hollywood Church? There it is. There it is.
Oh, hey, church man. $1.50.
Thank you. Keep the change. Hi.
Hi, how may I help you?
Could I please speak with, Paramahansa Uganda?
Whom? Oh, I see. I'm sorry you can't see him today. His appointments are fully booked.
Booked? For how long?
The next 2.5 months.
But I came all the way from New York. I read his book there.
Well, I'm sorry, but you'll just have to wait.
Hi.
Are you a disciple?
Yes. I'm one of the monks at Mount Washington. Are you hoping to join us?
Yes. But I'm told I must wait.
You see that young man sitting behind you? That's Herbert. He's waiting too.
Has he been waiting long?
Oh, no, not long. About 3 months.
Three months? Could it be that I'm just not ready yet? Though I think if I were more ready, I'd burst. Still, could this be a lesson for me in humility? I certainly need that. Everything in my life has come to me so easily. I must realize that everything comes only by God's will.
Pardon me. Since you've come such a long way, I'll ask the master if he'll see you today. His appointments are finished now. The master will see you now.
Now, please tell me, how may I help you?
I want to be your disciple.
I should tell you that I'm seeing you only because Divine Mother told me to. I want you to know that I do only what Divine Mother says. Now then, what brought you here?
I read your book in New York.
How did you like it?
It was wonderful.
That is because it has my vibrations.
It was the most wonderful book I've ever read.
Are you drawn to any of the three main delusions? Sex, wine, and money?
Money and wine mean nothing to me. But sex has been a problem.
I saw that the moment you entered. But I'm glad that you are truthful with me.
With your help, I hope to overcome the temptation.
You have no wish to get married?
None. Marriage just wouldn't work for me. It might be all right for some people, but for me it would be a disaster. I want to become a monk like you.
Marriage isn't as fine for anybody as people like to make out. I knew a couple once, of whom everybody said how harmonious they are. But I could see behind the scenes, when the couple was alone, they would shout to each other angrily. I said to them, why do you put up that false front before others? Why not try to become what they think you are? I could tell you many stories of heartbreaks that I have seen. The desire for human love is really only the soul's longing for oneness with God. God. Only God is the answer to all men's yearning.
That is what I yearn for.
So tell me, what talents have you? What can you do?
I wanted to be a writer.
A writer?
I wonder, sir, if I could be of some help to you in your own writings. Beautiful as your book is, I found it in a few split infinitives.
Did you? I am accepting only those now with good karma. In fact, I am taking very few disciples. You have good karma. God tells me to accept you. I give you my unconditional love. Will you give me yours?
Oh, yes. With all my heart. I give you my unconditional love. I love you for not what you can give me, but as your spiritual son and disciple.
Come. Kneel before me. Now repeat these words after me. I will live my life.
I will live my life.
Only for God.
Only for God.
I will do His will.
I would do His will.
In everything.
In everything.
Always.
Always.
I give my unconditional love.
Unconditional love.
And obedience.
And obedience.
To you.
To you.
My Guru.
My Guru.
And will no longer live.
And will no longer live.
For personal gratification.
Personal gratification.
Help me, Lord.
Help me, Lord.
In this.
In this.
My solemn vow.
My solemn vow.
Om.
Om.
Peace.
Peace.
Amen. part of our spiritual family. And what truer family could there be? Jesus Christ said, "Who is my father, my mother, and brother and sister, save him who loves God?"
I got it. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to Mount Washington, of our monastic family.
You'll be living here. I have the room next to yours.
It's beautiful. Where do the men live?
In the basement, most of them. This is it. Don't mind the appurtenances. They aren't altogether fancy. Our schoolboys from the Encinitas colony, they did all the carpentry. And Dr. Kendall, the minister of our San Diego church, he invented the substance used for the floor.
Oh, I like the aristocratic air of those windows.
But don't overlook the floor. Dr. Kendall boasted that this substance would outlast the Taj Mahal.
Seems to fit the ancient dictum. Dust, dictum art.
Oh, don't mind the bed either. It's a little hard. We can get you a quilt from the storage room in the main building basement. Folded up, it should make an adequate mattress. Step.
Carpets, go up there.
Got it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. You know, you can protect the closet from the dust on the floor somewhat using that strip of monk's cloth.
Okay. Thank you.
Where would you like the table?
Let me go over here.
Sure.
Thank you.
Do that.
Slower. I think it's magnificent, everything. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go to dinner.
Thank you.
We have a new monk.
Thank you.
You've already met Bernard.
Yes.
Harvey Allen.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Clifford Fredericks. And Bill Brown.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Welcome.
This is Daniel Boone.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here. Thank you.
Who else needs a plate?
Why do we have a picture of Jesus Christ on our altar? Surely he's not in our line of gurus. Do we include him just to appease the Christian denominations?
Master has told us that it was Jesus himself who appeared to Babaji and asked him to send this teaching of self-realization to the West. My followers, Jesus asserted at that meeting, have lost sight of the art of inner communion. Outwardly, they do good works, but they have lost sight of the most important of my teachings, to seek the kingdom of God first.
Walk like a man, even though you walk alone. Why court approval once the road is known?
When will we see Master again?
He's gone south to our colony in Encinitas. Next Sunday, he speaks in San Diego, but we expect him back for the service in Hollywood the Sunday after next.
Master wants me to teach you our energization exercises and a preliminary meditation technique. Shall we go?
Yes.
Follow your dream, though it lead to worlds unknown. Life's but a shadow. Once our dreams have flown.
Feel the energy flowing into your body through the medulla.
What if men cry, your dream is not our own? Your soul knows the answer. Go on alone.
Never go to sleep at night until you feel you have established some contact with God. Always remember, this world is a snake pit. Behind every rose bush of pleasure, there lurks a rattlesnake of suffering. Money will not alleviate your sorrows. The desire for money is one of life's greatest delusions. And remember this, delusion never keeps its promises. Finding God is the only purpose of life.
I urge all of you to read the Autobiography of a Yogi. It will inspire you to live for God.
Many people are coming from far and near after reading that book. One young man read it recently in New York and left everything to Walter. Walter, please stand. Yes, Walter, please stand. Walter read the book in New York and left everything to come here. Now he has become one of us. I never wrote the lessons myself. They were put together from lectures that I had given, memories of them, and from old magazine articles. But I have never been satisfied with the results. I would like to rewrite them from the beginning. Dorothy, the three wise men who came to the Christ child in Bethlehem, what I teach, Jesus also taught. Jesus appeared to Babaji in the Himalaya and said, my followers are doing good work, but they have forgotten my teachings on how to commune with God. You know, I was sent to the West by God Himself to bring back original Christianity and the original yoga teachings of Lord Krishna.
Master never got to finish his lessons. At his desert retreat, however, he taught me their essence. I spent many months in this sacred place with him. Years later, I wrote them anew. I'm so happy you've made such progress, Herbert. And you're already taking charge of the church in Arizona.
It is all thanks to Master.
Herbert, when you speak to the congregation in Phoenix, never feel that you are speaking. Always remember that it is God who is speaking through you.
Thank you, sir.
You have a great work to do. It is you I am talking to, Walter.
From then on, Master often said those same words to me.
Master wants you to give the service tomorrow in San Diego.
Tomorrow? Oh, but
I've sent an announcement to the paper saying Master himself, after an absence of 2 months, will be appearing there.
Well, he seems to have changed his mind, or something important has come up. In any case, he wants you to speak in his stead.
But I'm only 22. I've never spoken in public before.
He also wants you to give a Kriya initiation afterwards.
What? I've only attended one Kriya initiation so far. I mean, my own.
Here's some money. Take the next bus.
Bernard? Bernard?
From reports I have received, everyone was especially pleased with your humility.
Under the circumstances, Master, it was difficult to express anything else. Master has put me in charge of you all. I just want you to know that I will do anything any of you ask, as long as it doesn't go against our way of life and my own conscience.
Why should we follow you, Don? Who are you, anyway?
I'm sorry, Jerry. I'm no one. I'm only obeying Master's instructions. For instance, he wants us to keep silent at the dining table. From now on, I'm gonna have to ask you to obey his rule in the matter, not mine.
I don't know why I hate you, Don. I just hate you.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I don't hate you. I don't even understand what hatred is. To me, you're my friend.
Walter, you have been living too much in your mind. You must learn to live more in your heart. Get devotion. Devotion is the most important thing on the path to God.
Thank you, Master. I know what you've said is right. I'll do my best.
Is that plaster ready?
I'm having the hardest time with it. It must be old. I have to keep adding water to it. It keeps setting.
Boys, come here, come here. I can see you are both enjoying yourselves, huh? You are both looking like handsome karma-yogis. Come, let us go. Hurry up. Bye-bye. Okay.
I think Master must have kept us here a good half hour.
I know. I'm gonna have to take a sledgehammer to that plaster to get off the board. Norman. It's soft. Wait.
It's a miracle.
Oh my God.
It's a miracle.
You all must come again.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Sit down, Walter.
He's teaching me something. I know.
But I got it in.
Once I begin something, I should never quit until it's finished.
Now then, I have something to say to you, Walter. When you are with materialistic people, please do not talk about miracles.
You knew?
Yes. I know every thought you think. For example, what did you say last week to that parishioner, Joe Bentley?
Well, I said I'll be speaking in church the next evening. He said to be sure to be there. I didn't like his insincerity. He'd come anyway.
Yes. But you told him to check people's pockets for garbage as they come in. Do not speak like that. It is not dignified.
I'm so sorry, sir. It won't happen again. But Master, I'm so grateful. You kept a close check on me. Please, correct me anytime you find me wrong. And that's how Master was. I once heard of Master visiting a thrift store.
Stop the car.
Master's presence there at that moment was surely the grace of God.
Be careful how you move that tree. Can't you feel it? It is alive.
I'm always amazed at Master's compassion for every living thing.
God is in everything. We should try to feel His presence everywhere. Not only in other people and animals, but even in plants.
I guess that means we shouldn't kill anything. But Master, is it all right to kill harmful creatures such as rattlesnakes and black widow spiders?
In such cases, it is right, not for killing's sake, but because human life is precious We should protect it from harmful creatures who are lower in the evolutionary scale.
What about harmless insects like flies? They aren't a threat to human life, just a nuisance.
Nevertheless, in countries where they are allowed to proliferate, they spread diseases. Their presence should therefore be kept under control. Harmlessness is an important principle. But in the realm of relativity, no principle can be applied absolutely. I once asked Mahatma Gandhi what he would do if a madman were to come to his village and start shooting everyone in sight. He replied, I would let him shoot me first. I did not want to argue, so I refrained from asking him the obvious next question. What if he killed you, then went on to kill everyone else? Obviously, it would be better to restrain, and if necessary, kill one man, than to let hundreds be killed. We have to be realistic. That means we should also be practical in our idealism. In this world, principles must be kept within the bounds of common sense.
Was Gandhi a saint, Master?
He was very saintly. Dorothy, please bring me that packet of things I bought today. Walter. Thank you. How did you like that, Walter, huh?
It's fine, sir.
Oh, Walter, you are too serious. Suffer little children to come unto me, for such is the kingdom of God. Jesus Christ said that. Yes, you want to become more childish, Walter. Not so serious, more childish.
Hey, Joe, be careful with that ladder.
Oh, I'll be fine.
Master, I'm ashamed for you to see our dining room in such a mess.
Oh, well, things might be worse. The most important thing for the disciple is attunement with the Guru's consciousness. Walter, as it says in the Bible, as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God. The Guru's role is, through the disciples' attunement with him, to bring them to God. Some of you will fall.
Master!
But it needn't be. It needn't be if you stay in tune.
But, Master, isn't it important also for us to develop our own free will?
But your will is not free so long as you follow what your ego tells you. But it saddens me to see how little you have understood. How little you have understood of the need for attunement. It isn't personal. I am not the guru. God is your guru. And there is so much you all could do, not only for yourselves and for God, but for others. Walter, why don't you grow a beard?
Do you think so, Master? None of the other monks have beards.
Right. It will give you character.
It will, also make me a character.
Try it. I am glad you played the part of Jesus in the tableau. You know, people wrote to me to tell me how much you looked like him.
Master, I'd rather be like him than look like him.
That will come. Walter, what keeps the Earth from shooting off into space?
That's the gravitational pull of the sun, sir.
Then what keeps it from being drawn into the sun?
That's the centrifugal force which makes it try to keep moving ever farther away. I thought Master wanted a lesson in elementary astronomy. Months later, I realized that he'd been speaking to me allegorically of the soul's relationship to God.
The Bhagavad Gita is a short excerpt from the Mahabharata, one of the two great epics written in ancient India. The Mahabharata, and therefore also the Bhagavad Gita, were written by Ved Vyas. The Mahabharata is not a straight history. It is a deep allegory based on actual persons and real events. The battle of Kurukshetra actually took place. The Pandav brothers and much of what happens in the story took place also. But Vyas fictionalized them to give the story a much more deep and spiritual meaning. The story concerns a war between the good, upward-moving tendencies in every human being and the bad, downward-moving tendencies also. That was Vyas's quality. The names of most of the warriors in the story are derived from Sanskrit words that mean pride, jealousy, and other negative qualities, and also kindness, generosity, and other very positive qualities. Yes, that was Vyas's genius. Well, Walter, now I want you to stay at the monk's retreat and simply edit.
Yes, Master.
I have 3 main books I want you to work on. The Bhagavad Gita, which you will do later as it is not yet ready for editing. My commentaries on the Gospels and the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. A great Sufi poem which was deliberately disguised as a love poem to protect it from the hands of religious fanatics, but which God himself revealed to me as a deeply spiritual work. Yes, start with the Rubaiyat.
Thank you, Master. Oh my. What depth. But it puzzles me why Master says of his stanza that it means such and so. And in the very next paragraph, he says it also means so and such. Can he make up his mind? This became the supreme test of my life. I began to doubt my own guru's wisdom. I knew he was my guru. I knew he was great. But I reached the point where if he'd said it was sunny in San Diego, an insidious voice within my head would have replied, "I'll bet it's raining." Satan was testing me. Sometimes I'd simply collapse on my bed in despair. I had no desire to return to the world, but this nagging demon of doubt caused me unceasing agony. For 4 entire months, I suffered intensely from doubt. Still, I worked, and I think I did good work.
Work like lightning. There is not a moment to lose, but do not change a word.
How is it possible to edit and not change a word? It just can't be done. All I felt I could do legitimately was change unnecessarily capitalized words in the old magazine to lowercase and to erase a lot of unnecessary comments. Other monks got to come out and to go on Master's retreat, but I was left alone.
It's so wonderful to see Master writing.
I've always liked his sense of humor. Today, he said to us, smiling, "Your teeth are like stars. They come out at night."
What misery.
Donald, Master's finished with his dictation. He wants you to come over tomorrow and help him with his commentaries.
A new scripture has been born. I did not write this work. I asked Ved Vyasa to write it through me. Millions will find God through this book. Take it home, Walter. Go through it. Then we will discuss it, and you can give me any ideas you have.
Oh, Master, this is the most wonderful thing I've ever read in my life.
Now, let's get to work.
But I was still not his main editor. That person's name was Laurie Pratt. She lived separately. One day while I was there, she came over to Master's.
My, that certainly was a lot of work you did on the Rubaiyat. Not that it did any good.
She shouldn't have said that. And you did such good work. All those capitals. They would have made us a laughingstock.
But she was right, Master.
You are defending her. Never mind. We will do good work now.
I understand, sir, what you meant by don't change a word. You meant don't change a thought.
Very good, Walter. Too many of my editors in the past have changed my thoughts to their own idea of what I ought to have written. One editor, every time I complained at a change she'd made, waited a few days, then sent me pages, single-spaced, explaining how wrong I was and what a wrong position I had taken. Virginia claims credit for putting the lessons together. But it was really she. She did all the work. And she has such deep devotion. Sometimes she sends letters to the editor of the Los Angeles Times. And when they pay her $15 for whatever small amount, she always gives the money to me. She is a wonderful soul. She will get there in this life. Your work in this life, Walter, will be editing, lecturing, and writing.
Writing? But, Master, haven't you already said everything in your own writings that could possibly be said?
Don't say that. Much more is needed. Apart from my foremost disciple, Saint Lin, every man has disappointed me. And Walter, you must not disappoint me. There have been good men, but they have all sought their own enlightenment. There is very much more that God wants me to bring to the world. You must understand that, Walter. Please. You have done good work, Walter.
It is enough, Master, just to be with you.
Just a bulge of the ocean. I killed Yogananda many lifetimes ago. No one dwells in this temple now but God. The life of renunciation is not for everybody. It needs a lot of sincere dedication, meditation.
Sir, my parents are coming for a visit next week. They've been living in Egypt. My father...
You have no father.
I'm sorry. I meant my earthly father. He's been very worried about the path I've chosen. I don't think this will be an easy meeting.
One thing I know that he won't like is this beard. Over the past month, it has become very shaggy. Now it is quite a bush. Louise? Louise, bring me a scissor and comb. That is how you should keep it.
If I were to get opinions from a few doctors about these teachings, about the energizing of the body by willpower, would you accept their verdict?
Dad, doctors aren't admission.
We just pray you'll find what you're looking for.
I have.
Now, I would like to ask my special guest to speak a few words to you. As you all know, this event is to benefit his work in America. Great Master, Paramahansa Yogananda, would you please address a few words to our guest?
This day marks the birth of a new era. My spoken words are registered in the ether, in the spirit of God. And they shall move the West. Self-realization has come to unite all religions. We must go on. Not only those who are here, but thousands of youths must go north, south, east and west, demonstrating that simplicity of living plus high thinking lead to the greatest happiness. World Brotherhood colonies.
What marvelous inspiration. I vow this day that I will do everything in my power to bring his dream to outward manifestation.
Remember this, Walter. Living for God is martyrdom. Everyone who ever finds him must go through many, many tests. The metal of his very being must be purged of every impurity. God also tests through the Guru. You know, Walter, only one person in my life has passed all my tests. Saint Lin. Sister Gyan Mata is very close. I have many times searched her life and found therein not a single sin, not even of thought. My most advanced disciples are in order: Saint Lin, Mr. Black of Detroit, and Sister Gyan Mata. But I'm worried most about Mr. Black of Detroit. You know, I asked both him and Saint Lin to come here as often as possible. Saint Lin comes regularly, but Mr. Black, he almost never comes. Mr. Black thinks that he can get there on his own. But he is slowly finding out. He is bogging down just a little. I'm trying to help him.
I visited Master at Encinitas last year. It was raining cats and dogs. A monk came to my room and told me Master wanted me to go out with him for a drive. I looked out the window and saw it was still raining as heavily as ever. But then I thought, he knows what he's doing. I looked around me in amazement. The sky was completely blue. The ground was dry. The driveway was dry. The car was dry. Master just looked at me with a quiet smile and said, "For you, Oliver." How he was able to change God's dream so suddenly and completely just baffles me.
Master.
As I have said many times, I have searched her life and found therein not a single sin, not even in thought. For 20 years, she suffered in great pain. I saw her yesterday. She said to me, "Please, let me go." And I said, "Yes, yes." And then she left her body and cried out, "What joy! Too much joy! Oh, too much joy!" I saw her merge back into the watchful state of infinite spirit. Her soul is completely free now in God.
I feel Master Tool is about to leave us soon.
Hot. Walter, give me your arm. I find it difficult to walk steadily. I am in all bodies, but still I must remember to keep this one body moving.
Master, who was that saint you saw in Encinitas?
Which saint?
It was on the bluff, overlooking the ocean.
But how can I know to which saint you refer? So many have come to me.
Really?
Why be surprised, Walter? Where God is, there is saints come. My work is nearly finished. My life is nearing its end.
Master, will you be as close with after you're gone as you are now?
To those who think me near, I will be near. You have pleased me very much, Walter. I want you to know that.
What a relief it is to hear you say that, sir. I'm so sorry for having doubted sometimes.
It is your karmic burden, Walter. In past lives, you were eaten up with doubts. But you have always had my love. Always, Walter. Rogers, you have clear sailing.
What about me?
What about me?
And you will all have clear sailing if you stay in tune. How people will change this work after I am gone. I just wonder, were I to return after 100 years, whether I would even recognize the organization I had established. Well, at least the message will be there.
Open wide I keep for thee, door of my heart. Open wide I keep for thee. Wilt thou come, just for once come to me? Wilt thou come, just for once come to me? Will my days fly away without seeing thee, my Lord? Will my days fly away without seeing thee, my Lord? Night and day, I look for thee, night and day, night and day, night and day. I look for thee, night and day. Door of my heart, open wide I keep for thee. Door of my heart, open wide I keep for thee. Wilt thou come, just for once come to me? Wilt thou come, just for once come to me? Will my days fly away without seeing thee, my Lord? Will my days fly away without seeing thee, my Lord? Night and day, I look for thee night and day, night and day, night and day. I look for thee night and day.
I dedicate my entire life to serving you, beloved Guru, and to doing everything I can to bring your mission to mankind.
Who knows how many days of Brahma we have wandered in delusion, but the end, the only reality, and we'll have to find it, because there's no other reality. We have to find God because we have come from God.
My Lord, I will be thine always. My Lord, I will be thine always.
Thank you for coming once again, everyone. Have a blessed night. We will see you again in the follow-up classes. Jai Guru. Jai Guru.